765. While Chen Pinggan was dozing off in the ancestral hall, everyone outside the door was quietly waiting for the hill master to appear. For cultivators, resting and sleeping was the most important thing. Life was just a matter of waking up and sleeping. In life, one would wake up when they arrived and sleep when they left. Kui Dongshan covered his sleeves and glanced at the white-haired Jiang Shangzhen. He smiled and said, "The sun and moon grind like ants." Jiang Shangzhen was originally envious of Mi Jianxian's lightness, while Miu was sincerely admiring Principal Ju's righteousness. Hearing Kui Dongshan's sigh, Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, "What a drunken journey. Looking at swords under the light, asking if there's any injustice." Miu was confused. He was at a disadvantage because he was not well educated. He just wanted to pretend to be a rich man and go to the Jianghu at the foot of the mountain. He wanted to get to know some lively and cute heroines. Kui Dongshan began to complain that Cao Qinglang had scored 3 times in a row in the Blessed Land, yet when he arrived at the Imperial Examination Field in Great Li, he was only a new second in the Imperial Examination, only a 6th-rank Hanlin editor in Great Li. As a result, he didn't even have the face to brag to his grandmaster about this trip to the Merit and Virtue Forest. Old Dong from the Confucian Temple and Ju Mi, the headmaster of the old Yuing Academy, didn't think highly of you after reading a few of your essays. Grandmaster is just a scholar, what else can he do? He had no choice but to ask old Dong and Ju Mi to circle and comment on it for you. Take it. Cao Qinglang took the stolen answer sheets from the Ministry of Rites of the Great Li dynasty and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were indeed old Master Dong and Master Ju's comments on them. There were quite a few circles and comments. There were criticisms, but not many. Most of them were very particular and appropriate words of praise. Actually, it was not only Cao Qinglang's answer scrolls. Kui Dongshan took away all the answers from the top 3 and the top 2 scholars and moved them to the Merit Forest. After old Dong finished reading the answer scrolls, he said, "Clouds and rosy clouds gather in Dali. The mountains and rivers are beautiful." Cao Qinglang asked, "Xiao Shixiang, when will I resign from my post as an editor in Hanlin Academy?" Actually, it was not Cao Qinglang's original intention to participate in the Dali Imperial examinations. It was Zhu Lian who urged her to do so. Mr. Zhong also thought that it was feasible. Cao Qinglang followed the prescribed order in the prefectural examinations, township examinations, metropolitan examinations, and palace examinations and got the 2nd place. Just like the branch of the literary saint, the burden of the imperial examinations all fell on Cao Qinglang's shoulders, and Cao Qinglang did not disappoint. Even though the Great Li dynasty had returned half of the empire, half of the continent's scholars were still fighting for the position of a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Especially in the Great Li Imperial Court's pioneering imperial examination and the capital's court examination, there were countless talents, and without exception, they were all top-class scholars. Therefore, Cao Qinglang's new 2nd place carried a lot of weight. Kui Dongshan laughed, "What's the point of resigning? Later, little senior brother will help you write a history book. I will also help you pass the Ministry of Personnel's examination. Just treat it as a Hanlin scholar and sit on the bench for a few years." Sui Yuyu stood together with Master Zhong Qiu. One of them had resolutely given up on martial arts and turned to sword cultivation. He was determined to become a sword cultivator and saw with his sword. The other was able to cultivate the Confucian Abhina midway and matched the teachings of the sages in the books. Finally, he formed his Aurus core. Both of them were extraordinary. Although Sui Yuyu did not smile in front of the other 3 people in the painting, he was very respectful towards Master Zhong. He congratulated him, "Master Zhong, you formed your Aurus core with the image of a gentleman from the Confucian Academy. It's rare and commendable." Zhong Qiu laughed, "Ask about the work, don't ask about the harvest. You and I should encourage each other." Actually, Zhong Qiu knew about Sui Yoyo's teacher in their hometown. Zhong Imperial Tutor had always read all kinds of books. He read all kinds of things. That scholar had always been regarded as a Confucian sage in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. At the same time, he was also a mysterious sword celestial. Anyway, the general approach in the scholar's notes and unofficial history was nothing more than opening his mouth and spitting out a sword pill. With a flash of white light, a head would roll. As for Zhongqiu's literary sage Wu Zongxia, the so-called literary sage could actually be regarded as the model of Sui Yoyo's teacher. Lu Baixiang asked Wei Yixian, "Why haven't you accepted a disciple yet?" Wei Yixian answered, "I'll wait for your disciple to accept a disciple. He's young and has a high seniority. He'll have an advantage. If he still doesn't have a future, then I'll just beat him to death." Pei Qian suddenly said, "Old Wei, you said that the battle on the battlefield is not about the linear snake formation or the dragon gate formation. It's just about the 6 words straight and horizontal. In the end, it's up to each person's ability. In the past, I didn't believe you and always thought that you were making things up. After I went to the Jinjia continent, it seems to be true." Wei Yixian was silent for a moment. He rubbed his chin and said, "I can't say such words normally. Could it be that they're my words after drinking?" Pei Qian said, "I'll have to trouble you to stop while you're ahead." Lu Baixiang laughed loudly, "Vast, vast." Zhu Mili and Sister Nuanshu were whispering to each other, secretly comparing the number of melon seeds in their sleeves. When Chen Pinggan walked out of the ancestral hall, he noticed that everyone was silent and looking at him strangely. Chen Pinggan looked left and right, but he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. He asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Kui Dongshan whispered, "Eldest senior sister?" In other words, at this critical moment, it was time for eldest senior sister to take action. Pei Qian was confused. "What?" Kui Dongshan sighed, feeling very regretful. It was a pity that old immortal Jiao from the dragon-riding alley wasn't present. Otherwise, if he made a good start, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Chen Pinggan quickly stepped forward and asked, "What should we do later? We can't just charge in noisily, can we?" Zhu Lian smiled, "Young master should make the decision." Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment, "It's not good to be too noisy. I'll return the favor later. 1 or 2 people from each residence will accompany me to visit. Let's go down the mountain together and I'll call the roll. Those who have finished their business can go back first." In fact, on New Year's Eve, the small town had the custom of Wenyi dinner. Every household would visit each other. After the New Year's Eve dinner, before the sky turned dark, the tables would be filled with food and wine. The strong young men would play finger-guessing games, drink wine, and eat. The children didn't join in the fun with the adults and played by themselves. They formed groups and went to each household to get candy and melon seeds. They would always bring a small cloth bag. As long as it wasn't a family that had a grudge, the children would rush over and call them uncle and aunt. The elderly would all sit by the stove that night. The children's greetings messed up the seniority. Whether they called them too high or too low, the elderly wouldn't care. If it was a neighbor with whom they didn't have a good relationship, some of the children would wait in the alley outside the door. According to the small town's dialect, the words wen and meng had the same pronunciation. Therefore, when Chen Pinggan went out for his first trip, he specially discussed this question with Little Treasure Bottle. Was it a Wenyi dinner or a Mengyi dinner? In the dozens of residences where guests stayed, 2 sword immortals were admiring a couplet in the study room. There were 30 plum trees around the house, and there were 2,000 books on the bookshelves. Xiao Yunyang praised, "Full of smoke and mist, this is a celestial residence." There was a little moneygrubber squatting in the hall, circling around a pair of armchairs with cloud patterns. The little girl only then noticed the seal characters on the back of the chairs. They were gentle wind and bright sun and clear clouds and bright moon. The chairs were new, but the words were very ancient. 2 madams were walking along a green bamboo corridor. Madame Ruoyon raised her head and looked over. There was a string of iron horses under the eaves. Dozens of jade birds were hanging outside the eaves on thin green threads. When the wind blew, the birds flew away, making tinkling sounds. Madame Gui looked at a feng shui stone outside the corridor. It was inscribed with 8 words, "Isolated cliffs, like climbing nature." Perhaps it was not enough. Someone carved 4 small words in clerical script at the bottom right corner, "The stone is me." In a pavilion of a residence, Liu Guibao of the Sparrow residence was brewing tea. There was a purple sand teapot with a base of cold rain, which was specially used to drink iced tea. The flower seal was silent. A giant mountain landscape was suspended in the middle of the hall. It was 20 feet long and looked very imposing. It seemed to be a celestial scene on the horizon. It flew into this gentleman's colorful screen. At first glance, it was the work of the Central Plains master of painting, the Fan family. Upon closer inspection, it was still the same. There was nothing wrong with it. The signature, seal, and flower seal were all excellent evidence. But in fact, it was the old chef who took off his apron. He went back to his study room and held a brush with both hands. With another brush in his mouth, he casually drew. It was nothing more than a few famous paintings bought from the bookstore in Red Candle Town. Of the 36 guest residences on Gissa Peak, from the French drawings to the layout of the mountains and rivers, down to all the details, every couplet, calligraphy, and painting, every document, every bamboo chair, every teapot, every bamboo bookmark, they were all the work of Julian, who took a break from his busy schedule. At the first residence of Gissa Peak, Chen Pinggan only crossed the threshold with Changming. This group of guests was the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Dong Jiyu and Liu Xianyang. Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. The relationship between the Dragon Spring Sword sect and the Wind Snow Temple was well known in the continent. Dong Jiyu, who was born as a demon, naturally had a good impression of Luopo Mountain. Moreover, Luopo Mountain bought the most expensive sword talismans. One worshipped Ju Fei, and the other was Changming, as if they were addicted. Chen Pinggan and Dong Jiyu greeted each other courteously. As for Liu Xianyang, there was no need to say anything courteous. Therefore, after sitting down, Chen Pinggan chatted more with Wei Jin. Wei Jin said that he would not stay in Luopo Mountain for long and would soon go overseas. There were still many fish that escaped into the sea from the demon race. It was a good opportunity to practice swordsmanship. Wei Jin also said that in today's vast world, many immortal opportunities were born. He only said that a suspended lake appeared out of thin air in the Aquarius continent. On the island in the center of the lake, there was an ancient building like an ancestral temple. There were 3 words on the plaque, autumn wind, and 2 words were clearly visible. However, the last word was only half left, which was the word Sai. The complete story was most likely the autumn wind temple. However, the Qi cultivators who searched for the immortal opportunities went in and came out without knowing anything. No one gained anything. They only knew that there was a flock of illusory spiritual drum crows living inside, with fallen leaves in their mouths. Besides that, there was also an immortal ferry that was at least a quasi-immortal weapon on the South Sea. It was large enough to travel across continents, and it was like a magnificent city. On the ferry, there was only a strange monk that seemed to be born from the Great Tao. However, the ferry's whereabouts were uncertain. Whether one could board the ferry depended on their luck. However, those who boarded the ferry all disappeared. No one could leave. After that, a female immortal cultivator from the Liuxia continent and a sword immortal from the central continent boarded the ferry to investigate. They did not expect that they could not stop the ferry. They were almost invited to stay for 100 years by the young monk. Both parties could only forcefully break open the small world and return to the vast world. The Autumn Wind Temple in the Aquarius continent, the nameless ferry drifting in the South Sea, the Seaview Tower in the Golden Armor continent. After the vast world and the desolate world connected, immortal opportunities appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. Chen Pinggan was naturally not interested in the Autumn Wind Temple. However, if someone from the Luopa mountain went down the mountain to train, he could try his luck. After all, it was not as dangerous as the ferry. Liu Xianyang personally sent Chen Pinggan to the door and suddenly swung his arm. Chen Pinggan lowered his head, bent his waist, and rushed forward smoothly. The second house, Old Dragon City's Madame Gui, Upside Down Mountains Madame Yang. Chen Pinggan brought Pei Qian and Chen Nuanshu to express their gratitude. On the long bench in the bamboo corridor, both parties sat opposite each other. Madame Gui was still gentle. She called Pei Qian to sit beside her. Nuanshu was also pulled to her side by Madame Gui. Hence, Chen Pinggan could only sit alone at the side. He chatted with Madame Gui about the Golden Osmanthus Temple in Qingluan country. The old Osmanthus tree on Qingluan Mountain was undoubtedly planted by the Moon Palace. It was similar to the relationship between the Cloud Mountains bamboo and the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. Now that both parties' identities had been revealed, it was no longer a taboo topic. Madame Gui smiled and said, "The 6 Osmanthus trees on Qingluan Mountain indeed came from my Osmanthus Island. The founder of the Golden Osmanthus Temple can be considered Xian Cha's unofficial disciple. The current temple master Zhongguo, according to seniority, can be considered Xian Cha's 3rd-generation disciple. Little Bucket should be Zhongguo's martial uncle." Xian Cha had a secret agreement with the ancestor of the Fan clan. She also helped to refine bamboo wormwood, allowing the ferry to safely pass through Jiaolong Ravine. Osmanthus Island gifted her a few Osmanthus flowers. The Fan clan's old boatmaster who concealed his name was Xian Cha. He had long abandoned his surname and called himself Daoist Xingju. Old boatmaster could be considered the unofficial eldest disciple of the Beko Keikyang building's 3rd chief. Lu Chen did not recognize this disciple with poor aptitude. However, Cao Rong, He Xiaoliong and the other direct disciples all recognized this eldest apprentice brother. And this Xian Cha was still infatuated with Madame Gui. When Chen Pinggan rode Osmanthus Island to inverted Hanging Mountain in the past, he had experienced this person's infatuation with Madame Gui. The two of them had even exchanged Dao techniques. Chen Pinggan actually had a better impression of Xian Cha's unofficial disciple. However, in terms of fame, Xian Cha, who was only in the Jade Primitive Realm, was more famous than the Ascendant Realm in the vast world. She was a cultivator of the same path as Liu Kaicheng of White Emperor City. Of course, Chen Lingjun of Luorpa Mountain was not bad either. In Gold Osmanthus Temple, under the oldest Moon Palace type Old Osmanthus tree, a certain sword immortal carved a chessboard on the stone table with sword aura. At that time, the two parties who joined forces in Wandering Daoist Temple were the Daoist Xian Cha and the owner of Wind and Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing. Madame Gui could be considered to have solved a long-standing mystery of the immortals for Chen Pinggan today. It seemed to be similar to riding Crane City. Chen Pinggan looked at Pei Qian and suddenly laughed. There was once a hospitable little Daoist child in Gold Osmanthus Temple. He tried to find a way to give a dark girl who was visiting a mountain a valuable immortal Osmanthus umbrella. Pei Qian asked suspiciously, "Master?" Chen Pinggan smiled. "Do you still remember that little Daoist child?" Pei Qian thought for a while and nodded, "I remember. He followed the young Daoist called Shu Borui. He was a troublemaker." Madame Huanyan was a little envious of Madame Gui for being able to speak so freely with this black-hearted hidden official. However, when she thought of the blade-strengthening gourd that Xiao Yunyang temporarily lent her, Madame Huanyan felt a little more at ease. One would not hit a smiling person, right? Why did Chen Pinggan place her beside Lu Ji? Whether it was the original intention of the Summer Palace or the hidden official's intention, Madame Huanyan was well aware of it. He hoped that the straightforward Lu Ji would be able to help her come up with ideas when she arrived in the vast world. Madame Gui asked telepathically, "Mr. Chen, do you know anything about Yu Laro's red string?" Chen Pinggan smiled, "I only heard that Liu Qi has a book of marriage. Yu Laro once flipped through it and chose 2 people. After tying the red string, they would be a beautiful couple. Whether they can grow old together depends on the length of the red string." Liu Qi. There were once 2 groups of the most underrated and overrated cultivators on the mountain peak. Among them, Liu Qi of the Ascendant Realm was widely spread because of his well-written lyrics. However, the origin of the Willow Tendon Realm and the reason why one could reach the heavens in one step was not known in the vast world. Therefore, Liu Qi was known as one of the most underrated cultivators on the mountain, especially on the mountain peak. After Liu Qi returned from the Qingming Tian to the hometown of Haoran, it proved that he was indeed the most underrated cultivator of the Ascendant Realm. Liu Qi stopped the sovereign stage Great Demon Yang Ji on the sea. It was rumored that he used 365 spells to completely crush Yang Ji's natural water spells. In the end, he joined forces with a Confucian temple's deputy hierarch and successfully detained Yang Ji, who tried to escape to a secret realm in the central divine continent. Among the overrated cultivators, there was the Mohist master who could attack and defend a city alone. There was also the left and right who had never really fought with Pei Minute Wen Jian. However, after the Mohist master defended the South Suro continent and fought with the 14th level sword cultivator Xiao Ruo Wen Jian, he was no longer in the overrated category. Instead, it was the mellow scholar Chen Chunan who risked his life and destroyed the sun and moon on his shoulders. Because even so, not to mention exchanging lives with Liu Cha, it seemed that Liu Cha did not even drop in his realm. He only stopped Liu Cha at the ruins of the end in the South Sea that led to the wilderness. Madame Gui said seriously, "Be careful." Chen Pinggan nodded, "I'm already very careful." Madame Gui glanced at Chen Pinggan's wrist. Chen Pinggan smiled, "It's not the same." He stood up and bid farewell. Chen Pinggan suddenly smiled, "Madame Huayan, I'll ask you about the battle in the South Suro continent in detail later." Madame Huayan's face stiffened, and she nodded in agreement. The third place was filled with people from the North Continent. Chen Pinggan brought along Cao Qinglang, Zhu Mili, and Chen Lingjun. Xiao Mili came from Mute Lake, and Chen Lingjun came from the North Continent. Bai Shou personally welcomed his good brother Chen Haoran at the door. As long as Pei Qian was not here, Chen Haoran was his good brother. When they arrived at a courtyard, Chen Pinggan stepped over the threshold and was about to withdraw his foot and slip away. Liu Jinglong, Liu Jiqing, and Xu Xingjiu sat around a table filled with wine. They did not expect Bai Shou to have received his master's instructions and closed the door. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "We can drink, but don't drink too much. Otherwise, it's not proper to treat guests drunk. If I can't, I'll come and drink with you after I'm done." Liu Jinglong smiled, "Let's drink first. Everything will be fine after we drink." Chen Pinggan turned to look at Cao Qinglang. Cao Qinglang shook her head, "Sir, you know that I don't drink." Chen Lingjun thumped his chest loudly, making a military order. "Drink. You'll have to get past me first." "Don't worry, Master, I'll be responsible for carrying Mr. Liu and the rest back to the house." The old enlightened Master Huan Yun and Chen Pinggan greeted each other. Chen Pinggan smiled and returned the greeting with a fist salute. They first met in Above Cloud City. One of them sold talismans, while the other had a unique insight. No words were needed to express everything. They met and parted, and met again. Chen Pinggan apologized to Xu Xingjiu. Not only did he miss Xu Xingjiu's wedding, but he also missed the celebration on the mountain where she inherited the position of governor. Xu Xingjiu was very understanding. She smiled, "I'll have a drink with Mr. Chen today. We'll make up for it later in Above Cloud City." Xu Xingjiu had a long sword at her waist. It was the slender eyebrow sword given to her by Luopa Mountain. Xu Xingjiu patted the sword's hilt, "I'll find a chance to return the favor with Mr. Chen." Chen Pinggan played dumb and turned to congratulate Liu Jiqing. The extremely handsome Liu Jiqing smiled, "It's just reaching the nascent soul stage. It's not worth bragging about. A drink." Chen Pinggan only smiled and did not say anything. "Drink, drink, drink. My wine is yours. You three drunkards, drink by yourselves." The white-haired old man sighed, "I'm not as good as Mr. Liu. I'm just a sword cultivator who has just reached the golden core stage." "Half a drink." Chen Pinggan said, "Half a drink. That's not enough. I'll get Pei Qian to drink with you." The moment the white-haired old man heard the two words Pei Qian, he felt like his brain had exploded. He immediately changed sides and said righteously to his master and the others, "What's wrong with you guys? My good brother is so busy today. There are so many guests from afar to entertain. Drinking will delay things." Chen Pinggan sat down between Liu Jinglong and Liu Jiqing. He asked Spring Banner House's Xiao Yunyang, Housemaster Xiao, "Is Mr. Liu doing well in the South Swirl continent? Does Mr. Liu have any intention of establishing a sect? If he does, I can serve as a consecrator if you don't mind." Xiao Yunyang nodded with a smile. Although Mr. Liu has been injured in several battles and has changed his sword 3 times, his intrinsic flying sword has also been damaged. However, his sword heart has been greatly tempered. He has already reached a bottleneck. Xiao Yunyang sighed and didn't hide anything. It's just that Mr. Liu doesn't have any intention of establishing a sect. However, he has already promised Old Sword Immortal Qi to be a guest elder of the sect. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "It's a good thing that Old Sword Immortal Qi is willing to take root in the vast world. It's even better that he can establish a sect based on his combat achievements. Mr. Liu has agreed to be a guest elder. It's only right for him to do so, whether it's for public or private reasons. If Housemaster Shao is willing to follow Mr. Liu and be a guest elder together, it's actually the best. It's another timely help for Old Sword Immortal Qi's sect. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion." Shao Yunyang nodded with a smile. "Since Master Hidden Official has said so, I'll think about it." Liu Jiqing reminded them, "Don't just talk. Let's drink." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "At least let me go through the formalities first. I can't run away on my own mountain." Liu Jiqing smiled and said, "The higher the realm, the more cowardly the drinking table." Chen Pinggan said, "Housemaster Shao, perfected Huan, apricot wine, Chen Lingjun, and Xiaomi will drink with the two of you. Won't it be like playing around?" Xu Xingjiu was confused. Chen Pinggan reminded her, "Perfected Huan is now a guest elder of our Luopa mountain. The two of us can be considered your and Miss Zhao's half-moon elders. Apricot wine, think about it yourself." Xu Xingjiu sighed. Liu Jiqing thought for a moment. "Then count me in. Mr. Liu can hold his liquor well anyway." Liu Jinglong put his hand on the wine pot in front of him. "Let's call it a day." Chen Pinggan left the place by a hair's breadth. After leaving, he took Miu and Kui Wei to the next residence. In fact, Xu Xingjiu wanted to tell Chen Pinggan something that was on her mind. The new city lord of Cloud City looked guilty. Chen Pinggan smiled and replied in his mind, "Don't worry, it's a small matter. Drink your wine and accompany Sword Immortal Liu." At the courtyard, Shao Yunyang asked curiously, "Jinglong, why did you let him go?" Liu Jinglong started drinking wine and chuckled, "There is never a lack of wine in the world. I just need to reunite with an old friend." Xu Xingjiu asked suspiciously, "Mr. Liu's answer seems to be irrelevant." Liu Jinglong sipped his wine and said helplessly, "Apricot wine, Jiqing, each of you is more loyal than the other. What can I do?" Seeing Xu Xingjiu's worry, Liu Jinglong laughed, "Since Chen Pinggan has returned to Luopa Mountain, he will definitely take care of it. What are you worried about?" Xu Xingjiu nodded and grabbed a wine pot. "Mr. Liu, I will go first." Liu Jinglong rubbed his forehead. At the fourth residence, Miu felt that he had barely escaped with half his life from Jise Peak's ancestral hall. But the remaining half of his life seemed to be hanging by a thread. And Kui Wei, who had fought fiercely in Aquarius Continent, seemed to have a heavier heart than Miu. Before stepping over the door, he actually took a deep breath. Female Sword Immortal Hu Cai's two direct disciples, Chen Li and Gao Yuqing. Similarly, Female Sword Immortal Xie Songhua's two beloved disciples, Zhu Xing and Zhao Mu. The four of them were the first to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Their temperament, flying swords, cultivation, family background, Chen Pinggan was extremely clear of them. There were also 9 younger children. Hidden Official Chen Pinggan, Little Hidden Official Chen Li, Little Hidden Official Bai Xian. Bai Xian had his hands behind his back. "Oh, isn't this the great sword immortal Mi of the vast 9 continents? I have heard of you for a long time. Your face is truly like a flying sword. It is the bane of all women." Miu waved his hand, "You flatter me." Chen Li laughed, "It is a pity that Luopo Mountain did not set up the mirror flower water moon." Chen Pinggan laughed. Miu, Jiang Shangzhen, Kuidong Shan. Other than that, there was Shan Jun, Wei Pai, and guest Liu Jiqing. After the dust had settled on his private matters, Luopo Mountain began to organize the mirror flowers and moon in the water. Miu shook his lapel, willing to do his best for Luopo Mountain. Nailan Yufan looked at Kui Wei. Kui Wei wanted to say something but stopped. Kui Wei's teacher was Nailan Yeshing of Ning Mansion. Nailan Yeshing was indeed from the Nailan family of Taixiong Street. In fact, he was the brother of the family head, Nailan Xiaowei. However, there was a personal grudge in the early years, so he left the family and cut off the relationship. Therefore, nascent soul realm sword cultivator Kui Wei had some relationship with the little girl Nalan Yufan. Nalan Yufan raised his head and asked Kui Wei, "You didn't use your sword in your hometown, but in a foreign land, why?" The atmosphere became tense all of a sudden. Because all the sword immortal embryos wanted to know Kui Wei's answer. Kui Wei replied expressionlessly, "I was afraid of death in the past. I wanted to live, but in the vast world, I wanted to live a better life. I can't be afraid of death." Nalan Yufan nodded and lay on the table, playing with a wooden longevity tablet. Miu patted Kui Wei's shoulder and said in his heart, "The children are still young." The children saw the world in a very pure way, black or white, good or bad. Kui Wei replied in his heart, "I don't blame them. The children can ask this, they are sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Chen Pinggan changed the topic and asked with a smile, "Where's Sun Chunwang? Is she practicing sword again?" It seemed that only the lonely little girl was missing in the courtyard. Yarrow Xiaoyan nodded hard, worried, and said in a low voice, "Master Cao, Sun Chunwang seems to have gone crazy from practicing sword. You should persuade her." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "I will ask Kui Dongshan to talk to her later." It was Kui Dongshan's fault. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Chen Li's eyes were shining, "Master Hidden Official, I will soon be a nascent soul realm cultivator." Zhu Xing sat on the stairs and clicked his tongue. Chen Li squinted, "You don't agree?" Zhu Xing said, "Someone is a few years older than me. I can't do anything about it even if I don't agree." Bai Xian squinted, "How can you talk to the little hidden official like that? Don't you know that Chen Li is a hidden official unique to the world?" Unexpectedly, Chen Li said, "You're the only self-proclaimed one. You don't even count." Bai Xian immediately turned hostile, jumped up and scolded, "Chen Li, if you're so arrogant, why don't you fight with Zhu Xing?" Chen Li sneered, "What's so difficult about fighting? You want to fight with someone?" Bai Xian thought about it and shook his head, "I've started to practice boxing recently. I'm a pure martial artist for now." When Gao Yuqing saw the young hidden official, she was a little afraid. Unlike the other sword cultivators who seemed to be close to him or deliberately acted like they didn't care. She was older than the 9 children who left their hometown later, so she knew the meaning of the words hidden official more clearly. Not to mention the Ascension City that was a world away, Chen Pinggan was the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi after Xiao Chuo. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he held more power than the criminal official. Her brother was Gao Yi, and Pang Yuanji, who she admired, was a hidden official of the Summer Palace. Could he be considered Chen Pinggan's subordinate? However, Gao Yi followed the Ascension City to the Fifth World, and Pang Yuanji seemed to have gone to the Western Buddhist kingdom. After Chen Pinggan sat down, it was as if he was sitting among the children. Miu and Kui Wei were standing. Chen Pinggan was silent for a moment, and finally said, "When you all grow up, we'll go back to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to take a look. As for the Ascension City, it would open in 70 years. Every sword immortal embryo knew that they had to go to that world. When the time came, they would decide whether they could go back or not." Even He Xiangting and Yu Qingzhong, who had never spoken to the hidden official before, trusted Chen Pinggan. As long as someone was willing to stay in that world, they believed that the hidden official wouldn't stop them. Chen Pinggan brought head consecrator Zhu Fei, as well as Sui Yu's right hand, to a house full of women. Palace Lord Sun Qing of the Palace of Rainbow Sparrow, Liu Guibao. Li Fuyao of the True Realm Sect, Zhu Caizhen. Back then, thanks to Daoist Sun, after Chen Pinggan left the ruins of the immortal abode that was surrounded by danger, he had a small harvest. He had once made a big deal with the Sparrow Manor. Chen Pinggan used a large kassoon that he had painstakingly carried to the city above the clouds in exchange for an item that was close to him. Because of Liu Jinglong, Sun Qing smiled, but because of Yu Mi, Sun Qing couldn't smile. Both of them seemed to have fallen into the hands of Chen Pinggan's friend. In private, Sun Qing would also complain about her disciple, Liu Guibao. Why did he like someone like Yu Mi? It would have been better if he learned from his master. Liu Jinglong was a righteous gentleman. The female cultivator named Jude Saijin by Jiang Shangzhen grew up in Bookslip Lake. From a baby in swaddling clothes back then, she had grown into a slender and elegant girl. Jude Saijin smiled and called Jiang Shangzhen dad. Jiang Shangzhen smiled gently and patted the girl's head. The girl then bowed to Chen Pinggan and called him Mr. Chen. Chen Pinggan nodded with a smile and gave her a gift. It was a small wooden box containing 12 bamboo bookmarks, a peace and quiet token that Chen Pinggan had personally made. This item was now equivalent to a customs clearance document for Luopa Mountain. There was also a sword talisman of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. The girl took the wooden box with both hands. After she thanked him, Chen Pinggan hesitated and asked with a smile, "Is the scenery of Bookslip Lake good?" Jude Saijin bowed. "Mr. Chen, the scenery of Bookslip Lake is excellent." Chen Pinggan said, "In the future, when you go out to train, you can go to the North Continent." Jude Saijin hesitated. In fact, she was not very willing to travel to her hometown in the North Continent. She did not want to go to the escort city. However, she felt that if she said that, she would appear too cold. The girl did not want to lie, so she was a little uneasy. Chen Pinggan smiled. "It's okay. If you want to go, there's no rush. If you don't want to go, it's okay." Jude Saijin sighed in relief. She widened her eyes and looked at Mr. Chen, who had many stories at Bookslip Lake. Every time Jude Saijin went to Verdant Gorge Island, she would pass by the account house at the ferry, but the door was always locked. Sister Hong Su and Sister Hu Jun had different words when they talked about Mr. Chen. Master Li Fuyao, current sect leader Liu Larocheng of the True State sect, Liu Jimao, who was promoted to head priest, and Sister Sui. Everyone talked about Mr. Chen differently. Sun Qing bowed and said, "Mountain Lord Chen, there's no loss in doing business with you. Anyway, whether or not Sparrow Mansion can become a sect in the next 100 years depends on Luopo Mountain. We can learn from Pearl Island on Aou's back and become your vassal mountain. When the time comes, Luopo Mountain can rent a few priests and guests to help us keep up appearances. Sparrow Mansion has many women. As long as the cultivators of Luopo Mountain have skills, not looks, I'll be happy to see anyone become daoist companions on the mountain. I won't stop you." Chen Pinggan smiled. "Okay." It was a pity that Zheng Dafeng was not on the mountain. Otherwise, he would be drooling. A few years ago, Miu changed his name to Umi and went to the Palace of Sparrows, which was famous for its robes. He brought Sun Qing and the others an excellent robe from the Golden Jade City in the wilderness. Under the light, the robe was gold and green, like the plumes of a peacock. It had the reputation of yin and yang in the waterway. Even the dragon robe of the king stage monster Yang Ji was made with the weaving methods of the Golden Jade City. Therefore, by repeatedly dismantling the robe, the Sparrow Mansion's robe skills improved further. With the support of the Tai Hui sword sect, the city above the clouds, the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, and many other immortals, many mountain and river deities in the North Continent, especially the officials of the city god pavilion and the civil and military temple, such as the god of night, were very fond of the Sparrow Mansion's robe. Most importantly, Sparrow Mansion added flowers to the robe by cooperating with Hemp Sect. With Wei Pai of Cloud Paw Mountain as the middleman, Sparrow Mansion finally made a huge deal with the Dali dynasty. They ordered thousands of robes from Sparrow Mansion in one go. In the past 10 years, all the cultivators on the mountain, including Mansion Master Sun Qing and Master Wu Jiong, did not cultivate for a few days. They were all weaving maids. Even the Qianglin sect was envious of this great business deal on the mountain where the profits were rolling in and the profits were guaranteed. They had secretly sought out the Sparrow Manor several times, wanting to get a share of the profits. The Qianglin sect promised that as long as the two sides agreed to cooperate, they would first give a large sum of Guyu money as a deposit. 3 times, the price was higher each time. But Sun Qing refused. Not to mention the secret alliance with Luopo Mountain, if she was really blinded by money and agreed, she would not have the face to see Mr. Liu. Sun Qing hesitated, but still went straight to the point. "Mountain Lord Chen, are you planning to completely ignore Spring Dew Garden?" Luopo Mountain did not even invite Spring Dew Garden to this ceremony. In fact, if it were not for that robe business, Springdew Garden was Luo Po Mountain's business ally in the North Continent, second only to Hemp Sect. Not to mention Cloud City, even Sparrow Mansion would have to stand aside. Chen Pinggan shook his head. I don't plan to do that. I will make a trip to Springdew Garden. Sun Qing said generously, even an upright official can't resolve family matters. Mountain Lord Chen, you can worry about it yourself. I can't help. As for that old woman, I can't be bothered to argue with her. Chen Pinggan smiled and did not speak. There were 3 trade routes in Luopa Mountain. 2 of them were deeply connected to the North Continent. One of them was the southeast route. It started at the Hemp Sect at the Skeleton Beach and ended at the Springdew Garden at the Great Blasphemy Estuary. It only extended slightly and was connected to the Sparrow Manor and the city above the clouds. The other route was from the south to the north. It also passed through Hemp Sect, but it mainly cooperated with Floating Duckweed Sword Lake and Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. It involved more than 80 immortal mountains of all sizes. Most of the Luo Po Mountain would not directly connect with them. There were even many small mountains that mistakenly thought that the cross-continent ferries were joining forces with the Northern Peak Cloud-Covering Mountain and the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, and then relying on this to sell to the south of the Aquarius continent. During this period, there were 2 big disagreements at Springdew Garden. One was when Luo Po Mountain decided to lower the price and reduce the profits. Springdew Garden would still not lose money, but the profits would be very small. This caused the Springdew Garden's ancestral hall to quarrel endlessly. The nascent Soul Stage Mountain Lord of Springdew Garden still hoped that Luo Po Mountain could change the price to a more reasonable price. They could not just ferry back and forth and only earn a small profit. On the other hand, Tang Shi, the old Jindan Song Lanqiao, and his teacher, the old woman from the Illuminating Nightherb Hall, also had internal conflicts. Tang Shi had the same opinion as the Mountain Master. Only the pair of master and disciple threatened the Springdew Garden with removing their seats at the Hall of Patriarchs. In the end, the Springdew Garden weighed the pros and cons and still did not want to lose the Luo Po Mountain, their future source of wealth, and chose to retreat. After that, Luo Po Mountain had been intentionally or unintentionally increasing the commercial status of Cloud Above City. In addition, Sparrow Manor had inexplicably gained a treasure trove. It seemed that they were only one upper 5 realms cultivator away from becoming a sect. This made Springdew Garden, who was rich but never a sect, feel jealous. Sparrow Manor distributed robes to Springdew Garden according to the quota. Springdew Garden should have been the first to sell out, but for some reason, there was a large backlog. In fact, this originated from a discussion in the Ancestral Hall. The god of fortune of Springdew Garden, who did not see eye to eye with Tang Shi, said a lot of strange things about Cloud Above City and Sparrow Manor. The old woman was also very annoyed. She said that the bunch of pretty girls in Sparrow Manor were chasing away beggars. At that time, Song Lanqiao, who was ranked at the back of the Ancestral Hall, felt very helpless. His master was good at everything, but she could not stand the words of those with ulterior motives. A few words of praise that shouldn't have been taken seriously were enough to make master disregard everything. Furthermore, Springdew Garden really hoped that through his master, he could say a few words to the young sword immortal from Luo Po Mountain. That way, he could help Springdew Garden earn more immortal money. On this matter, Tang Shi had the same thoughts as Song Lanqiao. He felt that the old woman should not be like this. Friendship was friendship, business was business. However, Song Lanqiao's words in private were useless. Tang Shi tried to persuade her, but he was scolded badly. As for Luo Po Mountain, they also took into account the relationship between the old woman and their mountain lord and made 2 concessions. However, Springdew Garden still felt that it was not enough. There were also many rumors. For example, Luo Po Mountain had helped Cloud Above City build a private immortal ferry, but Springdew Garden did not even like this. They were unhappy and sent a flying sword message to Luo Po Mountain, requesting to move the ferry to one of Springdew Garden's vassal mountains. The writer was the old woman, and the recipient was naturally Chen Pinggan. After receiving the letter, Zhu Lian and Wei Pai looked at each other speechlessly. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Pinggan already knew about all these, which was why he personally went to Spring Dew Garden. It was just on the way. Sui Yuyu sat beside Li Fuyao. At Book Slip Lake, Sui Yuyu and the second sect leader, Wei Ying, were like fire and water. This was something that everyone knew. She did not have much interaction with Liu Larocheng and Liu Jimao. Only Li Fuyao could chat with her. Li Fuyao was filled with emotions. The young accountant of Verdant Canyon Island seemed to have become a completely different person in a few blinks of an eye. He was calm and composed, handling a cleaver with ease. Moreover, it was like a spring breeze when interacting with him. When Chen Pinggan left, Sun Qing suddenly said, "Mountain Lord Chen, you won't cause a ruckus in Spring Dew Garden, right? Amiability breeds wealth." Chen Pinggan held back his laughter. "I know." After Chen Pinggan left, Sun Qing asked, "Fuyao, Guibao, don't you think this matter is troublesome?" Li Fuyao said, "It's a mix of emotions and reason. It also involves the mountains and money transactions. It's actually very troublesome." Sun Qing said, "Then why is he acting like nothing happened?" Liu Guibao said, "Master, have you forgotten what happened at the Immortal Abode? People like Mountain Lord Chen are born to be good at solving problems." Sun Qing thought for a while. "I only remember the way he hugged the bamboo and said, 'I'm sorry, I'm sorry.'" Ju Caizhen asked curiously, "Is there a story? Sister Liu, can you tell me?" Liu Guibao picked out some that could be said and told the girl about the dangerous battle for the immortal's destiny. Ju Caizhen listened with an awkward expression. She could not reconcile the image of the gentle Mr. Chen with the image of the black-robed elder. Liu Guibao could not help but tease, "Your Mr. Chen is very good at making money." Ju Caizhen shook her head. "You must have misunderstood Mr. Chen." Chen Pinggan brought Kui Dongshan, Wei Xian, and Lu Baixiang to a mansion with a strange atmosphere. There was a stream flowing by. Two groups of people stood by the railing. Li Li Liu, Han Chengjiang. Lin Shuyi, Yu Lu, Xie Xie, and Dong Shuijing. Yu Lu was looking at the fish in the stream. He wanted to make a fishing rod with his own hands. After seeing Kui Dongshan, she no longer had the slightest bit of a relaxed demeanor. As expected, after Chen Pinggan saluted Li and greeted him as Uncle Li, Li smiled and nodded. Kui Dongshan immediately ran to Xie Xie's side. He stood on his tiptoes, stretched his neck, and shouted in her ear, "Great Golden Core Xie, Great Goddess Xie." Xie Xie's body stiffened. Her heartstrings were taut. She did not move. Yu Lu waved at Chen Pinggan. "I'll go find some bamboo." Yu Lu leaped over the bamboo railing and the stream. He ran to the bamboo forest on the other side of the mountain to get busy. Chen Pinggan said to Lin Shuyi, "I went to the Great Blasphemy Temple not long after you left." Lin Shuyi smiled and nodded. He did not appear to be friendly. He was still the same as before. Lin Shuyi's temper would probably remain the same even after a few hundred or 1,000 years. Chen Pinggan said to Dong Shuijing, "I'll find you in the prefecture's capital to drink and ask you about business." Dong Shuijing smiled. "We'll talk." Chen Pinggan saluted Li Liu and Han Chengjiang. He smiled but did not say anything. Otherwise, Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing would probably find him for a drink today. Li Liu smiled and nodded. Han Chengjiang saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Mountain Lord Chen." Chen Pinggan could only return the salute. "Greetings, Mr. Han." Lin Shuyi's mouth twitched. Dong Shuijing turned to look at the bamboo forest on the other side. "Why don't you just bow so low that your forehead touches the ground? Wouldn't that show more sincerity?" Then Chen Pinggan and Li strolled away. Li asked, "What's going on at Tongyi Continent?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "It's the limit at Taiping Mountain." Li said happily, "Then I'll stay on the mountain for a few more days. You won't have to worry about feeding your fists." Chen Pinggan's expression was awkward, but he still nodded. Li slapped Chen Pinggan's shoulder and said telepathically, "Since it's Li Liu's idea, as his father, I have nothing to say. Anyway, Chengjiang's character is not bad. But there's something I shouldn't say. You came home too late, and your aunt still feels it's a pity. She always says that if you came back earlier, She wouldn't have agreed to this marriage no matter what. Chen Pinggan braced himself and said, Uncle Li is already a father-in-law. You really shouldn't say this. Li smiled and punched Chen Pinggan's shoulder. It shouldn't be feeding your fists. It should be asking your fists at the same level. Chen Pinggan's shoulder tilted. Of course it's still feeding my fists. 3 floors of the limit, vigorous, pure, divine. Chen Pinggan was only vigorous, but Li was already divine. Li said, as long as you beat me, whether it's feeding my fists or asking my fists, it's up to you. Chen Pinggan smiled wryly and didn't say anything. Uncle Li's feeding fists were not light. Kui Dongshan stayed behind to catch up with Xie Xie. Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian walked over to Li and asked for some advice. After that, Chen Pinggan brought Wei Wenlong to visit the hemp sex god of wealth, Wei Yusong, Fan Sun Jiashu, and Jin Su. Fan stood at the door, waiting for Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan walked forward quickly and raised his hand with a smile, giving Fan a high five. Fan walked side by side with Chen Pinggan. He lowered his voice and said, I'm now a martial grandmaster of the 5 realms. Let's go back and spar. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a long time and only said, breaking through at lightning speed. Here, they talked about business. It wasn't that they didn't have any ties, but that friendship was actually part of business. A true friend, in fact, was nothing more than the relationship between the 2 parties. It was more important than the word money. On Xie Songhua and Yuan Ling Hall's side, Wei Shanjun, as a guest of Luopa Mountain, actually did half the duty of a host. Chen Pinggan brought Xu Lian and Zhong Qiu to return the greeting. Yu Bifu cupped his fists. Lin Junbai cupped his fists first and then bowed again. 2 forms of address, 2 forms of speech. Greetings, Master Hidden Official. Greetings, Mr. Chen. Chen Pinggan nodded first and could only return the greeting. He smiled and asked, how are Cao Gun, Shenshen, and the others? Lin Junbai stood up. I've seen them all once. They miss Master Hidden Official more than I do. Lin Junbai of the Shao Yuan dynasty was no longer just a youth whose name had risen to fame in the central divine continent. He was an outstanding figure of the younger generation. Every time the name Lin Junbai was mentioned, it would always amaze others. Sword cultivation realm, Great Wall of Sword Qi, Great Wall of Sword Qi, his own talent, a Confucian disciple's literary heritage, the Shao Yuan dynasty's prime minister, an outstanding appearance, an immortal's temperament on the mountain, superb chess skills, a clear talker, and a pragmatic official. These were all good points. He was simply a flawless person. Chen Pinggan reminded him, Junbai, you still have to pass 3 stages. The heart demon of the nascent soul bottleneck and enter the upper 5 realms. As the imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty, wait for your name to be called. Lin Junbai's expression was solemn as he waited quietly. The last stage would probably be even more difficult. Chen Pinggan said, do I need to say more? Of course, hurry up and find a wife. Don't be a bachelor. Chen Pinggan glanced at the girl beside him from the corner of his eye. Yu Bifu laughed angrily. Ask fist. Lin Junbai nodded. I bet that Miss Yu will win. As long as Master Hidden Official agreed to the ask fist, Lin Junbai felt that even if he lost money to watch the show, it would still be worth it. Chen Pinggan turned a deaf ear and said to Lin Junbai seriously, now that my chess skills have improved greatly, I'll get Dongshan to play a few games with you. Lin Junbai looked helpless. What was Master Hidden Official thinking? Chen Pinggan said, Miss Yu, thank you for taking care of Pei Qian these past few years. Yu Bifu shook his head. On the battlefield of Jinjiao continent, Pei Qian saved me more than once. Chen Pinggan also shook his head. That's not how you calculate things. Without you, Pei Qian's experience outside would only be more difficult. Yu Bifu ridiculed, you're clearly calculating things. Xie Songhua said, my family is strict. What can I do? Miss Yu, you have to be considerate. Chen Pinggan was very afraid of this female sword immortal from Snow White continent, so he hurriedly took his leave. After that, he finally did not return the favor. He brought Pei Xiong and Hong to see the Riding Dragon Alley. Jiao Cheng, the old immortal from the Dragon Gate realm, seemed to have opened his heavenly eyes as he looked at the mountain lord. The old Daoist sighed and stroked his beard. Looking at the mountain lord's aura, his power is heavy but his chi is light. Let's not talk about his high cultivation base. Just talking about his way of dealing with people, the mountain lord seems to be one with the heavens and earth. It can be said that he has reached perfection. Chen Pinggan was speechless. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. They were all direct descendants or descendants of his family. Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai, Center Yuanji, Zhao Shuxia, Zhao Luan. There was also Yunzi, who could not speak here. After transforming into human form, he was a black-clothed youth with long and narrow eyes. Chen Pinggan reminded Yunzi, Yunzi, in the future, Yellow Lake Mountain will be your cultivation ground. During the meeting at the ancestral hall, Yunzi took the initiative to transfer the water mana to you. Also, you can take this opportunity to play a few rounds with Lin Junbai. Maybe it can help you improve your Dao heart. In the last mansion, there was only a lone figure, the Pearl Hairpin Island Lord, Liu Zhongruan. Chen Pinggan brought Cao Qinglang and Xiaomi, and visited together. After that, Wei Jin and Yuan Ling Hall were the first to leave Luopo Mountain. Li Er's family also went down the mountain. After all, Luopo Mountain was close to them. Their ancestral home was on the other side of the small town. When Han Chengjiang went down the mountain, his footsteps were lighter. He felt that Mountain Lord Chen was a reasonable scholar. He was finally not tricked by Liu Xianyang. As for the other guests, they would stay on the mountain for a few days. Actually, for a sect celebration in the vast world, it was a miracle to be able to complete the ceremony in just one day. Generally speaking, it would take 10 days to half a month if it was short, and 1 or 2 months if it was long. If they were not careful, their seats would be placed at the back and they would lose face. It would be troublesome. For example, when the host returned the ceremony, it was not the sect lord who showed up personally. Even the ancestral master of justice and the chief consecrator did not say a word. In the end, it was just an ordinary earth immortal who was in charge of returning the ceremony. This made many elders of the old mountain feel that it was too rude and humiliating. Perhaps it was a celebration, but there were not many upper 5 realms cultivators who came to congratulate them. Or perhaps there was no immortal leading the ceremony. It was simply a joke. Another example was that after the activation of the mirror flower, water and moon, there was a flying sword message from one's own mountain, saying that the sect was unreasonable. They did not even see the figure of their own ancestral master from the beginning to the end. In fact, if Luopo Mountain was not Chen Pinggan's Luopo Mountain, it would be taboo to arrange the residences of the upper 5 realms cultivators so casually. Just the order of returning the ceremony was already taboo. One had to consider that Yuan Ling Hall was the disciple of Venerable Fire Dragon, Lin Junbai was the future imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty, and Yu Zhuanfu was a descendant of the Yu family. After that, several groups of people from the North Continent agreed to return together. Xie Songhua brought 2 disciples, Yu Zhuanfu and Lin Junbai, and said that they were going to find the Temple of Autumn Wind together. It just so happened that they were going the same way as Fan and Sun Jiashu. Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian returned to the mountain and the army respectively. In the end, Chen Pinggan could not avoid the wine. On the night of the bright moon, after settling down Xu Xingjiu, Chen Pinggan, Liu Jinglong, and Liu Jiqing, reeking of alcohol, lay on the roof and looked at the bright moon together. Kui Wei brought the 9 sword immortal embryos to the sword prayer platform to cultivate. Since Sui Yuyu had decided to go to the Tongye continent in the future, he only asked for a thatched cottage there. This was because he had taken a fancy to a young lady and intended to take her in as a direct disciple. However, Bai Xian changed his mind at the last minute. With a sword talisman hanging from his waist, he swaggered back to Jise Peak, saying that he wanted to learn martial arts for a few days first. Was there a need for him to be in a hurry to practice the sword? Lin Shuyi, Yu Lu, and Xie Xie were more interested in the library. They did not follow Chen Pinggan and asked for a private residence there. The result was that they were more surprised. Every place had a rich collection of books. Chen Pinggan did not hide his favoritism and left the best location for Little Treasure Bottle. Chen Pinggan went to Mount Grey Mist alone and saw Xiao Poxian and Meng Long, as well as Chun Shui, who had changed her name to Shiqiu. The young lady who used to travel on the ferry looked at the man in green who was no longer a youth. She smiled and said that she had thought it through. There was no obstacle in the world that could not be overcome. When she said this, the young lady's eyes lit up. She held an embroidered pouch in her hand and shook it gently. She said that she would not give it to young Master Chen. Chen Pinggan only said one sentence, "We can endure a lot of hardships, but this does not mean that it is right to face a lot of hardships." The young lady and the man in green with a sword on his back did a Buddhist salute. Chen Pinggan returned to Luopo Mountain and flipped through the records in the accounting room. It was a habit. In the accounting room, other than Wei Wenlong, there was also Zhong Jiazhen. The young wine shop assistant who used to be at the Great Wall of Sword Qi was now in his 30s. Cao Qinglang was at the entrance of the mountain, reading with Yuan Lai. Center Yuanji continued to practice her martial arts with Yuan Bao accompanying her. Yuan Lai, who was reading, looked at Center Yuanji, while Yuan Bao looked at Cao Qinglang, who was reading. On Luopo Mountain, a group of people was patrolling. Kui Dongshan took the lead, his snow-white sleeves fluttering in the air. Behind him was Chen Lingjun, who followed suit. Behind them were Nuan Shu, Xiaomi, and a little incense stick who came to take roll call. From the top to the bottom, they formed a group. Miu accompanied Jiang Shangzhen to look at the catoptric deflection. Zhu Lian's body was stooped, his hands behind his back as he joined in the fun. Old Chef chatted casually with Jiang Shangzhen. The rain was the sound of homesickness. The snow in winter was a fox fur coat that fell on the poor in summer. It was beautiful, but it was difficult to wear. For many years, she had always been in a mountain, cultivating and living in seclusion. She did not come to see me. Which mountain? My heart. Miu was full of admiration. As expected of the head butler and chief consecrator. After Chen Pinggan left the accountant's office, he once again looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. Finally, he found an opportunity to find Liu Xianyang wandering to the small town to buy wine. The long-sword knight wandering was already hanging on the wall of the bamboo building. Chen Pinggan immediately went to the blacksmith's shop by the river. A round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes was eating melon seeds, pretending not to know him. Chen Pinggan sat on a small bamboo chair on the other side. He put 2 fingers together, as if he was twirling a pocket moon. He smiled and said, "Miss Kui Yu, I'm returning it to you. It was a misunderstanding before. Over at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, no discord, no concord." Chen Pinggan accepted Kui Yu's gift, a half-moon soul. Moreover, it was not a half-moon soul from the desolate world, so there was nothing to feel sorry about. Kui Yu immediately turned her head and stared at the hidden official. "Chen Pinggan, what are you doing?" Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "I indeed mistook you for Liu Cai." Kui Yu waved her hand, take it away, take it away. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss." Chen Pinggan raised his hand, still determined to return the item to her. The round-faced girl had an idea and said, "Just take it as a congratulatory gift for Luopo Mountain becoming a sect." Chen Pinggan smiled bitterly, "That's too much." Kui Yu's face was full of anger. Chen Pinggan suddenly put away Kui Yu at lightning speed. Just as he sat up straight, someone squatted behind him and reached out to strangle him. Kui Yu was stunned. Liu Xianyang was not bad. His realm was not high, but he was bold. Liu Xianyang smiled and said, "You dare to come to my door?" Chen Pinggan coughed and said, "I'm here to see sister-in-law." Liu Xianyang was stunned. He suddenly loosened his grip so that Chen Pinggan could talk more. Kui Yu's face flushed red. She stood up abruptly. She could not beat him in a fight, nor could she scold him. She angrily went to the house. Liu Xianyang moved a chair to the side and sat down. He whispered, "At least you know your place." Chen Pinggan asked, "What happened?" Liu Xianyang curled his lips. "I took a second look. It's actually a good thing. I'm just a casual Yu-Pu. Inner demons should be afraid of me. They can't wait to hide." Liu Xianyang tossed a jug of wine to Chen Pinggan. The two of them ate melon seeds and drank together. Liu Xianyang said, "Little slug, you're doing pretty well now." Chen Pinggan nodded. White Emperor City's city Lord Zheng Juzhong was the last disciple of the world's #1 demonic path powerhouse. Not just anyone could become his disciple. Liu Xianyang smiled and asked, "Was it your arrangement?" Chen Pinggan leaned back. "How could it be? It was most likely Xiao who's doing. City Lord Bai and I have no relationship at all." Liu Xianyang was silent for a moment, then asked, "What do you mean? Should we each have one, or should we all go together?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Then I'll choose Jingyang Mountain. There are many sword immortals there." 766. The two of them walked upstream along the Dragon Whisker River. When they passed by the Stone Arch Bridge, Liu Xianyang smiled and said, "Do you know why I was so determined to follow Master Wan back then?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "There used to be a covered bridge here. Every evening, there would be many people strolling here to enjoy the cool air and chat. It was second only to the old pagoda tree. The old pagoda tree has many old people and children. There are many young men and young women here." Liu Xianyang rubbed his cheeks and said regretfully, "It's a pity that the young ladies back then are not young anymore. Every time they see me on the road, the old ladies would bring young ladies with them. They would look at me like they want to eat me." Chen Pinggan said, "Don't think too much. They only suspect that you're a cultivator on the mountain. They don't think that you're handsome and don't look old." Liu Xianyang was a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. The people at the foot of the mountain in his hometown did not know much. In addition, Master Wan's ancestral hall had moved to the north of the capital. Liu Xianyang was left alone in the blacksmith shop. Even those who were well informed in the northern peak would at most mistakenly think that Liu Xianyang was a servant disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Liu Xianyang sighed and said, "If that's the case, Yu Qianyu and I are indeed a match made in heaven. Fate brought us together." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "She's using the name Yu Qianyu now? She put in a lot of effort. Yu Qianyu on credit." Chen Pinggan's mind moved slightly. Once the thought arose, his mind wandered thousands of miles. Like the spring breeze flipping through a book, he wantonly checked his mind. Liu Xianyang nodded and said, "Your sister-in-law is a very intelligent girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to see all the young talents in the two worlds, traversing thousands of mountains and rivers before picking Liu Xianyang and not leaving." Chen Pinggan did not reply. He stood on the Stone Arch Bridge and did not move forward. Liu Xianyang looked at the clear water of the Dragon Whisker River. The water grass swam and the small fish wagged their tails. Liu Xianyang felt a little sad for no reason. He looked at this Chen Pinggan beside him and then looked at himself. Comparisons were odious. In a travel book that Liu Xianyang almost flipped through, a woman was sitting on a rock on the water of a deep mountain stream to comb her hair. Hurrying on a journey under the moonlight, a beautiful woman walked slowly. In an ancient temple sheltering from the rain, a woman knocked on the door and asked for lodging. There was no need to think about it. Liu Xianyang didn't even need to turn the page to know that Chen Bingdian's luck with women had arrived. Scholars only hated themselves for not being scholars. However, when Liu Xianyang thought about it again, he remembered that he already had a round-faced girl dressed in cotton-padded clothes. When he returned, he would hang a painting on the wall of his residence with the word contentment written on it. Chen Pinggan suddenly sat on the bridge and closed his eyes to rest. Liu Xianyang squatted at the side and was silent for a moment. He was slightly bored and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Chen Pinggan placed his hands on the bridge, his legs dangling in the air. He opened his eyes and said, "I have a promise of 60 years. I originally thought that it would happen many years earlier, but now it seems that I can only wait patiently. Actually, I can't even guarantee that it will happen." Liu Xianyang nodded. "When I returned to my hometown from the South Soro continent, I found that the old sword bar under the bridge was gone. I knew it had something to do with you." Whether it was the old sword bar hanging under the bridge or Chen Pinggan next to him, in the eyes of outsiders, they were all inconspicuous things that they were accustomed to. Chen Pinggan said, "It should be that Xiao who used some unknown method to cut off the connection between us. When I returned to my hometown and truly confirmed this matter, it started to feel like a dream again. My heart felt empty. Although I encountered many difficulties in the past, I still had that unseen connection. Even when I was alone on that half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I still used a flying sword message to this side through a scheme. That feeling, how should I put it? It was like the first time I traveled to the inverted mountains. Even if I lost and died in the Battle of Jiaolong Gully, no matter who it was, even if it was Lu Chen, the third headmaster of the Beko Keikyung building, as long as I was willing to be cut into pieces, I would still pull you down. Now that I think about it, this kind of thinking is actually my biggest backing. It wasn't because of what she helped me on the path of cultivation, but because her existence made me feel at ease. Now, it's gone. On the path of life, whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary person, there would be a certain thought that would be their backer. For example, a kind-hearted person would be certain that a good person would be rewarded and use this as an excuse to oppose all the suffering in the world. She completely cut off the connection between Chen Pinggan and her. This was one of the key points of Kui Dong's fourth dream after the 3 dreams in the Cave of Fortune. Chen Pinggan finally managed to verify that the dream was real at Taiping Mountain by relying on Jiang Shangzhen's words about Taiping Mountain's cultivation. In the end, when he arrived at his hometown's Aquarius continent, he began to feel confused again. This was because along the way, the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the Cave of Fortune, Tushan Ferry, Taiping Mountain, Cloud Cave Blessed Land, Mirage City, Heavenly Fault Peak. The further north he went, especially when he took the cross-continent ferry to the southern peak of the Aquarius continent, there was not a single trace of connection. Chen Pinggan walked all the way to the Aquarius continent's great blasphemy temple before he truly dispelled this worry. Cultivating the sword, seeking the sword in the sky, sword immortals ascending. Practicing martial arts, I am at the peak of the mountain, there is no one in front of me. These were all principles that Chen Pinggan believed to be extremely reliable and thorough in his heart. After playing chess with Kui Dong, Chen Pinggan flipped through books in the Chiju temple for an entire night before he suddenly realized that he was too afraid of the imperial tutor, Kui Dong. Even if Kui Dong became the Dao Protector's senior brother, as long as Kui Dong was in the chessboard opposite him, Chen Pinggan always felt that he could only hope to lose less. He did not even have the extravagant hope of not losing, and could even win against Hao Ran 3 brocade embroideries embroidered tiger. In this way, how could Chen Pinggan say that there was no one in front of him? Therefore, Kui Dong's so-called darkness under the light was really not wrong for Chen Pinggan. The key to solving the problem had already been explained, but Chen Pinggan still could not understand it for a long time. Chen Pinggan said self-deprecatingly, "When I went from the inverted mountain to Luhua Island's Cave of Fortune, and then set foot in Tongya continent, until now, when I sit here, I no longer have that feeling. The closer I get to my hometown, the more I feel like this. In fact, it makes me feel very uncomfortable. Just like now, it seems that I can't help but jump into the water. When I look up, the old sword has been hanging under the bridge all the time." Liu Xianyang leaned back, used his hands as a pillow, crossed his legs, and said with a smile, "You like to think about other things since you were a child, and you don't like to talk." Now that he had returned to the vast realm alive, especially when he was so close to home, did he feel as if Chen Pinggan had never left his hometown, and that everything was just a dream? "Are you worried that the whole Liju cave is a white paper blessed land?" Chen Pinggan put his hands in his sleeves and said with a smile, "A dream come true. Who doesn't go back to sleep after waking up, hoping to continue the previous dream? Back then, the 3 of us, who would have thought that we would be like today?" Liu Xianyang had a deep understanding, of course. "When I was in the ancestral house in my hometown, every time I woke up in the middle of the night, I would rush back to bed, close my eyes, and go to sleep. Occasionally, it would work, but most of the time, it would be a different dream." Chen Pinggan said, "Be careful not to be misled by someone pretending to be Yu Laro. The reason why I am so wary of Zhengyang Mountain and Qingfeng City is that someone is hiding behind the scenes. His methods are skillful, and it is impossible to guard against. Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin, Wind Thunder Gardens Li Tuanjing, and even Liu Baqiao. Someone is secretly controlling the flow of the swordsmanship of a continent. Madame Gui also reminded me during the ceremony this time. Liu Xianyang said with a smile. Before returning home, I had already asked someone to help me cut off the red string of marriage with Wang Zhu. Otherwise, do you think I would be so patient as to wait for you to return home? There would have been someone who had slashed from the outside of Qingfeng City to the inside of the city, and from the bottom of Zhengyang Mountain to the peak. I was afraid that someone would run away. Chen Pinggan frowned slightly. Then we might have to add Wind Thunder Gardens Huang He. Wind Thunder Gardens Li Tuanjing, Zhengyang Mountain's female patriarch. Wind Snow Temples Wei Jin, He Xiaoyong of Divine Grandeur Sect. Dragon Spring Sword Sects Liu Xianyang, Clay Bottle Alleys Wang Zhu. Wind Thunder Gardens Liu Baqiao, Zhengyang Mountain's Fairy Su Jiao. If Wei Jin had not met Alliance and made a trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, if Liu Xianyang had not traveled far to seek knowledge, and if he had only stayed in a continent, he might have been played by the person behind the scenes, just like Li Tuanjing. With Li Tuanjing's swordsmanship aptitude, she would undoubtedly be an immortal sword cultivator in the vast 8 continents. However, in the Aquarius continent, Li Tuanjing had never been able to ascend to the upper 5 realms. Among the 10 young candidates, Zhengyang Mountain had a young potential to become a sword immortal. She was Wu Tijing. In the vast expanse, she used the name Yu Qianyu. Pei Minute of the Central Plains Divine Continent had given himself the alias of Pei Wenyu in the Tongyi continent. Wind Thunder Gardens Li Tuanjing had been dead for more than 20 years, and Zhengyang Mountain had another young sword immortal, Wu Tijing. Li Tuanjing, Wu Tijing. Was Zhengyang Mountain reminding Wind Thunder Gardens Huang He? I'm half a Li Tuanjing. This hidden mastermind's way of doing things was as disgusting as ever. With an enemy like Ma Kushuan from the Apricot Blossom Alley, Chen Pinggan did not feel too burdened. Whether it was victory or defeat, life or death, he would do as he should. He was like that, and so was Ma Kushuan. It was refreshing. Chen Pinggan had originally planned to let Chief Disciple Zhu make a trip down the mountain at a later time. For example, he could wait until he left for the North Continent so that Jiang Shangzhen could familiarize herself with the mountain. But when he thought of Wu Tijing and his friend Liu Baqiao, Chen Pinggan immediately changed his mind. He took out the sword case and sent a message via flying sword to the newly built sword room at the peak of Luopo Mountain's Jise Peak. He told Jiang Shangzhen and Kui Dongshan to pay attention to this person's movements and not let the woman at the back of the ancestral hall sneak away. However, Luopo Mountain only needed to keep an eye on her for now. They were not in a hurry to make a move. Chen Pinggan had already flipped through the pedigrees of the Ancestral Hall and the Ancestral Hall of Zhengyang Mountain and Clearwind City several times, especially the one on Zhengyang Mountain. There was the ox hair, one of the 7 ancestral sword strengthening calabashes, the change of Fairy Su Jiao's pedigree, and the young sword immortal Wu Tijing's mountain climbing cultivation. There were actually many clues. Chen Pinggan had already circled the woman named Tian Wan in the Ancestral Hall's pedigree. In addition to the information Ji can obtained from Chai Bofu in the early years, the marriage between the Shu clan of Clearwind City and the Yuan clan of the Pillar Nation, and the plot of the Fox Nation's literary fortune, it was very likely that Tian Wan, who was at the back of the Ancestral Hall of Mount Zhengyang and had always been submissive, was the secret disciple of the Shu clan of Clearwind City. A female cultivator at the bottom of the Ancestral Hall of Zhengyang Mountain did not need to fight anyone. She only needed to use a few red threads to mess up the situation of a continent, causing the Aquarius continent to have no sword immortals for hundreds of years. Should I cultivate my heart on the mountain? If Chen Pinggan and Liu Baqiao had only asked for the sword in the Ancestral Hall of Mount Zhengyang Mountain and the couple in Clearwind City, Tian Wan, who was stirring up trouble, would probably laugh uncontrollably. Even if Chen Pinggan and Liu Baqiao came back to their senses and asked for the sword again, Tian Wan would have disappeared long ago. If that was the case, it would be truly disgusting. If he put himself in her shoes, Chen Pinggan felt that Tian Wan, before she made up her mind to leave the Aquarius continent, she would most likely take the initiative to give herself away. She would use this to remind his Luopo Mountain and Liu Xianyang's blacksmith shop, and then conveniently get the credit month to make Liu Xianyang suspicious. Moreover, Chen Pinggan suspected that this sneaky Tian Wan and the immortal Han Yushu of the Thousand Jade sect of Tongyi continent were grasshoppers on a string. It was just a guess, there was no evidence. The two of them got up and left the stone arch bridge, and continued to walk upstream along the Dragon Whisker River. Chen Pinggan held his hands in his sleeves, and suddenly jumped across the river, and then back to the other side. He was not tired at all. Liu Xianyang held the back of his head with his hands, languid the entire time. The two of them arrived on the bumpy cliff. Liu Xianyang found a familiar seat and sat down, while Chen Pinggan sat to one side. There was even a hole between the two of them, which was the throne of the little slug in the past. The territory of the Dragon Province was renowned for its prosperity in water during the Dali dynasty. The Tiefu River, the Chongdan River, the Embroidery River, and the Jade Nectar River were the four rivers. The Tiefu River's water god, Yang Hua, the Chongdan River's Li Jin, and the Jade Nectar River's Yi Qingzhu. A righteous river god with a first-class divine throne, and three river gods of a second-class divine throne. The waters of the four rivers were vast, not just limited to the Dragon Province. However, the ancestral temples of the four water gods were all built in the territory of the Dragon Province. Liu Xianyang said, "For this Dragon's Whisker River, Ma Lanhua has never built an ancestral temple or created a golden statue after she was promoted from a river granny to a river god. In the past, she was filled with resentment, but after the Great Battle, thousands of rivers to the south of the central part of the Aquarius continent were either destroyed or forced to change their course. She began to secretly rejoice, thinking that being promoted and becoming a river god that lived a peaceful life was actually not bad at all. Mount True Pearl was where the pearl of the true dragon in the past was located, so the Dragon's Whisker River truly was a dragon's whisker. It was just that there were two dragon's whiskers, one hidden and one visible, hidden on the main street of the small town. Above the dragon's whiskers were a crab shop, an iron lockwell, and an old locust tree. They all led to the gate in the east in the past. Before Ma Lanhua of the Apricot Blossom Alley ascended to godhood, people like her were similar to the local lords under the various city gods. They were turbid officials in the bureaucracy of the mountains and rivers. It was extremely difficult for them to raise their rank and the height of their statues in the imperial court. After all, the size of creeks, rivers, and mountains, water bodies and mountains were usually fixed. The territory was only so big, it was impossible to have more mountains and rivers for no reason. And in history, every river change that lasted for hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years, would lead to the decline of a large number of mountain and river gods. At the same time, it would also lead to the rise of a large number of new gods. The relocation of the statues and ancestral temples of the mountain and river gods was much more difficult than the relocation of the ancestral halls of the immortal residences on the mountains. Once the river changed its course, the riverbed dried up, and the water level of the lake dropped. The golden statues of the mountain and river gods would also suffer from the drought and be exposed to the sun. The incense could only barely prolong their lives, but it was difficult to change the overall situation. But after the Great Battle, countless mountain and river gods in the south of the Aquarius continent perished. After the battle ended, the various vassal states of Dali, civil and military heroes, all filled in the gaps of the city god and the mountain and river gods. Chen Pinggan said, "This Apricot Blossom Street's Granny Ma, although she likes to curse people, her heart is not bad and she is very timid. In the small town, she was the one who believed in ghosts and gods the most. Back then, the dragon kill had nothing to do with her. The ones who really had a grudge with me were Ma Kushwan's greedy and ruthless parents. So Ma Kushwan had them moved to Marshall Mountain. In fact, this in itself was a kind of declaration. He wanted me to go to Marshall Mountain and cause trouble for Ma Kushwan." Liu Xianyang said, "If it were you or anyone else, Ma Kushwan would definitely take Ma Lanhua with him. Even if Ma Kushwan did not take her away, Ma Lanhua would not dare to stay here. And I'm guessing that old Yang talked with Ma Lanhua before." Chen Pinggan nodded. Liu Xianyang suddenly said, "If I remember correctly, you have not been to our Dragon Spring Sword Sect's ancestral mountain even once." Chen Pinggan was taken aback, but he still nodded, "I really have not been there." Liu Xianyang hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Chen Pinggan, when were you born?" Chen Pinggan said, May 5th. Liu Xianyang grunted in acknowledgement and threw a pebble into the deep pool. In the middle of the 5th month of the 3rd lunar month, when the sun is at its peak and the yang energy is at its peak, there will be a sacrifice to the heavens. The main sun will be accompanied by the moon. Whether it is Song He or Song Mu, there is only one person here, Song Jisin from Clay Bottle Alley, nicknamed Song Move Wood. When I was in the South Swirling Continent, I once asked Teacher Shu about the word emperor. He said that the word emperor is actually a bundle of firewood, and that the word mirror yang is used to obtain fire from the heavens. In ancient times, the standards were extremely high. The name Song Jisin was definitely not given to him by the supervisor, Song Yuzhang. It was the handiwork of the imperial tutor of Dali, without a doubt. However, the current vassal king, Song Mu, probably still doesn't know about this. In the beginning, he was just an abandoned pawn. After using the filthy covered bridge personally constructed by Song Yuzhang to help the fortunes of Dali rise, the Prince Song Mu, who was already a dead person on the records of the imperial clan court, was originally going to be discarded after being used by the Song clan. May 5th. Move wood, Yang move wood. When Liu Xianyang reached there, he looked at Chen Pinggan. The three of us and the water fortune of the Dragon Province were originally Yuan Xiu's heavenly resources for refining the mirror and opening the heavens. Whether it's the souls, the fortunes, or the flesh, it doesn't matter what it is. It's all refined into a mirror. Do you think you're the only one who thinks this is a dream? That's what I think too. Chen Pinggan remained silent. Liu Xianyang smiled. However, no matter what the reason is, Lady Xiu still changed her mind in the end. Poor Li Liu. He's saved us from a disaster. That was because all of Li Liu's divinity had been eaten by Yuan Xiu. Chen Pinggan said, Moon-bearing Mountain was once one of the 2 ascension platforms of the ancient times, but the eldest sword Immortal worked with the Dragon Lord and Clairvoyance to destroy the path. As a result, old Senior Yang's ascension platform is the only path to heaven. As a result, Zhu Emai's plan had actually targeted the ascension platform of the Aquarius continent from the very beginning. It would be best if they could take down the righteous world, but if the savage world lost, then Zhu Emai would find an opportunity to open the heavens and leave, becoming the new god of the old heavenly court. When Hai Zhu Emai was one of the supreme beings. Apart from a small group of cultivators who had been reincarnated as gods, Zhu Emai had taken away even more sword cultivators from Moon-bearing Mountain. As a result, in the later stages of the war, the savage world's attacks were completely disorganized, advancing on 3 fronts at the same time, as if a broken jar had been smashed. That was why the Grand Ancestor of Mount Tuoyue gave up all his cultivation to disrupt the flow of time and all the measurements of the 2 worlds. In a sense, it was the great Tao and heaven time of the 2 worlds colliding head-on. Liu Xianyang sighed. It's a pity that the Yang family shop doesn't have any old people smoking that pipe anymore. Otherwise, you would be able to ask more questions. Chen Pinggan shook his head. Things have already reached this point, there's nothing to ask. Liu Xianyang said helplessly, let's not talk about the 3 of us, we're all from here. The key is Lady Yu Yu, how did she get here? Don't play dumb with me, I said before, the great Tao reports the sun, and matches the moon. Matches the moon, Chen Pinggan said, this is Kui Dong playing chess with Wen Hai Ju Mi, and Lady Xiu. Actually, Chen Pinggan's conjecture was already very close to the truth. Qi Jingchun had appeared from the Great Blasphemy Temple for the last time, and worked together with Kui Dong to plot against Zhu Mi. After that, Qi Jingchun once said that he could have been the door god, which was his earliest idea. It wasn't to ask for Zhu Mi together with Kui Dong, but to set up for an extremely big contingency. Qi Jingchun had initially chosen to stand at the entrance of the ascension platform, preventing anyone from opening the sky and ascending the sky. However, Qi Jingchun ultimately chose to believe in Kui Dong and gave up on this idea. Or more accurately, Qi Jingchun acknowledged a certain statement that Kui Dong had casually mentioned to Chen Pinggan on the city wall. Is the world at peace? Yes. Then we can sit back and relax, but I don't think so. In the middle, Heavenly Lord Qing Tong, Old Yang, who held the ascension platform, water god Li Liu's choice, and the senior on the Golden Arch Bridge, had already made their own choices in Kui Dong's plan. However, These secrets were destined to become a page of old history that no one would turn over unless someone could open the sky again. Mr. Chi had already passed away, and there were no more embroidered tigers in the world. Old Yang had fulfilled Lu Chen's prophecy of don't blame the heavens if you sink into the netherworld. 10,000 years later, Li Liu lost again in another battle of fire and water, and this time, she lost all her divinity. In fact, Li Liu didn't even make a move in this silent battle of the great Tao. Even when Wan Xiu found her, Li Liu didn't say anything or ask anything. She just looked at the woman in green who seemed to have stripped away all her humanity. Li Liu, who had chosen to strip away all her divinity, looked at Wan Xiu with pity in her eyes. Before this, they had once had an unpleasant chat in the big words carved on the cliff, heaven opening divine show. Li Liu, who didn't know how to be a good person, was really a good person. Wan Xiu, who had a good temper, was gone after opening the sky. Chen Pingan's eyes were gloomy as he looked at the gloomy pool. Liu Xianyang said, "You can't be the only one in the limelight for the sword-seeking two places. You go to Qingfeng City." Although Qingfeng City is suspected of forcing people to buy and sell the ancestral Mengzi armor, I agreed to it myself. I won't ask for it back. You're good at reasoning, but I'm not. Anyway, because of the Fox Kingdom, you have a deep grudge with the Shu family, so it's more suitable for you to go to Qingfeng City. I'll go to Xingyang Mountain to ask for the sword-seeking two places. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Then let's go together." Liu Xianyang asked, "Okay, when will it be? Let me know in advance. After all, it's a long trip, so I can discuss it with your sister-in-law in advance." Chen Pingan said, "It's hard to say for now, but I guarantee it won't be more than 2 years. Before that, I may go to the Middle Mountains to see where Xingyang Mountain's next sect is located." Liu Xianyang was annoyed when he heard this. He stood up and said hurriedly, "I have to go back quickly, so as not to keep your sister-in-law waiting." Chen Pingan stood up and said, "I'll go back to the shop too. I can cook a meal for you too as an apology." Liu Xianyang reached out to press Chen Pingan's cheek and pushed him hard. "Get away from me. I haven't seen you for a few years, but the more I look at you, the more you look like the kind of person who says, 'My sister-in-law is so beautiful, we must be good brothers for life. I have to be careful of you in the future. Otherwise, it'll be like today. I just went out to buy some wine, but when I got home, my heart sank.' Well, you're imitating that bastard Taoist who set up a fortune-telling stall back then, reading your sister-in-law's palm with a smile." Chen Pingan tilted his head with a dark face. Liu Xianyang laughed and suddenly put his arm around Chen Pingan's neck. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry. When you were at the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, I didn't tell anyone that you liked to eavesdrop every day. It's understandable that you're so young, but your butt can be baked in the winter. You have a lot of energy but nowhere to use it." Chen Pingan put on a fake smile and said, "Thank you for the reminder." On the way there, Liu Xianyang performed a set of tortoise boxing. He looked left and right, then used a stone to knock out a duck that was happily swimming in the water. He sneaked into the river, and when he reached the shore, he put the duck in his sleeve and ran away. Tonight's supper would be ready with wine and dishes. Chen Pingan didn't want to see this. He went to the small town and walked west, looking for Li to drink. When the woman saw Chen Pingan, who had come as a guest, she sighed and said, "Why did you come so late? Why did you come so late?" At the dinner table, the couple sat at the head of the table. Han Chengjiang naturally sat beside Li Huai, and the man in green who came as a guest sat in Li Huai's seat. Han Chengjiang suddenly realized that something was wrong. Could it be that Lin Miaozhu, who was an immortal on the mountain, and Dong Bancheng, who had a lot of money, were not a real threat? Instead, it was this seemingly amiable mountain chieftain who was hiding his true colors. Was he a formidable opponent? However, after Han Chengjiang smiled and stood up to toast the man, he immediately felt that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. At the dinner table, Li and his family didn't treat Chen Pingan as an outsider, so they chatted casually. Han Chengjiang wasn't someone who liked to think too much. The key was that mountain chieftain Chen only toasted with him and didn't deliberately persuade him to drink. This made Han Chengjiang feel relieved. According to Liu Xianyang's words, if a foreigner accompanied his wife back to her parents' home, the man would have to walk around the table by himself first, then walk around the table with her. After 2 rounds, if he didn't go under the table to look for wine to drink, it would be considered that he had acknowledged this foreigner as his son-in-law. If he didn't have the ability to walk around the table, he would either not touch wine or only be qualified to drink with those children who wore open-crotch pants. Anyone. When Li Liu left the Pearl Grotto heaven for the first time and followed her parents to the Lion Peak of the North Continent, it was the scholar Han Chengjiang and his attendant who happened to follow them. This was actually Dao fate. In fact, this generation's Han Chengjiang and Li Liu, who had reincarnated many times and knew each other from birth, had a feud long ago. It wasn't just once, but twice. Once in the Central Plains Divine Continent, and once in the Liuxia Continent. That was why Li Liu and Han Chengjiang became Dao companions in this generation, and why Han Chengjiang accompanied Li Liu to return to her hometown. Once they left, once they returned, they accompanied each other. This was to resolve their grudges. It was just that both parties had agreed to part ways at Li Liu's small town. Whether they would meet again depended on whether Li Liu would look for him. However, the woman who didn't like her son-in-law along the way felt that it was unreasonable for him to tear up the marriage contract after a few days of marriage. How could there be such a heartless woman in the world? Anyway, anyone could be like this, except for her own daughter. Even though her daughter's wedding was sloppy and only held at the small town at the foot of the Lion Peak, not a single elder from the Han family showed up. This made the woman a joke in the neighborhood for a long time. Some aunties even deliberately used words to mock her, saying that this son-in-law with the surname Han couldn't be compared to the young man with the surname Chen who helped in the shop back then. He was handsome, diligent, and polite. He helped with business and was smart and kind. If her Liu could marry that person, then she would really be blessed in her later years. However, no matter how biased the woman was towards her son, no matter how much she wanted Li Huai's husband's family to help Li Huai, and no matter how much she missed Chen Pinggan, there were some simple principles that she was very clear about. For example, one had to do one's duty and get along with the neighbors. One could quarrel and scratch one's face, but one couldn't harm others behind their backs. As for her daughter getting married and then breaking the marriage contract, that was even more unacceptable to the woman. Daughter, no matter how much you cultivate on the mountain, aren't you still my daughter? There were great principles on the mountain, but they couldn't be more important than being Li Liu's mother. Chen Pinggan drank quite a lot this time, but he was only a little tipsy. Han Chengjiang, on the other hand, was drunk. Li Liu's voice was soft, asking him to stop drinking, but she didn't stop him. Han Chengjiang stood there, shaking the big white bowl, saying that he must drink with Mr. Chen. It seemed that he was really drunk. Leah looked at his son-in-law who couldn't hold his liquor and smiled instead. If he couldn't hold his liquor, he would make up for it with his liquor. Even if he lost, he couldn't lose. This was the old principle. That Zhengzhou mountain wasn't far from Leah's house. Chen Pinggan walked to the foot of the mountain and slowly walked to the top of the mountain. He climbed to the top and looked at the small town's night sky. The lights were continuous on Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. Other than that, the lights were dim and scattered. Chen Pinggan then traveled with the wind and went to the state capital. There was no night curfew. He handed in his documents and went to the city to find Dong Shuijing. It was actually not easy to find. After many twists and turns, it was a small house located in a remote part of the city. Dong Shuijing stood at the door and waited for Chen Pinggan. Today, Dong Shuijing had hired 2 Earth Immortal cultivators from the army to be his guests. In fact, they were his personal retainers. Over the years, among the various forces that had their eyes on his business, it wasn't that there weren't people who didn't use underhanded means. As long as they could avoid disasters by spending money, Dong Shuijing wouldn't even frown. It was just that it wasn't easy to find a pure Jade Realm cultivator. Otherwise, with Dong Shuijing's current financial resources, he could completely afford to raise such a retainer. If someone came to visit and found Dong Shuijing, the 2 Earth Immortal retainers who were cultivators from Dallas Army would inform the family head, Dong Shuijing. And a Qi cultivator, if he was a cultivator from Dallas Army, then he would be the biggest protective talisman. Dong Shuijing was able to hire them as his retainers with a lot of money. It was impossible to rely on money alone. It was still thanks to Cao Gengxin and Guan Yiran's matchmaking, plus a few small deals between Dong Shuijing and Dallas Army. The former supervisor Cao Gengxin and county governor Yuan Zhangding had long been Dong Shuijing's friends. The general of Dallas cavalry stationed at Slip Lake, Guan Yiran, later transferred to the Ministry of Revenue in the capital, as well as the Sun family and the Fan family in Old Dragon City. Further north, in the North Continent, Dong Shuijing had business friends. Up and down the mountain, in the imperial court, in the Jianghu, they all existed. Dong Shuijing now managed over a dozen businesses, and regardless of their size, they were all inconspicuous. Apart from the few streets in the provincial capital, there were almost 200 mansions and shops. The 3 immortal inns in the Dragon Province all belonged to Dong Bancheng. There were also 2 immortal ferries, one on the edge of the Dragon Path, and the other in the territory of the southern mountains. They were both his, except Dong Shuijing's name was nowhere to be seen. One of Dong Shuijing's main tenets in business was to help his friends earn some silver, immortal money that was both very clean and under the table. Entering the house, Dong Shuijing asked with a smile, "Want a bowl of wontons?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "I've been thinking about it for many years now." At the dining table, each person had a bowl of wonton. Chen Pinggan joked, "I heard that in the Great Li, there's a pillar state and a hunting envoy. Both of them are fighting over you to be their son-in-law?" Dong Shuijing smiled. "If I really agreed to it, I wouldn't be able to do much business. Oftentimes, a certain choice was just making enemies." Dong Shuijing put down his chopsticks and said helplessly, "You're rubbing salt in the wound. That's not very kind of you." Chen Pinggan smiled and said nothing more. Dong Shuijing said, "Someone from the Dali Imperial Court will definitely come looking for you very soon. I think it's more likely to be Zhao Yao." An old man appeared in the courtyard. Dong Shuijing turned around and smiled. "Just get to the point. There are no outsiders here." The Earth Immortal Protector said, "A group of esteemed guests have just arrived at the provincial governor's estate in the provincial capital. They didn't take the ferry on Oxhorn Mountain." Dong Shuijing nodded. Chen Pinggan finished his wonton and put down his chopsticks. He stood up and smiled. "Speak of the devil. Dong Shuijing, you're really something." Dong Shuijing said, "Since we're both still hungry, I'll make you another bowl of wontons to sober you up. You don't have to move." Chen Pinggan thought about it and decided not to leave the house. He sat down again. When the two of them finished their second bowl of wontons, a guest knocked on the door. Dong Shuijing smiled. "You guys can chat. I'm not going to see any guests to avoid arousing suspicion." Chen Pinggan said, "Is there anyone who avoids arousing suspicion like you?" Dong Shuijing said, "Actually, I'm just basking in your limelight. Let some people know their place and stop eyeing the few taels of silver in my pocket. It's not much, but it won't kill me." Chen Pinggan took over the conversation and teased, "But it's definitely hotter than a bowl of wontons. Don't worry. Let's not talk about personal relations or even business. Just based on the 2 bowls of wontons tonight, I'll pass on a message for you." Dong Shuijing smiled and made a fist salute. Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that I just came from Uncle Li's place." Dong Shuijing sighed and left. If Chen Pinggan had said this earlier, there would be no need for a bowl of wontons on the table. The house was not big, and there were no servants. As the owner, Dong Shuijing went to the study to avoid arousing suspicion and gave the house to 2 groups of guests. Chen Pinggan had to open the door himself. Dali was accompanied by the old minister of the Ministry of Rights, Liu Qingfeng. This old man was recognized as the biggest helper of His Majesty the Emperor to impede the vassal Song Mu. This elderly scholar from his hometown, Qingwan country, had a skinny figure and was all skin and bones, but his eyes were bright. Dallas Ministry of Personnel's Meritorious Service Examiner, Zhao Yao. His hometown was Lizhu Cave. There was also a Dallas Bureau of Rights. He was very experienced and was in charge of all Dallas henchmen. Chen Pinggan looked at the old scholar among the 3. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Mr. Liu." Liu Qingfeng smiled and slowly returned the greeting. Greetings, young Master Chen. They straightened their backs. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, fortunately, the alley is small and the ox cart can't enter. Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, fortunately, there's no Zhengqian blocking the way, and there's no pond nearby. Zhao Yarrow said telepathically, I saw Ning Yarrow once in Ascension City. She's very good. Chen Pinggan said in annoyance, who are you? It's none of your business. Zhao Yarrow had no choice but to suffer in silence. How could this pair of Daoist companions, who were so far apart from each other, bully others like this? Zhao Yarrow suddenly said, I've seen your daughter. She's very cute. Her eyes and eyebrows are more like her mother's. Chen Pinggan nodded and rolled up his sleeves. In the next moment, the two figures disappeared from the alley outside. The old doctor from the department for purging officials frowned. Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, it's fine. Martial uncle and martial nephew are catching up. The old doctor could only play dumb. There was no need to roll up his sleeves and swing his arms to catch up. But he couldn't stop them anyway, so he just treated it as if they were from the same sect. A moment later, Chen Pinggan returned from the alley alone. He looked refreshed. He smiled and said that Dr. Zhao had left and went to sleep first. In the provincial city, there was a green-robed scholar with a bruised nose and swollen face hanging on a tree branch. He really was asleep. The peak. 767. After entering the house in the alley, Liu Qingfeng and Chen Pinggan caught up with each other along the way. However, compared to Chen Pinggan and Zhao Yarrow, who were from the same hometown, Liu Qingfeng was more distant. They mostly talked about the local customs of Qinghuan, Liu Qingshan, and Lion Garden. After Liu Qingfeng's younger brother, Liu Qingshan, married Liu Boqi, the priestess of the Saber Division, he had been traveling for many years. During this period, he had gone to the inverted hanging mountain once. It was a bit like visiting relatives. Being apprenticed to a master on the mountain was like being reincarnated. Liu Boqi's master was the old priestess of the inverted hanging mountain who was guarding the gate. Compared to the little Daoist boy Jiang Yunsheng of the Green City of White Jade Capital and the sword was Zhonglu of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, one gate was like two worlds apart. When Liu Boqi returned to the saber room, Liu Qingfeng traveled to inverted hanging mountain for the first time. The summer palace received the news, but Chen Pinggan did not show up at that time. After sitting down, Chen Pinggan smiled and said, when I first saw a travel book in a foreign land, my first thought was that Mr. Liu had no interest in his official career and wanted to sell literature to earn money. The old doctor who had an old relationship with the water god of Chongdan River, Li Jin, was the head of the department for purging officials. The department for purging officials, Zhao Yarrow's department for meritorious service, and the department for martial selection of the Ministry of War had always been the most powerful small offices in the Dali dynasty. The old man had once participated in a mountain hunt set up by Dali to encircle a man wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a saber in Red Candle Town. However, there was not much suspense and that man fought a group of people alone. After that, the old doctor had brought Ruan Xiu and Shu Xiaoqiao of the Dragon Spring Sword sect to the south to Book Lake. In the end, they settled down at Furong Mountain to catch butterflies and flies. They chased after a martial artist born in Dali. As the saying goes, the old man has many old stories. He was not unfamiliar with this mountain lord of Luorpa Mountain. Moreover, for more than 20 years, no matter how Wei Pai's cloud-covering mountain helped Luorpa Mountain hide from the clouds and mist, it could not escape the scrutiny of Dalis Ministry of Rites, the inspection office, and the mountain god of Luorpa Mountain, Song Yuzhang. However, as time went by, Song Yuzhang's golden body and ancestral temple were moved to Chiduan Mountain. Cao Gengxin, the supervisor, was also promoted to the capital of Dali. Coupled with the collapse of the Ascension platform, this earth-shattering change caused the Dali Ministry of Rites to secretly monitor Luorpa Mountain to come to an end. Regardless of whether it was the two Emperor Dalis' support and high regard for Wei Pai of Beiyu, the choice of the sloppy Cao Gengxin to be the supervisor of the brothel, who could send secret reports directly to the Imperial Study, or the move of Song Yuzhang out of Luorpa Mountain, all of these could be considered as a sign of goodwill. Therefore, The young sect master's direct ridicule after he sat down made the old doctor detect a trace of murderous intent. Could it be that he was planning to settle accounts with Dally? To be honest, if it were not for his duty, the old doctor was very unwilling to deal with this young man. His background was too complicated. His style of doing things was too cautious. For so many years, the old doctor often flipped through the secret files of the Ministry of Rites from time to time, as a side dish with wine. He wanted to find a matter of course from the rise of the young mountain lord of Luorpa Mountain. However, whether it was Chen Pingan's bleak years as a kill worker's apprentice in his hometown, or later as an accountant at Bookslip Lake, the old man could only see that he was in a daze. However, it was as if every time the pages of the book turned, Chen Pingan would quietly climb to a higher place. If it were an ordinary young man, many of the old grudges at the bottom of the mountain would have been resolved in high spirits. However, this young mountain lord had been staying like this, year after year, and he did not do anything. According to the immortals on the mountain, a mountain in the territory of the Northern Mountains was actually only a few steps away from the Song clan's place of prosperity. However, it was quietly promoted to a sect under the nose of His Majesty the Emperor. Moreover, it had bypassed the Dali dynasty. It was in line with the etiquette of the Confucian temple, but it was not reasonable. It was like a simple and honest man who had swallowed his anger for most of his life suddenly bought a pot of good wine one day. He silently drank to his heart's content, and with the smell of wine all over his body, he took out his saber at night. In the village of the despicable and tyrannical gentry and hedonistic sons, others could still be on guard. However, if an honest man suddenly killed someone, who could predict? There was no tea or wine on the table. Anyway, Chen Pingan was also a guest. Liu Qingfeng said with a smile, "If I was really the ghostwriter, except for the first few thousand words, I would not change a single word. The rest would be greatly changed. In Jianghu, I would say that it was beautiful. I would imitate the painting of the city of murals on the skeleton beach, and then imitate the blessed land of the cloud cave, the mountain of flower god, with 12 colorful paintings of beauties. In the strange land of the mountain, I would write many twists and turns, with thick ink and heavy colors, emphasizing the word immortal. When fighting with others, I would write that it was decisive and never sloppy, emphasizing on the word ruthless. In the officialdom, I would praise that it was shrewd and meticulous, highlighting the word steady. In my spare time, I would meet the reclusive masters and talk with the famous people of the three religions. They talked about sincerity, Taoism, and Zen. It was nothing more than the word ease. It made people feel that they were walking on the high ground, with the mountains as the ground, the white clouds under their feet, and the birds on their shoulders. It seemed ethereal, but in fact, it was nothing. The words were simple and straightforward, taking advantage of everything. The words were complex, otherworldly, and secluded, but it was like an embroidered pillow. The purpose of writing, in the end, was nothing more than a human's fear of poverty, and the word businesses written throughout the whole book. When I got money, it was for profit, for pragmatism, for reaching a higher realm, for one day I would be the reason. When I lost money, it was for reputation, for raising hopes, for accumulating good karma, for winning the hearts of beauties. When I found the Cheonglin sect in the North Continent, I would split the money 91. I would not even ask for a single copper coin. I only asked that, outside of all the immortal ferries, every bookstore at the foot of the mountain should have a few books of the travel notes of mountains and rivers. The first volume. The author of the first volume was a scheming and unfathomable person. There were dozens of details in the book that were worthy of consideration and could be chewed by busybodies. The gentleman and hypocrite were ambiguous. The second volume wrote that he did things openly and had an open mind. In the chaos, he sneaked into the military tents of the wasteland world and made friends with many sovereign stage great demons. With his own strength, he played with people's hearts like a fish in water. He was wholeheartedly devoted to the righteousness and achieved immortal merit. When he heard this, Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The key to whether or not there is a second volume of the travel notes is whether or not this person can escape safely and return home to establish a sect." Fortunately, these were all replays of the chess game. Fortunately, Liu Qingfeng was not the author. A scholar who only knew how to talk about his character with his hands folded would not be able to make waves at all. Even if he wrote a wonderful book, he might not be able to compete with a nursery rhyme and turn the world upside down. However, any scholar who could stand firmly in the officialdom, especially this person who could achieve a meteoric rise, should not be provoked easily. Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Young Master Chen, have you ever thought that I am actually very afraid of you?" Chen Pinggan did not comment and asked, "I am very clear about Mr. Liu's character. You are not the kind of person who worries about whether or not he can win the reputation of the emperor. Then, are you worried about not being able to settle the matters of the emperor?" Liu Qingfeng patted the armrest of the chair and shook his head. "I also believe in young Master Chen's character, so I am not worried that young Master Chen is the second Hao Ran Jiusheng and will become the treasured vase continents when high. I am only worried that the treasured vase continents chair is still loose and is not truly firm. After young Master Chen returns home, with the momentum and luck, if you sit down and sway, it will collapse." Chen Pinggan smiled. "So the emperor's intention is?" Liu Qingfeng said, "So the emperor hopes that Mountain Lord Chen can be the mountain elder of the Cloud Apex Mountain Forest and Deer Academy. From then on, the Dali Imperial Court will support the location of the next sect, whether it is the old Zhuying dynasty in the middle of the treasured vase continent, Tongyi continent or Northlu continent, to help the Sage of Literature's branch to spread its branches and leaves. In the mountains and rivers of the three continents, only the Sage of Literature's branch will be respected, but will not exclude the 100 schools of thought from competing. Within 100 years, including the Cliff Academy, Linlu Academy, Lakeview Academy, Yufu Academy and at least 10 academies in the three continents, there will be inscriptions on their mountain gates. With the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy as an example, inscribing encouraging learning, and Linlu Academy inscribing cultivation. Who knows, maybe one day, there will be a 32nd academy that will inscribe a monument. In the vast 9 continents, the Confucian school set up 72 academies, which was the norm. As for the inscriptions on the mountain gates of the academies, there were no restrictions. Whether there was a monument at the mountain gates, and the content of the inscriptions, all depended on the preference of the mountain elders. But generally, there was a rule that only increased and did not decrease. There was only one exception, which was after the battle of the 3rd and 4th ranks, because the Sage of Literature's statue was moved out of the Central Plains Confucian Temple and lost its status as a sacrificial object, many of the inscriptions were removed. Chen Pinggan leaned against the back of the chair and asked with a smile, "What do you need me to do?" Liu Qingfeng shook his head, "Young Master Chen, you only need to be a mountain lord and a mountain elder. If you can be stable, it will be the blessing of Dali and the treasured vase continent." Chen Pinggan smiled, "This is a serious matter. Let me think about it. The sage taught me to think thrice before acting. Anyway, one thing I can guarantee is that I will not make things difficult for Mr. Liu, and Luopo Mountain will not make it difficult for Minister Liu to be an official. I wish Luopo Mountain to become a great sect. I wish you all the best. I wish you all the best." Liu Qingfeng stood up and made a fist salute with a smile. "I believe that day will come. However, according to Master Guan's words, I am too old to walk, eat meat, and comb my hair. I guess I won't be able to see such a grand occasion. What a pity. No matter what, young Master Chen, you have such a proud disciple, Cao Lianxiu, and I have such a good student. I need to thank you in person and congratulate young Master Chen. I wish you all the best." Chen Pinggan made a fist salute back. Cao Qinglang is the new second in the Imperial College, and he is Mr. Liu's student. It is a good thing. I also need to congratulate the Dali Imperial Court. You are a great scholar. In the examination in the capital of Dali, there were thousands of candidates. According to the new rules, Dali divided the candidates into 5 Jinsha scholars. In the end, there were 3 Jinsha scholars in the first place. There were 15 Jinsha scholars in the second place and 3 Jinsha scholars in the second place. There were over 300 Jinsha scholars in the third and fourth place, and dozens of Jinsha scholars in the fifth place. The chief examiner was Liu Qingfeng. The 2 junior examiners were the vice-headmasters of Cliff Academy and Lakeview Academy. According to the rules of the imperial examination, Liu Qingfeng was the imperial tutor of this year's imperial examination. All the Jinsha were Liu Qingfeng's students. Because in the last court examination, Quisha the embroidered tiger had been the imperial tutor for more than 100 years, the emperor of the Great Li had always followed the selected candidates and went through the motions. Zhao Yarou was relatively unknown. He was one of the many examiners, and he was one of the dozens of examiners. Zhao Yarou was a student of Chinese. Compared to the other examiners, he had the least number of Jinsha scholars. There were only 2 second Jinsha scholars. Zhong Ding, the top scholar, and Cao Qinglang, the second place. Yang Shuang, who came in third, was the youngest of the 18 candidates. His bearing was outstanding. If not for the fact that there was a 15-year-old child prodigy who became a grand scholar, the 18-year-old Yang Shuang would have been the youngest new grand scholar in the metropolitan examination. Yang Shuang, who came in third, had once attracted a grand occasion in the capital of Dali. In addition, among the 15 second-place scholars, Wang Qinruo's literary talent was the best. He was known as ethereal and immortal. In addition, the two brothers were both surnamed Cheng. They became second-place scholars together. Their literary works were simple, like sages. It could be seen that the scholars in Dali had a high opinion of them. There were 3 second-place scholars. Wang Qinruo and Cheng were the 3 Marilyn scholars. These 6 people were now assisting scholars and leaders of the literary world. They were involved in the compilation, selection, and editing of the 4 major books of the Hanlin Academy. After the 3 of them walked out of the house, Liu Qingfeng stopped at the door and said with a smile, "Young Master Chen, I'd like to chat a little more." The old doctor nodded and took the lead to say goodbye to Chen Pinggan. He quickly walked out of the alley. Liu Qingfeng and Chen Pinggan walked together in the alley. As expected, they were just chatting. They talked about topics unrelated to the situation of the country and half the continent. Liu Qingfeng said softly, "Among the disciples of the Jianghu schools who wield spears and rods, there must be a few who know how to wield literary skills. Otherwise, the founders' superb martial arts and brilliant Jianghu legends will be buried. Then the same principle applies to the scholarly and literary world. Or even to a larger extent, the Confucian orthodoxy and literary lineage. Once the incense dies and there is no successor, if one's writing skills are not good enough, or if one's ability to publicize the founder's glorious achievements is not good enough, one will suffer a great loss. As for the truth and falsehood, or perhaps some truth and some falsehood, it's more or less the same as the landscape travelogue I mentioned earlier. The common people are actually just here to watch the fun. Life is full of worries, how can they have the leisure to investigate the truth? Just like in the alley next door, someone is crying. When passers-by pass by, they might even feel that the heart-wrenching cries are somewhat annoying and unlucky. When the sedan chair overturns, the passers-by see that the bride is as beautiful as a flower. On the contrary, they are happy because they have picked up a free bargain. If the bride's looks are average and her manner is coarse, or if the groom falls off the horse and shows his ugly face, delaying the wedding night, the passers-by will also be somewhat happy. As for whether the bride is beautiful or ugly, it has nothing to do with the passers-by. But who cares? The old man spoke while sitting, but when he walked, Liu Qingfeng's breathing became unstable and his footsteps became sluggish. Chen Pinggan had already reached out to hold the old minister's arm. He nodded and said with a smile, "I don't know when everyone in the world can afford to read books, recognize truth, and distinguish between truth and falsehood." Liu Qingfeng exclaimed and said in surprise, "It's not about distinguishing between right and wrong." Chen Pinggan said, "It will always be difficult to know the truth of the world. As for whether one is right or wrong, it has little to do with whether one reads books or not." Liu Qingfeng nodded and then reminded him, "The more peaceful the world is, the more charming the scholars will be. Especially when they are involved in officialdom, they will be full of flowers and brocade. The fierceness of the scholars will be dipped in ink and hide very well. The better they write, the longer they will live. You have to be very careful. If you are not the last disciple of the sage of literature, these are all external matters. You don't have to care about them. You can achieve immortality and cut off the mortal world. You can stomp your feet and shake your shoulders. Things will happen at the foot of the mountain, but nothing will happen on the mountain. You will still be you." When they entered, It was the minister of the Ministry of Rights of Dali who had experienced the turmoil of the officialdom. He was talking about official business with the master of Luorpa Mountain. When they went out, it was just a scholar in his twilight years, Liu Qingfeng, who was talking about the world and people's hearts with his peers. It was unclear whether Chen Pinggan, the master of a sect, was still a scholar who had not suffered much and did not understand that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He could clearly distinguish that when in Rome, do as the Romans do, but not be vulgar. This was the young man who had read thousands of books and traveled thousands of miles. He was a poor young man in the shabby alley in the past. Chen Pinggan said, "Mr. Liu, please don't worry. In addition to Liu Qingshan and Liu Boqi, who are friends, there is also the lion garden of the Liu family in Qingwan Kingdom, and the future scholars. I will try my best to protect the people and things that should be protected." Liu Qingfeng said helplessly, "I don't mean that." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Unfortunately, I do mean that." Liu Qingfeng was not the kind of person who was pedantic. He smiled knowingly and thanked him for his kindness. Liu Qingfeng was silent for a moment. He stood at the intersection of the alley with Chen Pinggan and asked, "Together with the 3 people who live in seclusion in Mount Huameng, you always like to find trouble for yourself. What do you want?" Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and joked, "The road is muddy because of the sudden heavy rain. Who doesn't want to be a drowned rat?" Liu Qingfeng nodded and said, "After the rain, it is the hot summer season. Then it is also a little cute in winter." There was a carriage not far away. Both parties bowed and said goodbye. Liu Qingfeng walked out a few steps and suddenly stopped. He turned and asked, "Our Dr. Zhong?" Chen Pinggan looked confused. "Who?" Liu Qingfeng said, "I don't remember things because I am old. The Dr. Zhong has just left." The old man turned and asked with a smile, "How high is the position of the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Chen Pinggan replied, "His position is not low, but his power is not great." Chen Pinggan leaned against the wall of the alley with his hands in his sleeves. He watched the old man get on the carriage and slowly leave in the night. If there were no accidents, he would not have the chance to meet Mr. Liu again. With the nourishment of medicinal cuisine and elixirs, it could at most slightly prolong the life of a mortal master who had never been on the mountain. When faced with the end of life and death, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, the more he was nourished, the more he would be exhausted mentally and physically, like an unstoppable flood. If he tried to prolong his life by force, it would be like a poison. He could only exchange his life for a kind of final radiance of the setting sun. There was no medicine for regret in the world. In fact, there was no immortal elixir that could cure all diseases. As soon as Liu Qingfeng left, the vassal King Song Jisin in the capital would probably be relieved. However, the emperor in the capital would have a headache about the marriage issue. It would be troublesome if it was too high, and he would feel guilty if it was too low. Dong Shuijing came to Chen Pinggan and asked, "Chen Pinggan, do you already know my identity as a loner?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I don't know." Dong Shuijing did not hide anything. That year, Mr. Shu went to the wonton shop on the mountain and found me. He asked me to consider the loner. After weighing the pros and cons, I agreed. I have been walking barefoot for too many years, and I don't want to wear straw sandals for the rest of my life. Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "We are close friends. Don't talk nonsense with me. You just feel that you don't have the money to marry a wife, and you are worried that Lin Shuyi is a disciple of the academy and an immortal on the mountain. You are determined to make a lot of money and save enough money for a wife. Only then can you have the confidence to go to Uncle Li and propose marriage. In my opinion, you are too shy. If it were me, haha, my uncle and aunt's water tank is never empty. Li Huai went to the Great Sui Kingdom. I followed him. My uncle and aunt went to the North Continent. At worst, I will leave a little later and follow them. Anyway, I will pester them." Dong Shuijing almost had internal injuries. Only Chen Pinggan was an exception. Otherwise, who would dare to touch the pot that did not boil? Dong Shuijing suddenly looked at this guy and said, "That's not right. According to what you said, and the news I heard from Li Huai, it seems that you did this. You protected Li Huai when he went to study, And you built a good relationship with your future brother-in-law. You worked hard all the way, and Li Huai had the best relationship with you. You crossed continents to be a guest, helped to attract business in the shop at the foot of Lion Peak, and made the neighbors praise you. Chen Pinggan laughed angrily and said, "How can I be the same as you and Lin Shuyi? Since you like a girl, you are still so timid. You are so silly." Dong Shuijing sighed and said, "That's right. You said you were going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and you did." Dong Shuijing actually admired Chen Pinggan the most. When he was young, he carried a sword on his back and traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone, just to meet the girl he loved. He had to let her know that he liked her. It was best if she liked him. If she did not like him, it seemed that the young man was not afraid of her knowing. Dong Shuijing could not do it, and Lin Shuyi was the same. So in the end, the two cowards could only drink together and put on some bluff. Dong Shuijing suddenly said, "To be able to walk so far, you are not afraid of thousands of mountains and rivers. Then what about the Shenxiu mountain? It is so close to the Luopa mountain. Why didn't you go there once?" Chen Pinggan was silent. It was unknown if he had nothing to say, or if the answer in his heart was not suitable to say. There were some things in life, not only love between a man and a woman, but also many regrets. It was like a person who had never been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He might never want to go there, or he might not be able to go there. Who knew? Anyway, he had never been there. Chen Pinggan concealed himself and rode the wind back to the Luopa mountain from the state capital. The archive room in the main mountain spirit gathering peak was the head of justice's territory. Jiang Shangzhen and Kui Dongshan had carefully looked through the secret records of Zhengyang Mountain and Qingfeng City. There were dozens of books, and they were categorized into 9 categories. They involved the mountains and rivers of the 2 sects, the vassal forces, the big and small sources of wealth, the realm of the many guests, the roots of the sects, the intricate grudges on the mountain, and the strength of the enemies of both sides. On the secret records, there were detailed annotations and circles. Beside the contents were written in vermilion words such as confirmed, doubtful, extensible, and must be dug deeper. Although Zhong Jiazhen was the bookkeeper of the Quan residence, it was actually Zhong Jiazhen who had been assisting Zhong Changming in sorting out the files and information for so many years. Seeing Chen Pinggan knock on the door and enter, Zhong Jiazhen said softly, "Mr. Chen." It was a habit. Just like those sword immortals, when they saw Chen Pinggan, they still liked to call him Master Cao. Chen Lingjun still liked to call him Master. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. He came to the table and flipped open a secret record book with the words Zhengyang Mountain Incense written on it. He found the entry of the Dali Imperial Court and circled the name of the vassal, Song Mu, and wrote beside it, "This person does not count. The vassal remains." Chen Pinggan then took out the genealogy record of the Zhengyang Mountain Ancestral Hall and circled the name Tian Wan. He asked for a separate page from Changming and began to write. Jiang Shangzhen was amazed. Kui Dongshan said that it was good. Finally, Chen Pinggan put the piece of paper in the book. After closing the book, he reached out to hold the book. He stood up and said with a smile, "It's such a person. Compared to our Luo Po mountain, she's even more secretive. She's very senior in the way she does things. That's why I mobilized so many people and asked the 2 of you to explore the way together. Don't let her run away. As for whether it will alert the enemy or not, don't force it. If she sees that the situation is not good and decisively runs away, you can directly invite her to Luo Po mountain. No matter how big the commotion is, don't bother. This Tianwan's importance is no less than that of Zhengyang Mountain, which is full of sword immortals." Jiang Shangzhen said, "Han Yu Shu?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "It's very likely." Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his fists and said in high spirits, "Now that we have the Tongya continent and the Aquarius continent, then the mastermind behind the North continent must be hiding in the Chonglin sect, a sect that doesn't earn any money." Jiang Shangzhen was very familiar with the North continent. It was his second hometown. He had friends all over the continent. In the North continent, as long as he mentioned Jiang Shangzhen's name, he could drink without spending money. Kui Dongshan said softly, "Sir, as long as we use the knife must be fast." It must be so fast that the opponent's neck will be cut without him knowing. Accurate, steady, and ruthless. Just like how you dealt with Han Yushu at Taiping Mountain. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, Liu Xianyang and I will be in the open. The two of you will be in the dark. The land of the three continents is not close to the central divine continent, so it's enough. After all, there's only one pay minute in swordsmanship, and we just happened to meet him. There were indeed not many people that could make the three of them work together to deal with. Kui Dongshan looked at Chief Ju with a smile and said, if someone wants to learn from your Jade Medallion sex ancestor and become a dragon crossing the river. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, of course we have to be the host. Even if there's no dragon crossing the river, we have to rely on Sister Tian Wan and me, Han Yushu, to create an opportunity for the dragon to come to the Aquarius continent as a guest. Chen Pinggan glanced at another stack of books. It was a secret record of the Shu family in Clearwind City. After thinking about it, he did not flip through the pages. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and call Liu Xianyang to go to Clearwind City. Compared to Zhengyang Mountain, the grudges there were simpler and clearer. Therefore, Chen Pinggan only took out a book that recorded the history of Zhengyang Mountain and found the Mountain Protector Consecrator on the first few pages. Kui Dongshan leaned on the table and sighed, this mountain-moving ancestor is already famous in the continent. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the real name of the mountain-moving ape, Yuan Zhonye. Most of the mountain-moving apes in the world had the surname Yuan. Jiang Shangzhen's expression was solemn, an existence that can make the Mountain Lord and Ning Yarrow work together to fight against, cannot be defeated by force, can only be defeated by wits. Zhong Jiazhen, who personally sifted through the spies and recorded the secret records, was shocked. Hidden Official and Ning Yarrow once worked together to fight against Yuan Zhonye? Could it be that she missed some shocking inside story? But on Luopo Mountain's side, from the head steward Zhu Lian to the head minister Chang Ming, to Wei Shanjun, none of them mentioned this secret. Zhong Jiazhen stared at the page, her mind turning rapidly. This mountain-protecting consecrator of Zhengyang Mountain had protected Dao Zi on her trip to Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past, and had done two great feats. He almost moved Cloud Pinning Mountain back to Zhengyang Mountain. He fought the old King Song Jianqiang at the Manufacturing Supervision Office. Both sides did not overdo it, and the result was a draw. Later, Cloud Pinning Mountain was promoted to Dallas New Northern Peak, and finally to the entire Aquarius continent's Great Northern Peak. As for Song Changjing, he used to be a level 9 martial artist and reached the peak. In the end, he used the martial arts fate of half the continent to kill two immortals in the desecration battlefield in the central part of Padu as a legendary level 11 martial god. Therefore, the mountain-moving ape's reputation rose with the tide. Zhong Jiazhen knew all these things very well. But according to her previous assessment, Yuan Zhonye's cultivation level, even in the Jade Pure Realm, was at most equal to Shu Han, the city lord of Qingfeng City. Chen Pinggan flipped the pages with 2 fingers and flipped through them. He didn't look at Yuan Zhonye's hobbies or who he was friends with. He only looked at the dozens of columns on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain that the mountain-moving ape had been serving as the guardian of Zhengyang Mountain for 1,000 years. He read them twice. Zhong Jiazhen became more and more uneasy. She said softly, Mr. Chen, it's my fault. I shouldn't have written so carelessly. Chen Pinggan smiled. Carelessness? Ning Yarrow and I were at that time. It was very difficult to fight a mountain-moving ape. We had to fight with our lives. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. Moving away Mount Biyun, Song Changjing of the Wen Quan Fist, accepting Chen Yingguan and Ning Yarrow of Ascension cities when Quan's joint Wen Quan, one after another, each more frightening than the last. The years I spent in the North Continent were all in vain. I tried my best to get into trouble everywhere, but I can't even compare to the wealth that Grandmaster Yuan accumulated in just a few days. If he traveled the central divine continent, who would dare to disrespect him? Who wouldn't be afraid? Comparisons are odious. Chen Pinggan closed the book. Don't be angry. Kui Dongshan smiled. Because ancestral patriarch Banshan is not human. Jiang Shangzhen nodded. Then I'm worse than a beast. Zhong Jiazhen couldn't get a word in edgewise. Zhong Changming was all smiles. Chen Pinggan brought Jiang Shangzhen and Kui Dongshan to the ancestral temple at the peak of the mountain. First, he asked Kui Dongshan to set up a golden lightning pool around the white jade railings on the peak of the mountain. Only then did Chen Pinggan take out a scroll that was covered in layers of restrictions from the objects in front of him. He held the white jade scroll tightly in one hand and gently shook it open. The scroll unfolded. Chen Pinggan let go of his hand and gently raised his sleeves. The scroll soared and floated in the air before slowly rotating. Kui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen looked at each other and smiled. Both of them were enlightened. Back then, Chen Pinggan asked Pei Minute outside the Heavenly Palace Temple. In fact, Kui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen were both puzzled by a crucial part of the story. How did their respective masters, the Mountain Chieftain, manage to withstand Pei Min's one or two full-powered strikes? How did he manage to protect the white jade hairpin before Kui Dongshan got his hands on the hairpin? Even if Pei Minute failed to kill Chen Pinggan with one strike, he could still shatter the white jade hairpin and kill Chen Pinggan. Now, the scroll that was most likely to become the protective array of Luopa Mountain was the answer. Inverted Hanging Mountain, Reverence Sword Pavilion, Sword Immortal Painting. These half-sword immortal spirits had once accompanied the young hidden official to guard half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pinggan took out 3 incense sticks and gave one each to Kui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen. Chen Pinggan bowed and said in his heart, "Passing Inverted Hanging Mountain, the sword is noble." Then, Jiang Shangzhen and Kui Dongshan left Luopa Mountain to scout ahead. Whether it was Jiang Shangzhen or Kui Dongshan, any one of them was enough to make people feel at ease. With the two of them together, Chen Pinggan did not even know how to write the word worry. Chen Pinggan walked to the bamboo house and took out a pot of wine. He was a little hesitant. Zhu Lian came to the stone table by the cliff and sat down. He asked softly, "Young master, is there something on your mind?" Chen Pinggan wanted to find old chef to talk about this matter. He told Zhu Lian about the mental scenes that Pei Qian saw when he was young. He also told Zhu Lian about the 5 dreams and 7 hearts of the 3rd sect master of the Beko Keikyang building, Lu Chen. They were the dream of the Confucian master Zhang Huan. In the dream, the skeleton revives dreams. In the dream, the oak tree is alive. In the dream, the spirit turtle is dead. In the dream, the butterfly is unknown. Other than the 5 dreams, there were 7 hearts. They followed Lu Chen's great Tao and were born in succession. Wooden rooster, spring tree, mole, Kuan Peng, oriole, swan ni, and butterfly. Of course, there was also Ding Ying's lotus crown in the blessed land. Zhu Lian cupped his fists and smiled. "First of all, I thank young master for treating me with sincerity." Then both of them were silent. Chen Pinggan turned his head and found Zhu Lian looking at the stone table with a calm expression. He was leaning against the stone table and looking out of the cliff. There was a smile on his face, and there was even a hint of relief. It was as if he had finally woken up from a dream. It was like a tired person who had not been able to sleep for a long time and finally had a sweet dream. He was in a mysterious state. This was definitely not a state that a pure martial artist would be in. It was more like the state of a cultivator who had attained Tao. Got it? Wei Pai sensed something and immediately appeared on Luopo Mountain. However, he did not dare to approach the stone table. He only stood under the bamboo house's corridor. Chen Lingjun and Zhu Mili, who had just returned from patrolling the mountain, swaggered over on the small path. Wei Pai raised a finger to his lips, indicating that they should not speak. Zhu Lian turned his head and looked at Chen Pinggan. He said, "If Lu Chen had a dream and I helped Lu Chen reach the 15th level, what would you do?" Chen Pinggan did not hesitate and replied, "What would I do? It's very simple. Zhu Lian must still be Zhu Lian. Don't fall asleep and wake up. Other than that, I'll just travel with my sword and ask about the Beko Keikyang building." Zhu Lian stood up. Chen Pinggan also stood up. He reached out and grabbed old chef's arm. "It's a deal." Zhu Lian smiled and nodded. "I finally know where the dream is. Then, I have a target. Interpreting dreams is actually not difficult. Because I already have half the answer." Chen Pinggan said, My senior apprentice brother Xiu Hu and student Dong Shan. Back when Lu Chen returned to his hometown, he set up a fortune-telling stall in Lizhu Grotto Heaven for many years. It was very likely that he had conveniently observed the Tao. He was waiting for the difference between Kui Dong and Kui Dongshan's souls, as well as Kui Dongshan's creation of porcelain figurines. Zhu Lian realized that Chen Pinggan was still holding his arm. He smiled and said, "Young master, I'm also not a beautiful woman. Don't be like this. If word gets out, people will misunderstand." Wei Pai heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhu Lian turn his head with a smile and look at him. Wei Pai could only swallow his words. Chen Pinggan loosened his grip and said with a smile, "Do you really think I'm stupid? Back then, Sharu's attitude towards you had changed so much on the plank road at the border. She must have seen something. Otherwise, with her temper, she definitely wouldn't have been enlightened by your reasoning." His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. For the first time, he did not put his hands behind his back. Bai Xian covered his face with one hand and said vaguely, "Master Hidden Official, I still want to practice boxing, but can you not let Pei Qian teach me boxing? She's not kind. She doesn't pressure the realm." Chen Lingjun lowered his head and tried hard to hold back his laughter. Zhu Mili scratched her face and stood up to make room for the taller Bai Xian. She asked in a low voice, "What realm did you let Pei Qian suppress?" Bai Xian said angrily, "I thought highly of her. Let's say she's in the golden body realm. We agreed to suppress the fourth realm, but she pretended to be polite and said to suppress the fifth realm." Bai Xian hurriedly turned his head to look at the small path near the bamboo building. He didn't see Pei Qian's figure, so he continued, "In the end, her punches were unreasonably fierce. I couldn't even see how she punched. My whole body floated in the air like a flying sword. I took a few punches before I landed. Just as I landed, Pei Qian's foot was right in front of my eyes. When I woke up, Pei Qian was squatting by the side and said that she had pulled back her foot at the last moment. Otherwise, if the tip of her foot had pierced my heart, I would have been eating and vomiting blood, or sleeping and walking." Bai Xian's face was sad. He rubbed his red and swollen cheeks and complained, "Master Hidden Official, how did you take in such a disciple? Pei Qian is a liar. How can there be such a way of punching in the world? She doesn't care about the camaraderie at all. It's as if I'm her enemy." Chen Pinggan was a little heartbroken. Then he said softly, "Are you stupid? Next time, ask her if she can suppress her level 6. As long as she agrees, I will not be biased in whatever happens next." Bai Xian's eyes turned. He asked tentatively, "Can I suppress the 7th realm?" Chen Pinggan frowned slightly. He seemed to dislike it. "Ask her yourself. I don't care." Bai Xian stood up shakily and staggered to the side of the path. When he reached a place where there was no one, he immediately ran to find Pei Qian. He said her master, Chen Pinggan, said she wanted you to suppress the 7th realm. "Haha, I don't have overnight grudges." After about 15 minutes, Bai Xian staggered back to the stone table. His cheeks were so red and swollen that he did not look human. This time, he was not faking it at all. He said weakly, "I don't want to practice anymore. Master Cao, I'm going back to the sword prayer platform. Can you have Wei Shanjun give me a ride? I'm observing the sky at night. It's not good to fly on the sword today." Chen Pinggan smiled. "It's not good to practice halfway. Let's find someone to teach you in the future." Bai Xian sat in the seat that Xiaomi gave up. He put his face on the stone table. When he felt the pain, he immediately shivered. He was silent for a moment. "If I want to practice, then I want to practice. Pei Qian is Pei Qian. One day, I will let her know what a true martial arts genius is." Bai Xian thought of something and asked in a sickly voice, "Hidden Official, what realm is Pei Qian?" She said hundreds or thousands of Pei Qians couldn't beat her master. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "You really believe that?" Bai Xian stood up. "Let's go." Chen Lingjuan's eyes widened. There was a hero on Luopo Mountain that did not lose to him. Bai Xian limped away. On the path, he met that Pei Qian. "Sister Pei, Sister Pei. Bai Xian's shoulders shook as he quickly walked forward. Then he turned sideways and walked to the edge of the path. He started to move little by little. It's getting late. Your master told me to go and rest. See you later. When he passed by that Bai Xian ran with all his might. When he came back to his senses, he was already at the stairs. Bai Xian did not dare to turn around and go back to his residence. He climbed up the stairs and finally sat at the top of the mountain and rubbed his face. When Center Yuanji reached the top, Bai Xian had already turned around. His reputation was destroyed in a day. He did not have the chance to go down the mountain and kill people. Center Yuanji sat down to rest. He hesitated and asked softly, Bai Xian, what happened? Logically, on Luopo Mountain, no one would bully Bai Xian. Bai Xian said, I sleepwalked in the middle of the night and fell. Center Yuanji got up and continued to walk down the mountain. Zhu Lian and Wei Pai rode the moonlight and returned to the courtyard to play a game. They both missed the Da Feng brothers. At the cliff outside the bamboo building, Nuan Shu went to the lotus root paradise and returned. So the last row of people sat at the cliff. Chen Pinggan, the little lotus on top of his head, Pei Qian, Nuan Shu, Xiaomi, and Jing Qing. At the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, Chen Pinggan took Pei Qian and Xiaomi on the Skeleton Beach Ferry to the North Continent. They left quickly and returned quickly. The general route was the Hemp Sect, Ghost Valley, Spring Dew Garden, and Crouching Ground Peak. Taihui Sword Sect, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, and Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. Finally, they returned to the Skeleton Beach and returned home. Above the sea, the ferries of the Linen Sect heading north suddenly received a distress signal from a flying sword. A ferry from the North Continent heading south had encountered the legendary Night Ferry. It was unable to avoid it and was about to crash into the arcane realm. Chen Pinggan originally planned for Pei Qian to continue escorting Xiaomi and wait for him at the Hemp Sect. However, Chen Pinggan changed his mind and decided to travel with him. They left the ferry quietly and let Pei Qian and Xiaomi ride the wind on the sea. Chen Pinggan rode on his sword alone to a higher place where he could have a better view of the world. At the same time, he could also keep an eye on Pei Qian and Xiaomi. They traveled south to find traces of the strange ferry. One night, Chen Pinggan rode on his sword and landed on the sea. He sheathed his sword and brought Pei Qian and Xiaomi to a place. After a while, Chen Pinggan frowned slightly. Pei Qian squinted his eyes and frowned too. A ferry as large as a mountain actually passed by them just like that. Pei Qian was puzzled. Master, why is it so strange? It doesn't look like a trick or a mirage. There are no ripples of spiritual energy. Zhu Xiaomi crossed her arms in front of her chest and frowned her thin yellow eyebrows. She nodded vigorously. It is a little strange. Chen Pinggan thought for a while and took out a talisman boat. Sure enough, the night ferry that was hard to stop suddenly jumped out of the sea. The talisman boat seemed to have run aground and appeared at the gate of a huge city. Pei Qian focused his qi and looked up. On top of the city, a golden light flashed and disappeared. It was like a plaque hanging on it. Pei Qian said softly, Master, it seems to be a place called Entry City. Entry City? I've never heard of it. Chen Pinggan smiled and said to Pei Qian and Xiaomi telepathically. Remember one thing. After entering the city, don't talk. Especially don't answer anyone's questions. There was no city restriction. When Chen Pinggan and the others entered the city, it suddenly opened up. As far as their eyes could see, there were people and carriages everywhere. It was bustling as if it was a bustling capital. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked. Pei Qian was holding a walking stick and carrying a basket on his back. Xiaomi was standing in the basket and carrying a golden pole. He patted Pei Qian's head and then patted Xiaomi's head. He smiled and said, Don't be particular about that. Just ask and answer. The world is big, we can do whatever we want. 768. Under the hazy drizzle, an immortal ferry from the south to the north slowly docked at Egret Ferry in Zhengyang Mountains territory. A handsome man in a long green robe and cloth shoes walked down. He held up an oil-paper umbrella with an osmanthus branch as its handle. Beside him was a youth in a long black robe. Similarly, he held a small umbrella made of ordinary green bamboo, but the fan was refined from an immortal's jade-green lotus. It was first seat Ju, Kui Dongshan, who was wearing a mask and casting a concealment technique. Both of them carried swords on their backs. They were relics from secret residences in the Central Plains and the North Continent. They had never appeared in the Aquarius continent before. The two relics of ancient sword immortals were named Jiawusheng and Tiandao. Behind him was a group of cultivators who were also traveling Xingyang Mountain. They were chatting and laughing. A youth was talking to a young lady with a graceful figure beside him. He was telling her that his master was a close friend of the sword immortal patriarch of Xingyang Mountain's cloud-parting peak who had hundreds of years of friendship. As for the cloud-parting peak's patriarch, he had once fought alongside the North Continent's sword immortal Li on the battlefield of Old Dragon City. They had slain great demons together. Kui Dongshan was amused when he heard that. He chuckled and asked telepathically, "First seat Ju, why don't we change umbrellas?" Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the shade under the jade-green lotus umbrella. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's not likable." In the group behind him, there was a child with delicate features. He was about 7 or 8 years old. He held up a large umbrella and gathered a large pool of rainwater on the umbrella's surface with a water spell. Then, he suddenly twisted the umbrella's handle. The raindrops shot out in all directions like arrows and countless flying swords. He was just a cultivator who had just started cultivating. The raindrops splattered everywhere without much power. However, when the raindrops hit the two umbrellas in front of him, they made thumping sounds. The elders of the sect only smiled. These accomplished cultivators naturally did not need to hold up umbrellas. Spiritual chi overflowed, and the wind and rain subsided. The mountain immortals of the middle 5 realms wandered the 4 corners of the world. They were impervious to water and fire, and avoided filth. Those vassal states were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Most of the strange people recorded in the unofficial histories and strange books were cultivators of this generation. If the two travelers in front could be like them and turn the rain into nothing, then there would naturally be someone who would come forward to stop the child from continuing to play with the umbrella. They might even take the initiative to apologize and say a few polite words about the child's mischievous behavior. In the end, Kui Dongshan casually waved his sleeve and slapped the child into the water. He turned his head and said with a cheeky smile, "Little brat, if you like to play in the water, then go play in the water." It happened so suddenly that even though the child had already climbed the mountain at a young age, he had no strength to fight back. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he drew an arc, swept over a large clump of snow-white reeds, and fell into the water at the ferry. Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and laughed, "You almost scared me to death. You don't have to apologize. You can just pay for it." Kui Dongshan chuckled. Jiang Shangzhen immediately corrected himself, "Lose money to avoid calamity, lose money to avoid calamity." A burly man reached out and grabbed the handle of the dharmic saber at his waist. He said in a deep voice, "Is there a need to go to this extent for a child to play?" If not for the man holding the umbrella, who had a unique accent of the North Continent, he would have drawn his saber and slashed at him. After all, he was in the right. If the matter reached Xingyang Mountain and the nearby Dali vassals, the imperial court would not be afraid. It would only be the other party who would suffer. Although the current Aquarius continent did not forbid fights between martial artists and immortals, after 20 years, it was a habit that was hard to change in such a short time. Kui Dongshan held the umbrella with one hand and placed the other on his waist. He said righteously, "I'm not old. I'm still a child." Jiang Shangzhen raised his thumb and pointed at the sword behind him. He sneered, "If this was my hometown, that little brat would be dead by now." An old cultivator with a calm temperament immediately said to the crowd telepathically, from his accent, "He is indeed a cultivator of the North Continent. As for whether he is a sword cultivator, it's hard to say for now." The current North Continent was the Aquarius continent's brother continent. As for the Tongye continent, it could only be considered the Sun continent. In the water of the ferry, a strange phenomenon occurred. Flames shot out like lightning, like a fire dragon emerging from the water. It was a high-grade spiritual weapon with flowing light. It was a small awl made of bronze, more than a foot long, with 9 dragons engraved on it. It was the child's natal item. Before he climbed ashore, he had already taken out the small awl and stabbed it at the black-robed youth holding the emerald lotus umbrella. Everyone watched as the youth laughed. Good timing. He suddenly closed the emerald lotus umbrella and held the handle with both hands. It was as if he was holding a sword with 2 swords. He used his swordsmanship to slash downwards. However, he was only hit by the small awl. The youth's chi and blood surged and his soul became unstable. His face immediately turned red. He could only shout angrily and gather his chi in his dantian. His feet sank into the soft mud soaked by the rainwater. However, the tip of the bronze awl still blocked the umbrella's body. He slid back more than 10 feet before stabilizing himself. The child stood on the shore and formed a seal with 2 fingers. He quickly recited the incantation in his heart. He stamped his foot and shouted the word "draw water." He operated the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his natal chi palace. His fingers and the small awl seemed to be pulled by a thread of golden light. The exquisitely carved small awl's 9 dragons were like eyes that opened and started to move. However, the child was still too young. His refinement was not good enough and his movements were not fast enough. As soon as he opened his mouth to suck in the rainwater, the black-robed youth bent over and turned sideways. The green-robed youth grabbed his shoulder and with a few light touches, they fled far away. Neither side dared to walk on the main road of the ferry. They chose the reeds by the water and stepped on them. The child was unwilling to let those 2 bastards go. He moved his finger and stared at the 2 people's backs. He silently recited, "Wind gallops, black dragons meander, big waterfall 10,000 feet high." 9 finger-length black dragons coiled around the small bronze awl. They spat out 9 swift and fierce arrows made of rainwater. The 2 people on the reeds dodged left and right. They were in a very difficult situation. The old cultivator smiled and said, "Chun Tang, that's enough. Put away the small awl. Don't use it so easily. Where it's possible to make mistakes, let them go." The child stopped his finger gesture and took a deep breath. His face was slightly pale. The faintly discernible rope also disappeared. The small awl flashed and hovered beside him. The child took out an inconspicuous small cotton pouch from his sleeve and put the small awl with the inscription 7 miles long into the pouch. There was a 300-year-old white flower snake and a 200-year-old black snake in the pouch. They would use their own blood to help their master nourish the small awl. The child named Chun Tang hung the small pouch on his waist. His face was gloomy. He rubbed his cheek. It was burning with pain. The old cultivator stretched out 2 fingers and twisted his wrist. With a gentle touch, the big umbrella that fell on the muddy road floated up and floated to the child. The child took the umbrella in his hand. In a fit of anger, he directly threw the umbrella into the water far away. Out of sight, out of mind. Anyway, it was an ordinary item. It wasn't worth much. The old cultivator also deliberately pretended not to see Chun Tang's childish behavior. This old golden core cultivator who was respected as the state protector in his native vassal state only looked in the direction where the 2 people left. He felt that something was amiss. The man with the Dharma saber sneered and said, "2 ordinary martial artists. How dare they pretend to be sword cultivators in North Continent? What are they thinking?" The old cultivator explained, "They're most likely from North Continent. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so rude. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Remember to restrain Chun Tang. Don't seek revenge on Zhengyang Mountain. Now that the peak opening ceremony is about to begin, it's a joyous day. No one wishes for such unlucky things to happen. You're Chun Tang's guardian. If you can't control him, I'll have to use the precepts of the Ancestral Master Hall to control you." The man said helplessly, "Ancestral Master, I know the severity of the situation here." In the reeds far away, the 2 people squatted by the water like squatting pits. Jiang Shangzhen held the umbrella on his shoulder and asked with a smile, "What's going on?" Kui Dongshan held the emerald lotus umbrella horizontally and lowered his head to exhale. He used his sleeve to wipe away some traces. He had a pained look on his face. Then, he used 2 fingers to pick up a spiritual light. It was peeled off from the small bronze awl. He looked at it and said casually, "It's boring. I was just having fun." Jiang Shangzhen said, "Look at the child's small awl and cloth pouch. Is it the dragon raising technique? Is there a place called Killalong in the Aquarius continent? I've never heard of it before. In ancient times, the path of dragon raising and flood dragon raising was once respected. The leader was one of the 6 great ceremonial officials of the Confucian school. In the later generations, there were many branches. When there were no more true dragons in the world, the so-called dragon raising was just some mountain, swamp, tortoise, turtle, water, fish, and snakes. Moreover, this branch was in the vast world. During the true dragon calamity 3,000 years ago, the fish in the moat were implicated. Therefore, there were no longer any sects. Because the descendants of the true dragon and the flood dragons were all mixed together, it was an extravagant hope to turn into a flood dragon, let alone a true dragon. All the chi cultivators of the dragon-raising branch were reduced to water without a source. They were in an awkward situation. Their incense gradually withered, just like the gods of the mountains and rivers who had lost their incense. Kui Dongshan crushed the insignificant spiritual light and placed the emerald lotus umbrella under his armpit. His hands covered the scattered spiritual light and rubbed it gently. He then observed the spiritual light spreading in the meridians in his palms. It was like a winding mountain range. The scene that the Jindan and Yuanying realm could not see clearly was naturally seen by the immortals. However, when Jiang Shangzhen glanced at it, he saw it clearly but did not know what it was. The path of divination was one of the few spells that Jiang Shangzhen did not know. This was because Jiang Shangzhen was never willing to learn these methods to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Kui Dongshan clapped his palms and completely crushed all the traces of the meridians in his palms. He smiled and said, "Near Killalong, there is an old flood dragon in a big river. He opened up a water residence and was once conferred the title of White Dragon King by the imperial court. After that small and remote country was destroyed, the old flood dragon almost never showed up. However, his seniority was much lower than the one in Huangting country who had lived for 10,000 years. The old flood dragon relied on more than 1,000 literati and poets from different dynasties to help him bring in some incense with their poems and literary skills. Killalong's immortal residence had the opportunity of great Tao. It could be considered as the incense envoy that the old flood dragon secretly supported. The small all-calm disturbance was one of the tokens. However, the hydrology of this river was very good. It controlled more than 10 tributaries and more than 30 rivers and streams. In the early years, it opened up the Great Blasphemy Estuary. If it was not for taking care of your Jiang family, this river would have been chosen as the Great Blasphemy Estuary. Then, this Dragon King would have taken the opportunity to get a Great Blasphemy Marquis. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "The Jiang family of Yunlin is out of my league." Kui Dongshan stood up and carried the emerald lotus umbrella on his shoulder. His expression was solemn. Jiang Shangzhen stood up as well. It was sunny after the rain and the atmosphere was renewed. He also kept the cinnamon branch umbrella and closed his eyes to take a deep breath. He helped the true dragon to smell a trace of danger. The two of them walked slowly. Jiang Shangzhen asked, "I'm very curious. Why do you and Chen Pinggan seem to be more tolerant of that Wang Zhu?" Kui Dongshan nodded. "Because my master felt that someone had placed hope in Wang Zhu. Then, he was willing to have some hope. As of now, Wang Zhu indeed did not disappoint. Then, I will learn from my master and take a few more glances at her." In fact, after leaving Pearl Grotto Heaven, Wang Zhu's life was too smooth. It was truly smooth sailing. To be precise, after leaving the Iron Lock Well, she did not suffer much. Compared to my master's long journey, she was simply lying down and enjoying life. Xiao Gui, this name is not given for nothing. Chisel the wall to steal light, be a little thief, steal my master's luck and good fortune, steal Song Jisin's dragon chi, and in the end, occupy the world's power, and take advantage of the situation to become a dragon. I'm afraid that she will think that she deserves everything. For example, she will feel resentful that the Confucian temple chose Lu Shirei Pit Fat Woman to occupy the land's water transportation. She will feel that half of her luck was taken away. After reaching the ascendant realm, she will mistakenly think that the heavens and the earth don't care about her anymore. Then, she will start to stir up trouble. Jiang Shangzhen asked an important question: can the dragon slayer still slay a dragon after 3,000 years? Before Kui Dongshan could give an answer, Jiang Shangzhen asked and answered his own question. Compared to 3,000 years ago, it seems that it's more believable to slay a true dragon after 3,000 years. Kui Dongshan said, on the day when my master disrespected the ancestral temple, Wang Zhu took the initiative to show up. In fact, she saved half of her life. Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, she's willing to be nostalgic. The hill master is already nostalgic, so he's even more willing to be nostalgic. Kui Dongshan tapped on his shoulder with the small umbrella and laughed. Jiao Sheng, Bai Chen Zhuelio, our master Jing Qing is really lucky. He has so many sworn brothers, but he's still alive. This kind of luck, who would believe it? They were at Egret Ferry. The nearest peak to Zhengyang Mountain was Qingwu Peak, which was hundreds of miles away. The two of them first went to a celestial inn located on a high mountain. They sat on the observation deck with a wide view and drank while looking at the peaks in the distance. With the first-line peak of the ancestral mountain as the center, the territory of Zhengyang Mountain with a radius of 800 miles was the territory of the sect. The peaks surrounded and protected the ancestral mountain. The mountain guarding formation was activated, and sword chi was everywhere. Sword cultivators could often be seen riding their swords to and fro between the peaks. Their auras were like rainbows as their sword flashes dragged across the sky. Due to Yuan Zhanye, the protector of the mountain-moving sect, Zhengyang Mountain had moved 3 broken old mountains belonging to Dallas vassals to the south in the past 20 years. They were the places where the future sword immortals of the sect would establish their peaks. To the imperial court of the vassal states, instead of spending great efforts to repair the mountain's roots and water and rebuild the ancestral temple of the mountain lord, it was better to choose an intact mountain and confer the title of mountain lord. They could even obtain a sum of money from Zhengyang Mountain and establish a relationship with the sect full of sword cultivators. On the other hand, these mountains that seemed broken and useless on the surface had actually accumulated wind and water for thousands of years. They had a deep foundation. If Zhengyang Mountain wanted to repay the relationship, it would be nothing more than the sword cultivators going down the mountain to train in the future. They would go to the 3 vassal states to slay demons and evil spirits that the local authorities could not deal with. However, it was a piece of cake for the sword cultivators of Zhengyang Mountain. In fact, no one was truly losing money. Everyone had their own gains. Kui Dongshan smiled. After seeing the world, the sword immortals of Zhengyang Mountain have become more experienced and sly. Jiang Shangzhen agreed. The sect's reputation is not to be underestimated. Before the Great War that swept the world, the sword cultivators of Zhengyang Mountain, even if they were not direct sword cultivators, were famous for being domineering when they went out to train. They could run amok on the continent. The Divine Grandeur sect was the top dog on the continent. The Wind Snow Temple and True Martial Mountain were the ancestral halls of the military school of the 2 continents. Li Tuanjing's Wind Thunder Garden had yet to be destroyed. The Dali cavalry rose to prominence in the north. The Jiang family of Cloud Forest, the Fu family of Old Dragon City, and the Zhuiying dynasty were the sword cultivators. Apart from that, Zhengyang Mountain could be completely arrogant. Otherwise, they would not have the nickname of Xiaotong Yi of the Aquarius continent. That Qingfeng city that has a fox kingdom? It's just an unnamed vassal force of Zhengyang Mountain. Apart from Yuguay sect, none of the native sects of the 3 continents, including Baiping, Tongye, and Beiju Lu, had a subordinate sect. Although Ruan Teng's Dragon Spring Sword sect had always been regarded as a subordinate sect of the Wind Snow Temple by the cultivators on the mountain, that was not the case. Moreover, Ruan Teng had the title of the chief consecrator of Dali. Among the direct sword cultivators, there was also the genius Xieling. Therefore, Zhengyang Mountain was still willing to look up to Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Jiang Shangzhen smiled. This Yuan Bai's background is rather pitiful. He just went out for a long trip, and is already drifting in the mountains and rivers. He's not as carefree as Xiao Poxian of Mount Huameng these years. Wei Ying saw that his aptitude was quite good. Before going to Divine Seal Peak, Wei Ying wanted to ask Xingyang Mountain for this person. She planned to nurture him well. Unfortunately, he was too kind and damaged his natal flying sword. Even if he went to Bookslip Lake, he would probably be tricked to death by Liu Laocheng and Liu Zhimao. Kui Dongshan said, "Fortunately, it didn't happen. Otherwise, your Yugui sect's pants would be full of yellow mud." One of the twin paragons of the old Zhuang dynasty's sword Dao, Yuan Bai. He made a deal with Zhengyang Mountain and became a direct disciple of Zhengyang Mountain from a guest elder. Later on, he fought the Wind Thunder Garden's Garden Lord Huang He and Q Sword. Yuan Bai was heavily injured, but he successfully delayed Huang He's breakthrough to the upper 5 realms. Yuan Bai was now recuperating on Snow Peak. His sword Dao achievements in this life would not be high. Besides, on Zhengyang Mountain, there was a young sword cultivator who almost became a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect's ancestral hall. After joining Xingyang Mountain, his cultivation broke through like a hot knife through butter. This time, he was in seclusion to form his core. Once he came out of seclusion, a peak opening ceremony would be held and he would be promoted to a peak master. Kui Dongshan's eyes turned cold. Yuan Bai has a servant girl called Liucai. She comes from the heavenly well-blessed land of the Snow Peak continent. Liucai, Liu Cai. Jiang Shangzhen immediately became interested. That lady Liucai? Kui Dongshan rolled his eyes. To you, she's the kind of person you won't remember. Jiang Shangzhen crossed his legs and asked, that Wu Tijing, as Mountain Lord said, is he really the reincarnation of Li Tuanjing? That woman Tian Wn found him and brought him up the mountain to cultivate, just to annoy Huang He and Liu Baqiao in the future? Kui Dongshan nodded. Pretty much. A young sword cultivator, Wu Tijing, appeared out of nowhere. His intrinsic flying sword, Mandarin Duck. Apart from that, it was rumored that he also had a secret flying sword. As for why it was rumored, it was fine as long as one was aware of such matters on the mountain. It was the same principle as some of the secret records recorded in the history books at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Shangzhen looked away. Xiefeng is still the cuter one. Snow Peak was because there were 2 peaks facing each other. The mountain opposite Snow Peak was covered in snow all year round. However, that mountain peak was nameless. It was only rumored that the founder of Snow Peak was a nascent soul sword cultivator. She once cultivated with her Daoist partner on the opposite mountain. After her Daoist partner failed to reach the Golden Core stage and passed away early, the reclusive sword immortal sealed herself on the mountain peak. She remained on Snow Peak for the next few hundred years. She said she was in seclusion, but she was actually tired of the sect's affairs. It was equivalent to giving up the position of Zhengyang Mountain's Mountain Lord. However, the truth about the secret records of Zhengyang Mountain's ancestral hall was not so sad and moving. Kui Dongshan narrated the story of the mountains and rivers that could not escape the word love. The Daoist partner of the Snow Peak female ancestral master had a change of heart when she was in seclusion. After she came out of seclusion, she found out and killed him. She even lit a soul lamp and placed it on the mountain peak opposite Snow Peak, freezing it for decades. However, from then on, she also had an inner demon. In the end, when she was trying to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage, she suffered from chi deviation and was killed by the sword cultivators of Zhengyang Mountain's ancestral hall. Her sword Dao fate was confined to the boundary of Zhengyang Mountain. Kui Dongshan knew too much about the past of the Aquarius continent. When he and the old bastard were still Kui Dong, they would occasionally take out a pot of wine and a plate of peanuts in the dead of the night. They were used to reading under the light at night. They would casually take out a secret record from the mountain and read about the origins of the immortals, the secrets of the palace, and the grudges of the Jianghu. If I knew this, I wouldn't have listened to these insider stories. Jiang Shangzhen sighed and held the back of his head with his hands. He shook his head and said, Cultivating on the mountain is nothing more than adding water to the wine, turning a pot of wine into a large jar of watery wine. The longer you live, the more water you add, the longer you drink, the duller the taste. You, him, her, you, them. I'm the only one who's different. Not a single person will lean on me. Kui Dongshan suddenly laughed. We came at the right time. The ancestral hall of Frontline Peak is having a meeting. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the sword aura rainbow that rose from the many mountain peaks. It lives up to its name. There are many sword immortals. Kui Dongshan covered his sleeves with his hands and said, I once saw an empty shop in a grotto heaven ruins. It didn't have a shopkeeper or assistant, but it was still doing the world's most forceful business. Jiang Shangzhen praised, I'm really envious of Brother Kui's vast knowledge. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly turned his head. Brother Kui, in your life, have you never met a woman that moved your heart even slightly? Kui Dongshan shook his head. I really haven't. Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his chin. You literary saints only talk about marriage and feng shui. It's a little strange. Kui Dongshan laughed. That's why the old scholar burned incense to be able to take my teacher as his last disciple. Jiang Shangzhen thought of something and could not help but laugh. The brother in charge of the mountain and river intelligence at the Zhengyang Mountain is really a genius. Kui Dongshan nodded. A genius. Zhengyang Mountain's Ancestral Halls meeting. Sect Master Bamboo Emperor. Jade Realm's Ancestral Master, Xia Yuantsue. Dao Family's Patriarch, Dao Yanbo. Sect's Disciplinary Patriarch, Yang Ji. Mountain Protector Consecrator, Yuan Zhanye. In addition to the other peak masters and sword immortals, their seats were very close to the front. Towards the back was Tian Wen, who was in charge of the mountain and river bulletin and catoptric deflection. After making a few contributions that were neither big nor small, her unshakable seat in the ancestral hall was finally moved forward. As for Yuan Bai, now that his seat was at the bottom of the ancestral hall, he was happy to be idle. Every time there was a meeting, he would close his eyes and rest, not saying a word. Bamboo Emperor smiled. We'll just follow the rules for the next peak opening ceremony. This was probably the magnanimity of a sect. The peak opening ceremony of a golden core was an ordinary matter that did not need to be discussed in the ancestral hall. Bamboo Emperor's expression was solemn. However, the matter of establishing a subsect is already urgent. What should we do? We can't just keep delaying it, right? Everything was ready for the matter of the Zhengyang Mountains subsect. Originally, the location of the sect had been decided, and the required military merits had been collected from various mountains. With great difficulty, the Zhengyang Mountain had finally filled the gap. Unexpectedly, the imperial court of the Li dynasty had given them the cold shoulder. They had changed their mind at the last moment and were unwilling to recommend the sect to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains. According to the Shu family's in-laws in Qingfeng City, the Yuan family of the Pillar Nation, the emperor was willing, but there was someone outside the capital who did not agree. Obviously, the only one who dared to disagree with the emperor and not give face to Zhengyang Mountain was Dallas Mansion in the capital. However, the problem was that the vassal king, Song Mu, had always been on good terms with Zhengyang Mountain. Therefore, Dao family's patriarch did not look too good today. On the Aquarius continent, there was gossip about Zhengyang Mountain becoming a sect. This was because Zhengyang Mountain's cultivators had suffered too few casualties in the war. Apart from killing, the accumulation of battle merits relied more on immortal money and resources. Moreover, every battlefield was chosen with great care. The Ancestral Master Hall had calculated it meticulously. At the start, it didn't seem like much, but when the battle ended and they reconsidered, no one was a fool. Divine Grandeur Sect, Wind Snow Temple, and True Martial Mountain, the cultivators of these old sects had always been rude to the cultivators of Zhengyang Mountain in public, especially the Grand Master of Wind Snow Temple whose surname was Qin. He had never had any grudges with Zhengyang Mountain, but he had lost his mind. He claimed that because of the outstanding military exploits of the sword immortals of Zhengyang Mountain, not to mention inferior sects, he should establish inferior sects all over the vast 9 continents. Who would not give him a thumbs up? Who would not be convinced? Fortunately, the Confucian temple had banned the mountain and lake bulletin. Otherwise, Such rumors would have spread far and wide. The reason why Zhengyang Mountain was in such a hurry to establish an inferior sect was indeed because they were worried about the continent's reputation. However, as long as the inferior sect was established, what was done could not be undone. Then, many cultivators on the mountain would have to re-evaluate the situation. At most, they would close their doors and make a few sarcastic remarks in private. They would never dare to criticize Zhengyang Mountain in the Mountain and Mountain Bulletin or in public. They might even add to the icing on the cake by arguing with others and putting in a few good words for Zhengyang Mountain. The old sword immortal Xie Yuansui, who had the highest seniority and cultivation base, was relaxed. He smiled and said, "Why don't we bypass the Song clan and discuss it with the Jiang clan of Cloud Forest?" After ascending to the upper 5 realms, and Zhengyang Mountain was already the Hao Ran sect, Xie Yuansui was not in a hurry to establish an inferior sect. After that, he would cultivate for a long time. In his spare time, he would think about the carefree life of an immortal. It was a beautiful thing in the world. The sect master, the Bamboo Emperor, nodded. Sure, but who's suitable to join the Jiang clan? The Song clan had already lost half of its territory. Its territory would continue to shrink. Many vassal states in the central and southern regions were already stirring up trouble. If it were not for the auxiliary capital and the Great Blasphemy Temple, many vassal states in the central and northern regions would be stirring up trouble. However, all the cultivators in the Aquarius continent knew that Dallas' position in the Hao Ran 10 great dynasties would only decrease. In the end, it would settle at the 7th or 8th position. Xie Yuansui smiled and did not say anything. The old sword immortal placed his sword on his knees and gently touched the scabbard. He looked as if this matter had nothing to do with him. The Jiang clan of Cloud Forest was impressive, but it was not enough for him to beg for favors. Currently, the only clan in the Aquarius continent that had a say in the Confucian Temple was not the Song clan that had crossed the line. It was the Jiang clan of Cloud Forest. This was because the Jiang clan of Cloud Forest was one of the sage clans in the entire Hao Ran world that was most in line with the title clan of honor and delicacy. The Confucian Temple also had a few ancient genealogies. The Jiang clan of Cloud Forest that migrated to the Aquarius continent was undoubtedly the descendant of a sage. 10,000 years ago, the Sage of Rites personally created the rituals. The ancestors of the Jiang clan had several great priests. In the Great Rites of Spring Official, they were listed as one of the 6 officials along with the Grand Historian and the Grand Chancellor. They were in charge of the most ancient congratulatory words. Moreover, the surname Jiang was one of the most ancient surnames in the Hao Ran world. An old sword immortal from the Cloud Forest Peak said in a deep voice, "Since the auxiliary capital wants us to go to the desolate world to accumulate merits, then we'll go. I'll lead the way." The Patriarch of Justice, Yang Ji, sneered. "You're just at the golden core bottleneck. Do you really think you're in the upper 5 realms just because you touched some of Li Sword Immortal's immortal chi in the old Dragon City battlefield?" The old sword immortal was used to the atmosphere in the Patriarch Hall. He continued, "If you don't want to take the risk, then I'll lead my Cloud Forest Peak cultivators to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and kill demons at the ferry." Yang Ji slapped the armrest of his chair and said angrily, "Do you think the Cloud Forest Peak belongs to you alone? If you're so capable, then why don't you take the peak with you to the desolate world? If you're so capable, then smash the moon-bearing mountain, and I'll send you off personally. What do you think?" The old golden core cultivator from the Cloud Forest Peak stood up in anger and was about to leave the Patriarch Hall. At the same time, the old sword immortals who went to the old Dragon City battlefield had the same attitude. If the Cloud Forest Peak cultivators left the Patriarch Hall, they would leave together. This was a common occurrence in the Patriarch Hall of Frontline Peak, so they weren't surprised. The Bamboo Emperor frowned slightly. This time, he didn't allow the golden core cultivator to leave. He said softly, "You can't leave the Patriarch Hall without permission." The old golden core cultivator sat down again. He took a deep breath and decided to pretend to be deaf and dumb. The mountain guardian consecrator, Yuan Zhanye, crossed his arms and couldn't help but yawn. It was still so boring. The Bamboo Emperor shifted his gaze and leaned forward slightly. he said with a smile. Does Patriarch Yuan have a good plan? Facing this mountain guardian consecrator, even though the Bamboo Emperor was a nascent soul cultivator and a mountain sect master, he was still very respectful. The white-clothed old ape twitched his mouth and leaned back in his chair. Languid, he said, one needs to be strong to forge iron. When the sect master reaches the upper 5 realms, all problems will be solved. When the time comes, I'll just go to the Great Blasphemy Estuary to congratulate the sect master. The Bamboo Emperor laughed heartily and cupped his fists. Then I'll have to trouble Patriarch Yuan. Inside the Patriarch Hall, even Xia Yuansue instantly became alert. They all looked at the mountain sect master who had a hard time breaking through the upper 5 realms. In particular, the Dao family's patriarch and the head of law, Yang Ji, who were the gods of fortune, immediately exchanged a glance. Only Yuan Bai, who was the door god, turned his head and looked outside. The Bamboo Emperor was unwilling to talk about his seclusion and breakthrough, so he changed the topic. He nodded at Tian Wan, who had been promoted to his trusted aide. The woman immediately took out a booklet and stood up. The sect is flourishing. On the booklet, there are a total of 16 sword immortal embryos. 9 of them are still young and have yet to be apprenticed. Peak masters and patriarchs, you can choose one today. The so-called sword immortal embryos were obviously young sword cultivators who had a chance of becoming golden pill experts. They mainly came from the old Zhuang dynasty. Once they were discovered, they were immediately sent to Zhengyang Mountain. Apart from that, there were also the shattered mountains and rivers in the southern region of the Aquarius continent. In the past few years, almost every sword immortal of Zhengyang Mountain had to leave the mountain to search for sword cultivator embryos for the sect. Taking a step back, they could not miss out on any good materials that could cultivate on the mountain. As for the Tongyi continent, there was a pleasant surprise. They found 2 young sword cultivator embryos. As long as they could become sword cultivators, it would be a great blessing. This was because as long as sword cultivators remained in the sect to cultivate, they would be able to add a portion of the fortune of the path of the sword to Zhengyang Mountain. As a result, the current Bamboo Emperor definitely did not have any sentiments like, as long as Wei and Jin come to my Zhengyang Mountain, I'm willing to give way to them. Firstly, his bottleneck had loosened. He had grasped a sliver of opportunity, so he had a chance of breaking through. Moreover, as a newly established sect of the Aquarius continent, the current Zhengyang Mountain possessed all the right conditions and people. In less than a century, they might be able to stand up to the divine grandeur sect and compete for the position of sovereign on a continent. How could he not be in high spirits? As a result, the Bamboo Emperor seemed to have become over 100 years younger in the past few years. The Bamboo Emperor suddenly asked, there seems to be some unusual activity in the Dragon province of Dali, especially the Oxhorn Mountain crossing. The Shu family of Clearwind City had purchased a dragon kill from the Ma family of Apricot Blossom Alley. Moreover, in Huaihuang province, the Fortune Street, Peachleaf Alley, and Zhengyang Mountain all had some secret ties. However, after all these years, they had never received any useful intelligence. Wei Pai's Cloud-Splitting Mountain, the provincial government's office that specialized in collating memorials, and Ruan Qiong's Dragon Spring Sword sect were all taboos in the bureaucracy. Zhengyang Mountain dared not extend their reach too far. However, there was a pleasant surprise during this period of time, which was the water goddess of Chongdan River, Yi Qingzhu. Over the past decade or so, she had given Zhengyang Mountain a few secret reports one after another, which was why Zhengyang Mountain learnt that the Luo Po Mountain had a few pure martial artists with quite a high cultivation. It also helped them roughly understand the relationship between the Luo Po Mountain and the Cloud-Splitting Mountain, such as how they split the profits at the crossing of Oxhorn Mountain, the blacksmith's shop by the Dragon Whisker River, and Liu Xianyang's extremely well-hidden identity as a golden core sword cultivator. Today's meeting took a total of 4 hours. Just the competition between the peaks for the few sword immortal embryos nearly caused them to exchange swords with each other. It took a lot of effort to settle the various mountains. Even the Bamboo Emperor was a little tired. When the meeting was over, the sword lights returned to the mountains. The Bamboo Emperor left the white-robed old ape alone and walked out of the ancestral hall together, overlooking the mountains and rivers of the sect. Bamboo Emperor smiled and said, "Congratulations, Patriarch Yuan." This was because the mountain guardian consecrator beside him was the same as him. They would soon ascend to the upper 5 realms. Yuan Zhenyer's expression was normal as he nodded. He placed his hands behind his back and squinted his eyes as he looked into the distance. The burly white-robed ape was lofty and majestic, as though he was looking down on all eternity. Bamboo Emperor quipped, a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect and a golden core sword cultivator. "Patriarch Yuan, you should be careful." The white-robed ape sneered and said, "Liu Xianyang and Chen Pinggan, these 2 good-for-nothings. Be careful? What's there to be careful of? Being careful of punching each of them to death." Bamboo Emperor nodded. After all, the identities of these 2 young people are rather troublesome. One of them is Ruan Tong's direct disciple, while the other is Wei Pai's moneybag. Fortunately, our Zhengyang Mountain is not in Northern Peaks territory. Ruan Tong is only a military cultivator at the Jade Unpolished realm. The white-robed ape sneered and said, "What's the point of coming after I ascend to the upper 5 realms? Do they really think they can take revenge after holding back for more than 20 years? As long as these 2 good-for-nothings have a death wish, I'll send them on their way." At the Immortal Inn at White Egret Crossing, Kui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen listened intently. After all, a sect's mountain guardian array formation was not just for show. The 2 of them could only play some tricks. The 2 of them looked at each other when they heard Patriarch Moving Mountain's bold words. Jiang Shangzhen remained silent for a long time. He had a lingering fear as he said softly, "I feel like my guts are about to explode." Kui Dongshan hurriedly handed him a flask of wine. "Calm down." Maro Xiaodong brought Li Baoping, Li Huai, and a large group of Confucian scholars to travel south. They finally arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There were no more sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was not just the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even the Upside-Down Mountain, the Flood Dragon Ravine, and the Rain Dragon sect were gone. The Great Wall of Sword Qi that was split into 2 faced the vast mountains and rivers of the wilderness. There were many large words carved on the 2 sections of the wall. Unfortunately, Dong Sangeng killed the Lotus Nunnery's master with his sword. Alliance and Yarrow Chongdao joined forces to kill the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They could not carve any words on the top of the wall. The battle was tragic. It was too late. However, on the other side of the wall, there were also many large words carved on the half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were the handwriting used by the Jiazi to show off their might. However, for some reason, the Confucian temple in Middle-earth did not erase those words. There was an endless stream of righteous cultivators traveling the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In addition, Righteous World had set up 3 large-scale immortal crossings between the wilderness and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Although they were called crossings, they were not inferior to the capital of a great dynasty. The Confucian temple took the lead in building the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Middle-earth Divine Continent, Drifting Dawn Continent, and Snow White Continent all contributed money, manpower, and manpower. They were like 3 nails that were hammered into the landscape of the wilderness. Above one of the crossings, there were close to 200 sword boats that were as large as mountains. They covered the sky and covered the sun. They were the Mohist sect's treasures that were not used in the battle. After the battle, they slowly migrated to the wilderness. As for the other crossings, there was only one person who built the city. At the same time, he was also the city guard. The Mohist sect's magnate. The 3 crossings were similar to the Green Lu town that the Hemp sect had set up in the Ghost Valley. Apart from that, the ruins of the end in the sea between the Gold Armor continent and the Fuyao continent was also controlled by the Confucian temple. At the gate of the wilderness, the Grand Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu, Qi Tingji, Pei Bei, Venerable Fiery Dragon, and Hua Yin were responsible for guarding it for 2 to 3 years. A red-robed young man with a scholarly robe left the city wall. They stood on the southern battlefield ruins and looked at the words on the northern city wall. Dao, Righteous World, Western Paradise. Lightning Pool, Sword Qi Everlasting. Chen, Dong, Qi, Meng. Li Huai raised his head and looked at one of the big characters. He sighed and said, That F***king Liang only knows how to talk nonsense all day long. Back then, when he was close to my brother, he bragged so much that I thought that there was no truth in his words. It turns out that he's quite fierce. Li Huai pursed his lips and said, "It's written in this calligraphy. It's like an earthworm crawling." Even if Alliance stood in front of me and patted his chest and said he didn't write them, I wouldn't believe him. Li Baoping was a little sad. The two sections of the Great Wall of Sword Qi no longer have the protection of the formation. If there's another war, they won't be able to recover. Li Huai comforted her. There won't be another war. Even if there wasn't a war, the city wall would gradually be eroded by the wind, rain, and sun. One day, all the words on the city wall would be blurred. A travel-worn yellow-clothed old man with eagle-like eyes and a bony body flew down from the top of the city wall. He suddenly made a turn and floated to the ground, landing 100 feet away from the two of them. He seemed to have also come to admire the words carved on the top of the city wall. Now, the city wall and the sky screen were guarded by the Confucian Temple sages and 2 mountain peak cultivators. Moreover, they were inspecting the customs and were extremely strict. Moreover, all the demons in the wilderness were blocked south of the 100,000 mountains and the 3 crossings. Therefore, all the cultivators in the world could travel the Great Wall of Sword Qi without any worries compared to when the sword cultivators were around. Li Baoping and Li Huai were about to leave. The old man's expression was normal, but he was a little anxious. He couldn't care less about his demeanor and took the initiative to ask, "Miss, is your surname Li? Did you debate the Daoist orthodoxy with the secondary sage Yuan Zhen in the records of Rites Learning Palace?" Li Baoping turned sideways and nodded to the old man. "That's me." According to the rumors, Li Baoping lost to Yuan Zhen in that debate. Li Huai was present at that time, but he didn't understand. However, Yuan Zhen, who had compiled 3 righteous discourses at such a young age, spoke elegantly and calmly during the debate. He was a little annoying. On the other hand, Li Baoping often frowned and pondered deeply. There were many times when she wanted to say something but stopped. It was as if she was denying herself. Yuan Zhen was one of the 10 youths in the world. Rumor had it that his hometown was Qingming Tian, but he became a secondary sage's direct disciple. The old man said regretfully, "This Yuan Zhen is from the orthodox Confucian lineage." Moreover, as a secondary sage's direct disciple, he dared to say that the Tao ancestor and the most holy master were the beginning and end. It's not proper for him to spout nonsense. Li Baoping smiled. "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to pretend to be polite with me." What she meant was that the person who said such things didn't understand the debate of the 3 Taos at all. Since he didn't understand at all, he wasn't here to learn from each other. In that case, he must have some other request. The old man's expression was awkward. He was indeed not interested in the quarrel between these scholars who had nothing better to do. He also could not understand it. This trip to the vast world, he had been very careful and trembling with fear. He had almost broken his legs from running. It had been very tiring. The old man glanced at the 100,000 mountains in the south. It wasn't too far away from his home. If he returned empty-handed, 2 of his legs would probably be broken by that old blind man. Although the old man was anxious, he still looked calm and introduced himself. "My Taoist name is Duke Longshan. I'm a cultivator from the mountains and lakes of the South Suro continent. I've read some sages' books, and I sincerely admire the knowledge of the literary sage lineage." Li Baoping immediately asked with a smile, "Sir, may I ask what it means to change one's nature, and what it means to distinguish between groups?" The old man in yellow who called himself the Duke of Longshan was at a loss again. He felt that this little girl was very difficult to deal with, so he had no choice but to be honest with her. "To be honest, I don't know much about the theories of the sages in the Confucian Temple, but I truly admire the lineage of the sage of literature, from the old sage of literature's unification of the 3 continents to the efforts of the lineage of the Wen lineage to turn the situation around." The lineage of the literary sage had Chen Pinggan and Kui Dong on his left and right. Chen Pinggan acted as the hidden official. The mountains and rivers were turned upside down. Kui Dong traveled across continents and dispersed his 14th level cultivation. He merged with the two worlds and became the second Great Wall of Sword Aura, completely blocking the escape route of the wasteland. This forced the Grand Ancestor of the Moon-bearing Mountain to divide his attention and energy to open the three ultimate ruins in the ocean. Otherwise, the two ultimate time scales and measuring scales of heaven and earth would not be repaired within 100 years. The collapse of the formless ritual music did not affect the ordinary teachers much, but it would affect all the cultivators in the two worlds. The inner demons would take the opportunity to cause trouble. The gaps would be like weeds. If a cultivator's Taoist heart was leakless, it could cause the world to collapse. How could a small leakless heart defeat a leakless heaven and earth? Moreover, the later it was repaired, the greater the impact on the weather. Li Huai was a little bored. Annoying. More cultivators who took advantage of the situation came to curry favor with the lineage of the literary sage. Especially this Duke Longshan in front of him. In any case, he should have memorized the 32 chapters of the founding master before coming over to exchange pleasantries. One look and one could tell that he was not experienced. Not to mention Pei Qian, he was even worse than himself. If not for his fear of the scholarly sage in the skyscreen, the old man would have sent the red-clothed girl flying with a slap and then fled with Uncle Li. The old man glanced at the 100,000 mountains from the corner of his eye. Fortunately, the old blind man had not shown up yet. Then there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Perhaps there was still time. There had to be time. The old blind man's temper was not good. Every time he attacked, he did not know how to control his strength. The key was that the old man was blind. For 10,000 years, he only knew how to bully his loyal family members. You are already one of the few 14th level cultivators in the world. Why don't you go ask Chen Qingdu for a few swords? Why don't you go arm wrestle with the moon-bearing mountain's grand ancestor? An old man who did not have 4 tails of bones only knew how to show off his realm. Old birds waiting for dead dogs, right? Let's see who will outlast who. Li Baoping moved and blocked in front of Li Huai. She asked, "Old sir, why don't we get straight to the point and say something straightforward?" The old man stroked his beard and smiled, pretending to be calm. He braced himself and said, "Good, good, good. Young lady, you have good taste. This old man is indeed a little selfish. I see that you two are young and have a good foundation. You are a 1 in a million cultivation genius, so I plan to take you as my unofficial disciples. Don't worry, young lady Li, you don't have to change your sect. This old man has suffered a lot in cultivation in this life and has never been able to take in a direct disciple. I really can't bear to let my cultivation go to waste, so I want to give you a blessing." Li Baoping shook her head. "Old sir, I appreciate your kindness. As for apprenticeship, let's forget about it. Even if it is an unofficial disciple, it is still inappropriate." The old man cursed in his heart. "Who cares about you? At such a young age, you already have the air of a gentleman, and you are still a woman. If this old man was in the savage, desolate world, when he was in the prime of his life, an eyesore and untactful young lady like you, with a casual grab, I will eat you." Li Huai felt that this old man was interesting. He was sneaky and had a big mouth. He was worried that his cultivation would go to waste, so he gave them a blessing. Li Huai asked in his heart, "Li Baoping, is this guy here to rob you?" Li Baoping replied, "No, I won't. He doesn't have the guts." So Li Huai laughed and asked, "Old senior, may I ask, what realm are you at?" The old man almost burst into tears. Finally, he could talk to Uncle Li and chat with him. He did not dare to go to that far Aquarius continent even if he was beaten to death. He waited bitterly overseas for many years, and finally, Li Huai went to Central Plains' divine continent. For 10 whole years, he had been running around in the vast world, hiding here and there. As a dignified ascendant realm, an existence of the same generation as Imperial concubine Fei and Old Deaf, he had been a stray dog for 10 whole years. The old man collected his emotions and coughed. "Your realm is not bad, you have some cultivation." Li Huai laughed. "Then it's not too high." The old man immediately said, "High, how can it not be high? I am just being humble. Li Huai stuck out his thumb and pointed to the big words on the wall. Alliance and I are sworn brothers. It was only when Alliance knocked on the bowl with his chopsticks and cried that I agreed. The old man even had the heart to die. Old Blind had committed a sin by taking in such a disciple to harm him. The old man's heartstrings tightened. He could feel that suffocating majestic aura, as though it was approaching the great wall of sword chi. He could not be on tenterhooks for 10 years in exchange for a miserable ending where he was beaten half to death. The old man fell to his knees and prostrated himself on the ground. Li Huai, I beg you, just agree to follow me to cultivate. As for becoming my disciple, as long as you are happy. Even Li Baoping was dumbstruck. What was this Duke Longshan who came out of nowhere trying to do? Li Huai was even more shocked. As expected, all the good fortune in the world could not be accepted. This old man's brain was not clear. Follow him to cultivate. What was there to cultivate? A short old blind man appeared beside Duke Longshan out of thin air. With a kick, there was a crack and an ouch. The old man's spine was broken and he immediately fell to the ground. The old blind man sneered and said, "Useless thing, you can't even handle such a small matter. You wandered aimlessly in the vast world. Have you eaten shit for 10 years? The old blind man turned to look at Li Huai and asked with a straight face, "You are Li Huai?" Li Huai asked back, "Can I not be?" The old blind man smiled and asked, "What do you think?" Li Huai looked sincere and nodded. "I think it's okay." Li Baoping frowned slightly. On the city wall, a sage of the Confucian temple, an ascendant realm, and an immortal realm sword cultivator did not move. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At least these two old men were not criminals who would suddenly attack. The old blind man sneered and said, "Kid, you are sworn brothers with that son of a B*TCH? That's great." In this way, his seniority would be higher. The old blind man casually pointed to the south. "Kid, as long as you become my direct disciple, the 100,000 mountains in the south and the 10,000 miles of painting scrolls will all be under your jurisdiction. The golden-armored strong men, the punishers, and the demons will all be under your command." Li Huai's face was bitter. He lowered his voice and said, "I was just making things up. Senior, why did you eavesdrop and take it seriously? This kind of words can't be spread carelessly. If that old immortal of the 14th level who has opened his celestial eye heard it, both of us will have to bear the consequences. Why bother?" Li Baoping stretched out her finger and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. On the way here, Li Huai was indeed bragging in private. Li Huai and the old man said the same thing. Anyway, the meaning was roughly the same. As for the old man who was fierce and ruthless and broke the spine of others with 1 foot, Li Baoping had already guessed his identity. He was the old blind man in the wasteland world. Because that Duke Longshan, who was in the realm of kowtowing and begging for a disciple, clearly had his spine broken, but he was still comfortably lying on the ground. There were even some playful eyes in his eyes, secretly sizing up Li Huai. The yellow-clothed old man's face was just a bit broken, but he definitely didn't look injured at all. If it was any other cultivator, no matter how tough their physical body was or how powerful their magical powers were, after suffering such a serious injury, they would look dispirited and listless. The old blind man pointed to his eyes. His eye sockets were collapsed and there were no eyeballs. If a cultivator of the upper 5 realms below the ascendant realm dared to use their magical powers and look directly at this place, their soul would probably fall into a bottomless abyss on the spot. Their soul would be separated, and they would become a person without a master. Li Huai blinked and asked tentatively, "Is it the old senior that Alliance admired the most in his life? Every time he talked to me about senior, that guy would first take a bath and change his clothes. When he talked about senior's heroic spirit and magnificent deeds, Alliance would cry every time." Li Huai's meaning was that he, who was even more nonsense than Alliance, was not qualified to be his disciple. The old blind man rubbed his chin. "Good disciple, you know how to talk. You won't be bored in the future." His eyesight in accepting a disciple was really not bad. In fact, in the wasteland world, the feudal towns had been divided for tens of thousands of years. It was not that there were no demon cultivators who hoped to be favored by the old blind man and become the direct disciple of a 14th realm great cultivator. From then on, they would reach the sky in one step. It was just that those opportunistic pitiful worms had more tricks up their sleeves. They tried their best to please the old blind man, but all of them became the food on the plate of the yellow-clothed old man. The old blind man's idea was simple. I can accept disciples and use them to close the door. Master, don't beg. If you beg, you'll die. The old blind man stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Huai's shoulder. He gently lifted him up. His foundation was heavy. Interesting. Li Huai's face was slightly pale. He tiptoed and used both his hands to grab the old blind man's withered arm. He begged Li Baoping, help me plead for leniency. Chen Pinggan has finally returned home. In the end, I was captured and taken to be a disciple. What's going on? Cultivating the Tao in the mountains could easily take years or even decades. Li Huai was really unwilling. Things like realms could be taken by whoever wanted them. Li Baoping said seriously, "Old senior, there's no such thing as you." When accepting a disciple and a master on the mountain, there has to be mutual consent. It's up to fate and fate. The old blind man laughed. Little girl, don't think that you can talk nonsense with me just because you have an elder brother who isn't related by blood. Li Shixing is still too young and his realm is far from enough. As for whether he can fulfill his wish in the vast world, that's another matter altogether. Li Baoping smiled. What you said doesn't count. Li Huai, on the other hand, was burning with anger. This old blind man was too much. Grabbing the old man's arm with both hands, Li Huai flew up and kicked the old bastard's chest. The old man in yellow who was lying on the ground and enjoying himself stared so hard that his dog eyes almost popped out. The old blind man didn't move an inch. He only patted the dust on his chest and smiled instead of getting angry. He nodded. All right, you have the bearing of my last disciple. Li Huai felt a little guilty. He used the martial arts method that he had learned out of nowhere. He used telepathy to form a line and said to Li Baoping in a trembling voice, Baoping, my legs are a little weak now and I don't have the courage to stand properly. I don't dare to kick anymore. I'm sorry. The old blind man chuckled. You've done your best. That's right. If it were Chen Pinggan, he wouldn't dare to do that. In the end, Li Huai suddenly felt a surge of courage and kicked again. The old blind man acknowledged, you have potential. That's pretty good. The old man in yellow felt like he had been struck by two heavenly tribulations. He suddenly started to worry. If this Uncle Li really became the old blind man's disciple, his days wouldn't be easy. On the city wall, a sage from the Confucian temple asked, Are you sure you're fine? Maro Xiaodong smiled. 100,000 mountains that can accommodate several north-roaming sword immortals is definitely not a foul place. He's someone who can be friends with Alliance and someone whom my husband respectfully calls a senior. What's there for me to worry about? The old blind man glanced at the city wall. A scholar from the lineage of the Confucian saint really knew how to talk. The old blind man retracted his gaze. Facing Li Huai, who was very pleasing to the eye, he was unusually amiable. He said, after becoming my first and last disciple, you don't need to stay in the mountains to cultivate. You can just wander around the world. Do you see that one on the ground? He'll be your follower from now on. Li Huai said with a long face, What virtue do I have to deserve Senior Duke Longshan to protect me? How high could a mother ***''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''' be if he knelt and kowtowed to him? It was hard to say who would be the one protecting whom. The key was that the old senior on the ground didn't have any strength of character. Compared to his own strength of character, they were completely different. Even if they got together, they definitely wouldn't be on the same page. The old blind man's temperament was very good. He chuckled and said, Not bad. As expected of my disciple, you even dare to look down on an ascendant realm. Very well, then there's no need for it to live. The ascendant realm on the ground saw that the situation was not good. He stood up at lightning speed and begged bitterly, Li Huai, I will definitely repay the kindness of saving my life today with my life in the future. It knew very well what kind of person the old blind man was. He was definitely not someone who would joke around. Li Huai asked, "Can I not be a direct disciple first, but an unofficial disciple?" The old blind man nodded and said, "Of course you can." Li Huai sighed and looked at the old blind man behind his hands. Then, he looked at the old senior Duke Longshan, who was smiling flatteringly. What the hell was going on? Li Huai quietly said to Li Baoping, "When I learn the skills, I'll help you beat up this unofficial master. Anyway, it's not an unofficial disciple, so it's not considered cheating the master and destroying the ancestors." Li Baoping smiled and said, "Senior, you heard it." Li Huai laughed and walked quickly to the old blind man's side. He skillfully rubbed his shoulders. (769) After entering the city, Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry to take Pei Qian and Ju Mili to travel together. First, he took out a piece of yellow paper made of Yang Qi light-lighting talisman from his sleeve, and then he made a sword gesture with 2 fingers, gently drawing around the talisman. Chen Pinggan had been observing the burning speed of the talisman with rapt attention, silently counting in his heart. When a light-lighting talisman slowly burned out, he said to Pei Qian, "The degree of spiritual qi is no different from the sea outside the ferry, but the speed of the river of time seems to be slightly slower than the outside world. Let's try not to stay here for too long and leave this place within a month." Pei Qian nodded, understanding tacitly. The giant fairy city under his feet was most likely a small cave like the secret realm of broken mountains and rivers, but it was refined by an expert, just like Madame Qing Zhong's Luxure pit, which was already a small world. Chen Pinggan. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the city was thin, so it was not a suitable place for cultivating qi. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that it was the Wn Yarrow sect and the blessed land of the 3 mountains. After swallowing half of one, or even occupying more spiritual qi and fate, it finally made a small world, like the sea returning to the ruins. Pei Qian looked at the people on the street, his line of sight raised a little and looked further. The pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, the farther they were, the clearer they became. It was too contrary to common sense, as if as long as the spectators had the heart, they could see all the way to the end of the world. Pei Qian's line of sight finally fell on the back of a young woman who looked like a palace made in the corridor of a tall building in the distance. She stood on tiptoe in the moonlight and stretched out her arm high, revealing a white jade-like wrist with a bamboo lantern hanging from it. The palace maid suddenly looked back. She was beautiful, and she smiled sweetly at Pei Qian. Pei Qian was not surprised, but he slightly shifted his line of sight. In the distance, between 2 towering colorful buildings, there was a corridor bridge, like a 7-colored rainbow hanging in the corner of the sky. In the middle of the corridor, stood a silver-eyed young man with antlers. His fingers were intertwined in front of his chest, and his big sleeves were dragging on the ground. He was like the so-called prince of the pavilion in the immortal books, and he was looking at Pei Qian. Pei Qian's line of sight shifted again. In a luxurious mansion built on a small mountain, there was a woman in a silk dress that shone like moonlight and flowing water. She wore a golden crown on her head, and she was leaning against a beauty, applying rouge, and gently licking her lips. After discovering Pei Qian's line of sight, the beauty seemed to be frightened. She immediately picked up a silk fan, but she was curious, so she only covered half of her face with a delicate fan painted with hundreds of flowers, facing Pei Qian. Half of the woman's lips were bright red, and half of her face was snow white. She seemed to recognize that Pei Qian's appearance was not outstanding, so she slightly raised her eyebrows. Her eyebrows were raised, but they were not frivolous, just a little provocative. Pei Qian immediately retracted his line of sight and rubbed his forehead. He had only taken a few more glances into the distance, but he actually felt a little dizzy. Pei Qian refocused his gaze and chose the scenery and pedestrians that were closer to him. At the end of the street in front of him, there was a troop of cavalry patrolling the city. The leader was riding on horseback, holding a long halberd. Both the rider and his mount were clad in armor. The road was congested and overcrowded. The armored general would occasionally lift the halberd in his hand and gently push away the passers-by who accidentally bumped into the cavalry. His strength was very good, so he did not hurt anyone. Pei Qian roughly explained to Chen Pinggan what he saw, and then said softly, "Master, these people in the city are a little similar to the so-called living immortals in an ancient book of the Yu family. They are a little different from the half-dead people like the talisman beauty from the Fox Kingdom, and the paper dolls from Paper White Blessed Land. The talisman puppet was the lowest grade. It relied on the talisman Gaul's spiritual light as the finishing touch of the immortal's pen. It was supported by the immortal's pen, which opened the apertures and gave birth to spiritual intelligence. In fact, it did not truly belong to its physical body or soul. However, this was the first time Chen Pinggan had heard of living immortals. He was very curious and asked telepathically, "Living immortals? What is it?" Pei Qian was taken aback for a moment and looked at her master. This was because she mistakenly thought that her master was testing her knowledge. After confirming that her master really did not know of such a saying, she explained the records in the obscure book. The most crucial sentence was that the soul of the living person was imprisoned in the water prison where the words were reflected, or in the prison of mountains where the peaks were stacked up. However, the book did not mention a way to break it. Chen Pinggan nodded. It was a little similar to Pu's intrinsic flying sword. It could change between real and illusory with a single thought. However, in this world, other than Qi and Qi Shan, who else could manifest so many thoughts? How did it support so many residents in the city to talk to themselves and think to themselves? Or could it be that all the locals in the city were simultaneously using the methods of Paper White Blessed Land? It was a pity that Qi Shan was not around. Otherwise, this student would be like a fish in water in this city. Chen Pinggan had traveled far in his early years. Whether it was traveling with Lu Tai in the Tongya continent or meeting the black-clothed scholar in the Ghost Valley, he always hoped that the future juniors of Luopa Mountain would not be like him, who did not read much and suffered too much. He hoped that one day, when he went down the mountain to gain experience, relying on his own mountain's collection of books, he would be able to take the initiative in searching for opportunities and avoid unnecessary accidents. Now it seemed that it was Chen Pinggan's most unexpected first disciple, Pei Qian, who was the first to achieve this. However, of course, this could not be separated from Pei Qian's good memory and learning martial arts too fast. It seemed that on the road of life, there were many thought and just found out. Pei Qian squatted down and Ju Meili flipped out of the basket. This time, the black-clothed girl went out, adhering to the Zhenghu principle of not revealing anything. She did not bring the golden carrying pole, but only a green bamboo cane. Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian protected Ju Meili in the middle and walked into the bustling streets of the city together. The pedestrians on the road were talking about various things. Some were chatting about daily life, and two people were walking towards them. Chen Pinggan and the rest made way for them. The two people were quarreling. One of them was quoting from the classics and said that it was the moon. The other person was red in the face and could not stop arguing. He suddenly threw out an old fist and knocked the person beside him to the ground. After the person on the ground got up, he was not angry and turned to argue about the authenticity of the post after rain. Pei Qian said softly, "Master, everyone is talking about the great words of the central divine continent." Chen Pinggan nodded. "Watch and listen more." The group of cavalrymen rode their horses forward. Both men and horses were equipped with armor. They cut through the thistles and thorns, and the passers-by on the street avoided them. The leader of the cavalrymen raised his long halberd slightly, but the tip of the halberd was still pointed to the ground. Therefore, he did not appear too arrogant and overbearing. The cavalryman said in a low voice, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Chen Pinggan cupped his fist and smiled. Cao Mo Pei Qian replied, "Zhang Qian." Ju Meili followed suit and said, "Ju Mute." The cavalryman nodded and reminded, "You are not allowed to pick fights in the city. You are not allowed to force people to buy or sell. You are not allowed to ascend without permission. Other than that, there are no other taboos." After a series of inquiries, there were no conflicts. The cavalrymen turned their horses around and continued to patrol the streets. Going to a nearby bookstore, Chen Pinggan found that the books on sale were mostly well-printed local chronicles. After flipping through a dozen books, he found that they were all old books from ancient dynasties. The book in his hand, Tanju Prefectural Chronicles, listed by dynasty according to territory, ceremony, famous officials, martyrs, literary circles, martial arts, and so on. It was extremely detailed. Many local chronicles even included aristocratic families, street signs, water conservancy, charity, tombs, and so on. Chen Pinggan rubbed the paper with his finger and sighed. It was fine to buy books, but it would be a waste of money. This was because all the books and paper were the manifestation of some kind of mystical Tao technique. They were not real. Otherwise, as long as the price was fair, Chen Pinggan really did not mind plundering and buying books to enrich the library of Luopa Mountain. Chen Pinggan constantly took books and put them down. He could not find any prefectural chronicles related to the Dali, Da Duan, and the other dynasties in the bookstore. Those who only looked and did not buy were definitely not customers that any store in the world would like. However, Chen Pinggan was already prepared to be kicked out. He also had to use this matter to roughly determine the age of the ferry. The shopkeeper of the bookstore was a gentle and refined old man. He was flipping through a book and didn't mind Chen Pinggan spoiling the quality of the book. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the patient old man finally asked with a smile, "Dear customers, where are you from?" When Ju Meili heard the question, she remembered the good mountain master's warning. The little girl immediately acted as if she was facing a great enemy and hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands. Chen Pinggan rubbed Meili's head and smiled at the shopkeeper. "From outside the city. It's good to say where you came from." The old shopkeeper shook his head and muttered to himself. He seemed to be too disappointed with Chen Pinggan's answer and did not say anything else. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, "Shopkeeper, how many places in the city sell books?" The old shopkeeper helplessly said, "How would I know? Customers sure know how to joke." A thin scholar wearing a scholarly robe laughed loudly as he entered the bookstore. He had a beautiful beard and did not even look at Chen Pinggan's group. Instead, he walked to the counter and laughed loudly to the old shopkeeper. That mountain peak must have been created thousands or tens of thousands of years ago by the flood of the valley. The sand and soil were all stripped away, leaving behind only the towering boulders. That's why it became a mountain peak. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. "Professor Shen is very knowledgeable. Your imagination is as good as the sky. There's no doubt about it." The old shopkeeper immediately bent down and took out a brush and ink from the cabinet. He then took out a long and narrow slip of paper from the drawer and wrote down these words. He gently dabbed at the ink and finally turned around to take out a book and placed the slip of paper in between. The old shopkeeper closed the book on the counter and handed it to the old customer surnamed Shun. The latter kept it in his sleeve and left with a laugh. When he was near the door, he suddenly turned his head and stroked his beard. "Kid, do you know that the gap accumulation technique is a circle, the obstruction technique, and the virtual energy sound concealment technique?" Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. "I don't know." In fact, Chen Pinggan knew a little. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed those books from Liu Maro at the Yellow Flower Temple in the Mirage City. However, it was better not to know in this city. What's wrong with the young people nowadays? They don't know anything at all. The scholar with a beautiful beard who was called Professor Shun by the shopkeeper was a little regretful. His expression was full of disappointment. He stroked his beard and pulled it as if he was in pain. He shook his head and sighed before leaving quickly. Chen Pinggan left the bookstore with Pei Qian and Xiaomi. Pei Qian said softly, "Master, that teacher Shen and the book that the shopkeeper gave us seemed to be real." Chen Pinggan raised his finger and signaled for him to keep quiet and not talk about this matter anymore. However, the scholar with a beautiful beard had already turned around and walked over. He did not give up and took out the book that the old shopkeeper gave him. He asked again, "Young man, what year is it now in the Great Yang calendar? If I know, I'll give this book to you." Chen Pinggan smiled and took out a small coin from the things in front of him. It was an item that he had kept for a long time. He raised his right hand and opened his palm. On one side of the coin, there was a seal script that read, "I always envy the jade-cutting man of the world." Professor Shin's expression changed slightly. Chen Pingan picked up the small coin with his left hand and was about to turn it over. The scholar with a beautiful beard saw the word Su on the other side and was worried. He turned around and waved his hand. Little thief, you're so cunning. I'm afraid of you. Go, 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 let's part here. Don't see me again. Chen Pingan kept the coin again. Pei Chen blinked his eyes. Master, is it really the person who likes to carve I've been here on the cliff? Chen Pingan nodded and said, I just don't know why he's here. However, I thought that this old man would fly into a rage out of humiliation and throw that book at my face. Ju Meili sighed and said, it's really hard to predict people's hearts. Jianghu is dangerous. Chen Pingan patted Meili's head and said with a smile, the ups and downs of the officialdom are unpredictable and treacherous. Jianghu is indeed dangerous. There was a fortune-telling stall on the street. The old daoist was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He used a charcoal pen to draw a semicircle in front of the stall. It was shaped like a crescent moon and covered the stall. There were many children who were familiar with the stall. They were chasing and playing. The old daoist slapped the stall heavily and scolded. The children immediately scattered. The old daoist saw Chen Pingan passing by and immediately straightened a slanted banner beside him. On it was written, if you want to get the secret of long life, you have to pass this altar first. He suddenly shouted, 10,000 taels of gold is not for sale. I'll give it to you on the street. He didn't expect that the three people directly walked past the stall. They turned a deaf ear to him and deliberately turned a blind eye to him. Finally, they walked into a weapon shop next to the stall. The old daoist looked away and sighed. He said angrily, boorish people don't know the great way. There was a small stall next to the fortune-telling stall. On top of the cotton cloth, there were some old bottles and jars. There was a sick man dozing off with his head lowered. Previously, the old daoist neighbor shouted loudly, but he didn't wake up. When the old daoist turned his head and suddenly said, idiot, business is here. Wake up. The man suddenly raised his head and found that there was no one in front of the stall. He continued to doze off. The old daoist couldn't stand the man's laziness. He sneered and said, Brother Jing used to be so heroic. Now you've become a scammer who can't earn money. The man just closed his eyes and rested. The old daoist stood up from the bench and kicked down a palm-sized small gilded vat. The old daoist said sarcastically, you said it came from the palace. Maybe some idiots would believe you. You said that this thing is a sea that can raise a flood dragon. Who would believe you? Oh my, what gilding. You can't even cover it with gold. Look, I've sinned. It's faded. The man also had a good temper. He just silently bent down and picked up the small vat that was kicked down. He put it back. The old daoist kicked the small vat over again. The man put the item back on the table again, but placed it at a corner of the cotton cloth that was further away from the daoist. He said in a muffled voice, the world only knows that our ancestors rode the green ox. Who knows you? If they knew you, they wouldn't come here. You don't have to drink the northwest wind every day. The old daoist sat back on the bench and sighed. In fact, many of the old neighbors in the city were about the same age as the old people. They were gradually fading away. As for this pair of neighbors who set up the stall, no matter what, they could still stay here. One of them once rode the green ox and wandered the world in search of the ancestral portrait of the 5 sacred mountains. The other once rode a weak and crippled old donkey. On the donkey's back, there was a bearded swordsman with a big bow. The 3-foot sword and Liu Jun arc could both enter the water and slay a flood dragon. Chen Pingan entered the shop and picked up a scabbard. He pulled the scabbard out of the scabbard. The scabbard was thin and extremely sharp. Chen Pingan tapped it with his finger. The scabbard vibrated but was silent. Only the scabbard's light rippled like water. Chen Pingan shook his head. The scabbard was a good scabbard. Moreover, it was the only real scabbard in this shop. Chen Pingan only felt that it was a pity that the old daoist and the man from the cloth shop were speaking in a vague voice. He couldn't hear them clearly. This world was a little too strange. The shop owner was a burly man with a stocky back and a bare waist. He laughed and said, You're obviously a man with a sword on his back, but you want to come to the shop to pick up a scabbard. Outrageous. There was an old man in a green robe who was begging, the calligraphy of my ancestor can't be seen by outsiders. Do a good deed and sell it to me. The man glanced at the old man from the corner of his eyes. He was too lazy to speak. There was a commotion on the street. Chen Pinggan sheathed his scabbard and put it back in its original place. He asked the shop owner, "How much is this scabbard?" The man laughed and said, "If you want to buy a scabbard, sure. It's not expensive. You just need to take a bowl of chuju sour plum soup, half a gin of Tongling white ginger, and some tender lotus root from Tangshan to exchange for it. 520. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, "May I ask where these three things are?" The man replied, "Somewhere else in the city." There was a commotion on the street. There was the sound of horse hooves. It was the cavalry that was patrolling the city earlier. They escorted a person to the outside of the weapon shop. It was a graceful scholar. The scholar walked into the shop with a wooden box in his hand. When he saw Chen Pinggan and the others, he was obviously a little surprised. However, he didn't say anything. He put the wooden box on the counter and opened it. There was a bowl of sour plum soup, half a gin of white ginger, and a few tender lotus roots. When the man saw it, he actually had tears in his eyes. Without saying anything, he went around the counter and apologized to Chen Pinggan. He picked up the long scabbard named Xiao Mai and threw it to the scholar. The old man who asked the shop owner for the calligraphy said sourly, "City Lord Xiao, you're here to plunder our land again. You're casually strolling around the three cities. Isn't this a little abusing your position for personal gain?" The scholar directly hung the scabbard on his waist. Then, he smiled at the old man and said, "Even for me, it's not easy to go in and out of Benmo City." The scholar surnamed Xiao thought for a while and said to the shop owner, "Please take out the wordless scroll. I'll make up for it." The shop owner narrowed his eyes. "Xiao Baohuan, you have to think carefully. Be careful not to lose the hard-earned position of city lord." The scholar smiled and didn't say anything. The man took out a scroll. There were no words, but the scent of flowers was strong. It was stamped with the words "Arrest Shi Palace Treasure." Chen Pinggan stood aside and watched the show with his hands in his sleeves. Xiao Baohuan, city lord of another city. Benmo City's sour plum soup, Tongling white ginger, and Tangshan tender lotus roots. This meant that there were at least 3 cities on the ferry. The scholar's face was full of smiles. He looked at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan immediately smiled and nodded to apologize. He turned around. Xiao Baohuan stretched out a finger and wrote on the wordless scroll. The shop owner smiled and nodded. He put away the scabbard and then took out another scroll. The opening was "Sun's nature is dull." At the end, it was begging for Bing. The man gave the scroll to the scholar and said, "Congratulations, City Lord Xiao. You've got another treasure." Xiao Baohuan gave the scroll to the old man and whispered the word Bing. The scroll burned. The old man was shocked at first. Then, he became ecstatic. He took the scroll with the words "True Fire Ruoxu" with both hands. It was as if he had finally fulfilled a wish. When the scroll was burned, tears flowed down his face. He bowed to the young city lord. The scholar only said that he had admired your family's ancestors for a long time. It was only right for him to do this. The old man lowered his head and wiped his tears. Then, he took out a small bag from his sleeve. It was embroidered with the word "Ilu" and a length of rope. It was severely worn. The old man chuckled. "This bag of conch suede weighs 5 dendrites. With this rope, City Lord Xiao is only missing the embroidered shoe. Then, you can meet Lady Kongtong." Xiao Baohuan thanked him. He didn't pretend to be polite and kept the bag and rope in his sleeve. The old man's face was full of joy. He hurriedly left. The scholar looked at Chen Pinggan and the other 2. Then, he looked at Pei Qian and Zhu Mili's mountain walking stick. He suddenly said, "Julu Continent, Mural City, Swaying River." Chen Pinggan thought for a while. "Lightning Flash, Ghost Valley, Jixiao Mountain." Xiao Baohuan smiled knowingly. "It's really you." Chen Pinggan smiled. "So, it's you. When Chen Pingan first traveled to the North Continent, he pretended to be stupid when he crossed the swaying river. He tactfully rejected an opportunity to become an immortal. In Mural City, the goddess of Guanyin was the best at fighting. Soon, she took the initiative to recognize a foreign traveler as her master. Chen Pingan learned about the secret records of the Linen sect from Luopa Mountain's consecrator, Du Wensi, a nascent soul cultivator of the Linen sect. He learned that the Thunder Pool on Ghost Valley's Jixiao Mountain was once a broken Doshu courtyard's sword cleansing pool. It came from one of the ancient Thunder Department's 1 house, 2 courtyards, and 3 divisions. Later, the master and servant visited Mui Mountain. The foreign traveler from Liuxia continent and the goddess of lightning with an ancient inkstone on her waist obtained the immortal opportunity together. In fact, before those two, Chen Pingan was the first to find the Thunder Pool in Jixiao Mountain. However, he couldn't move it and only dug out some golden bamboo whips. Xiao Baohuan bid farewell and left. Chen Pingan nodded to greet him. After leaving the shop, Chen Pingan saw the old Daoist and asked loudly, "Young man, there are thousands of winter plum trees in your hometown. Is there a single flower?" Xiao Baohuan looked at the silent Chen Pingan and turned around with a smile. "There are thousands of flowers blooming every year. It's nothing strange." The old Daoist laughed and stood up. He picked up the small gilded water jar with the tip of his foot and threw it to Xiao Baohuan. The scholar took it in his hand. The man squatting on the ground pretended not to know and didn't care that his shop lost a treasure. Pei Qian was confused and asked in a low voice, "Master, that old Daoist is asking you, right? Why did he feel that the Castellan Xiao Baohuan came to this city to look for treasures everywhere?" Chen Pingan nodded and smiled. "Don't worry." Pei Qian turned around and found that Xiao Baohuan had walked far away and stood beside an old woman selling cakes. He didn't buy any cakes and didn't leave. He seemed to be waiting for someone there. Soon, a monk carrying a burden appeared. He was quite energetic and his footsteps were very fast. He said angrily, "As a monk, we learned the majesty of Buddha in 1,000 tribulations and learned the meticulous ways of Buddha in 10,000 tribulations, but we still can't become Buddha. The demon son of the south dares to say something about becoming Buddha. We should sweep his caves and destroy his species to repay Buddha's kindness." Chen Pingan stopped in his tracks with a solemn expression. Passing by the old woman, the monk put down his burden and seemed to be planning to buy cakes. The old woman pointed at the burden placed on the ground by the monk. Just as she was about to ask, Xiao Baohuan asked first, "What are these words?" The monk was about to answer. Chen Pingan saw that Xiao Baohuan was about to speak again and frowned. He said to the scholar telepathically, "This is a Buddhist case. Why are you getting involved?" Xiao Baohuan smiled and turned his head, as if he was waiting for Chen Pingan to say that. He immediately asked telepathically, "What's the purpose of coming here? Are you a Daoist priest?" "Oh." The old Daoist priest who set up the stall seemed to have heard the thoughts of both parties and immediately stood up. However, he only stared at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan smiled and looked at the scholar. "Every step is well planned and linked. What a good plan." "770, Xiao Baohuan smiled and said, "Weishirei's autumn wind, those who are willing to take the bait." Chen Pingan asked, "So this is Liang Road?" Xiao Baohuan nodded and said, "Good knowledge, you can even remember this." Even if the later generations were devoted to Buddhism, they would often not pay too much attention to an insignificant place name when they carefully read through the Buddhist documents. Chen Pingan suddenly understood. Li County also had a jurisdiction called Mengshi. It was no wonder that Shen Xiaokan would come here for a stroll. It seemed that he was a regular customer of the bookstore. Shen Xiaokan was most likely similar to Xiao Baohuan. They were both not locals of Liang City. They only had the advantage of having a backup plan. Instead, they had the upper hand. Therefore, they preferred to pick up scraps everywhere. Xiao Baohuan seemed to have obtained several treasures in a few blinks of an eye. Moreover, there must be other opportunities in other cities, waiting for this city Lord Xiao to obtain them one by one and put them in his pocket. The treasures that Xiao Baohuan and Shen Xiaokan obtained in Liang City today whether it was Shen Xiaokan's book, the treasured knife Xiao Mai, the bag of green, or the string, they were all genuine. As for the skinny old Daoist's covetous eyes, Chen Pinggan did not care too much. It was not like the Ghost Valley of the Skeleton Beach back then, where he was destined to only be able to escape and not fight. Chen Pinggan's only worry at the moment was that he was afraid of triggering the whole situation. For example, the curly-bearded man beside the fortune-telling stall, especially this Xiao Baohuan, did not know how many backup plans were waiting for him. This was like a Central Plains sword cultivator who was traveling the Great Wall of Sword Qi facing himself who was already a hidden official. The disparity between victory and defeat did not lie in the realm, but in the right time and place. The monk who was originally planning to buy pastries, and pastries obviously also saw Chen Pinggan. The monk no longer spoke to the old woman, but once again picked up the Qing Long Shun banknotes, each character written in his own handwriting. He asked, "You seem to be a native of the north, why don't we go south together to meet those underlings?" Xiao Baohuan did not show his expression, but he was slightly surprised. The monk had only met this person for the first time, but he had already given him the evaluation of someone from the north. Xiao Baohuan read all kinds of books and was most familiar with all kinds of stories in his life. Previously, he relied on his identity as the lord of a city and was able to easily travel to various cities. He took the opportunity to come to this city many times to wait, follow, and ask the monks about Zen. Even though he copied dozens of tricks that were clearly recorded in later generations, he still could not get anything from the monks. As a result, Xiao Baojuan's mind spun rapidly, and he immediately began to make some calculations. Chen Pinggan put his palms together and saluted to the monk who would later be known as Zhu Jinggang. However, he shook his head and hesitated for a moment. When he saw the mountain walking sticks in Pei Qian and Xiaomi's hands, he smiled and said to the monk, "Why don't we owe him 60 strokes first?" According to the historical records of the vast world, the monk would stop at the dragon pond and burn the pile of handwritten scriptures. There would also be the phrase "Do not doubt the tongue of the old monk under the heavens." There would also be the world-shocking Maro Mountain summit, cursing the Buddha and cursing the ancestors. There would also be the case of the Dhyana school, where the Dhyana school would be beaten 30 times if the Dhyana school achieved the Dhyana school. Over at the bookstore, the old shopkeeper leaned against the door and watched the commotion from afar. There weren't many of these foreigners who first boarded the boat and came to Wui City. Most of them would disembark at Pondering City or Benmo City. Furthermore, year after year, the locals had seen many headless flies flying around. Today's green-robed swordsman was so careful in his words and actions. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve and came prepared. It was really rare. As for that Xiao Baohuan, he had great fortune and was the most exceptional. The shopkeeper of the bookstore slightly retracted his gaze and glanced at the weapons store. That scholar Du was similarly standing at the door. He held the bowl of sour plum soup from Benmo City in one hand and chewed on a piece of Tongling white ginger on the other. He seemed to be in a very leisurely mood. It seemed like this Mr. Wu Song had already filled in the complete content of the fragrant flower calligraphy from the City Lord of Beauty City, Xiao Baohuan. Then Scholar Du would be able to quickly use this calligraphy to go to the City of Usefulness, also known as the White Eye City, and exchange it for an opportunity that he had been longing for. On the ferry, between the various cities, a sentence, a matter, and an item had always been going around in circles. It was indeed difficult to obtain something, and even more difficult to obtain it. The shopkeeper of the bookstore felt a bit strange. Why did Scholar Du's gaze seem to have stopped many times on the long sword that the green-robed swordsman was carrying? Could it be an old friend? That was impossible. That young man's age didn't match. It was strange. Before Scholar Du boarded the boat, he was once the world's #1 refiner in the mountains. He was very awe-inspiring with his red lightning and purple smoke. It was said that more than half of the Tongling mountain near his hometown was refined by him. Even those half-immortal longswords rarely caught Scholar Du's eyes. Because of Scholar Du's refinement of the mountain, it became a huge joke and was recorded in the records of Wui City. According to one of the records of the Absurd chapter, there was once a Shui water god mansion near Scholar Du's hometown. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the river were known as the world's most vigorous. In the end, Mr. Wu's song refined a small part of it, causing the water god mansion to suffer so much that they had to go to the Confucian temple to complain. Could the longsword carried by the outsider be an immortal relic left behind by someone scholar Du knew in his early years? The monk on the street was a bit confused, but he still put his palms together to return the greeting. Then, before he carried the load and left, he suddenly asked Chen Pinggan, dug out from the Confucian temple, a monk with a scholarly air. Chen Pinggan could only be speechless. The monk shook his head and carried the load out of the city. However, when he was about to pass by Chen Pinggan, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at Chen Pinggan. He asked again, "Why can all eyes see the minutest details, but not the whole face?" Chen Pinggan answered, "When the Buddhist lamp shines, the 10 dragons and elephants of all ages will open their eyes and burn through the darkness." The monk frowned slightly. Chen Pinggan asked back, "Who will light the lamp? How do you light the lamp?" The monk laughed and said, "Easy answer. My generation, is indeed not a man of the South." Chen Pinggan wanted to say something but stopped. The Buddhist doctrine of the vast world was divided into North and South, but in Chen Pinggan's view, there was no difference between the two. He always thought that the Buddhist doctrine was the same. However, the monk had already carried the load and left. In the blink of an eye, his figure had disappeared from the city gate. Xiao Baohuan reminded him with good intentions, "Opportunities are hard to find and easy to lose. You should strike while the iron is hot." Chen Pinggan was silent. Xiao Baohuan smiled and said, "I didn't mean to scheme against you. It was the hidden official who thought too much." Chen Pinggan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why, Mayor Xiao is so bold? Do you want to gather the Deshan cudgel, Linji drink, Yunmen biscuits, and Jiaoju tea?" Xiao Baohuan said helplessly, "I was indeed a little greedy before. Now that the hidden official blocked my way and took away 60 cudgel sticks, not even 30 cudgel sticks. Naturally, I can't do it." Xiao Baohuan suddenly smiled and asked, "Then let's call it even? From now on, the two of us will mind our own business. Let's find our own opportunities." Chen Pinggan didn't comment and only smiled. "Mayor Xiao, what kind of mayor are you? Since we'll mind our own business, you should at least let me know where the well and river are." Xiao Baohuan smiled and said, "At this time and place, there's no knowledge that can be obtained for free. Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Chen Pinggan had already seen a general clue. On the ferry, at least in Wuji City and Benmo City, there was a person's knowledge. For example, Shen Xiaokan knew the truth of the formation of the peaks. Xiao Baohuan filled in the blanks and added the text content. Once it was verified by someone on the ferry that there was no mistake, they could win a big or small opportunity. However, what was the price? It was very likely that a wisp of soul would be left on the ferry and become a living immortal like what Pei Qian had seen in ancient books, trapped in some prison of words. If Chen Pinggan didn't guess wrongly, then as long as he was careful enough and learned from Mayor Xiao Baohuan, he would only do and say certain things. Logically speaking, the later he boarded the ferry, the easier it would be to profit. However, the problem was that this ferry wasn't well known in the vast world. It was too obscure, and it was very easy to fall into its trap. One careless move and the whole game would be lost. As for why Chen Pinggan was able to warn Pei Qian and Xiaomi not to answer when he saw Wuji City, it was because when he was traveling with Lu Tai in the Tongye continent, Lu Tai inadvertently mentioned a ferry. He even jokingly asked Chen Pinggan what was the most difficult thing to deal with in the world. Later, when Chen Pinggan went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi again, in his spare time, he flipped through the secret files of the Summer Palace and really found a record about the ferry under his feet. It was from when he was studying. At the end of a book called True Pearl Boat, he saw a record about a night boat. Because there was a mountain called True Pearl Mountain in his hometown and Chen Pinggan was extremely interested in the miscellaneous content written about the True Pearl Boat, he didn't read it roughly like many books. Instead, he carefully flipped through the book from beginning to end. That was why he could see the sentence, "There is a true pearl boat in front and a night boat behind. There is no end to the sea of knowledge." A small boat, mended and patched, carried people on a night trip between the heavens and the earth. Beside the words, there was another line of crooked words. Chen Pinggan knew who wrote it at a glance. F*CKU. I'll smash it with 2 punches. That was why Chen Pinggan unintentionally said, of all the knowledge in the world, only the night boat is the most difficult to deal with. When Chen Pinggan returned to the vast world, he accidentally found the book collection seal that Feiran deliberately left with Liu Maro in the Yellow Flower Temple in the Mirage City. When he saw the seal, he knew that the 2 sentences in the book back then were probably a boring comment by the previous hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Xiao Chuo, to the previous criminal official, Wen Hai. As for why this city Lord Xiao went crazy and targeted him, as long as Chen Pinggan found a few basic connections of this night boat, he would naturally be able to follow the clues and have a good fight with Xiao Baohuan. Pei Qian wasn't worried about that city Lord Xiao Baohuan. After all, his master was watching over him. Pei Qian's attention was more focused on that skinny old Daoist. He glanced at the crooked banner that wrote, "If you want to obtain the secret to longevity, you have to pass through this immortal altar first." Then, he looked at the array on the ground in front of the stall. Pei Qian took down the basket on his back and placed it on the ground. He let Xiaomi stand in it again. Pei Qian then pointed the mountain walking stick in his hand at the ground and drew a circle around the basket. With a light poke, the mountain walking stick penetrated the ground like a knife cutting through tofu. The mountain walking stick stood on the ground. After Pei Qian let go of it, a few threads entwined around like sword qi. Together with the golden lightning pool, it was like a pocket-sized sword array that protected the basket. Pei Qian shook his sleeve lightly. His right hand quietly grabbed a bamboo yellow paper knife. It was the item that Yu Panshui gave him. Pei Qian reached out his hand again and the paper knife returned to his sleeve. However, an extremely heavy iron rod appeared in his left hand. He bent his body slightly and displayed the white ape backsword technique. He twisted his wrist and drew a circle with the long rod. Finally, the end of the long rod gently knocked on the ground. Ripples appeared on the street as if there were countless water ripples. At the Thunder God Temple in the White Mountain continent, Pei Qian divided a semi-immortal iron spear that was given by the talisman Yu Xian into 3. He broke the tip of the spear that was as sharp as a blade. In the end, it became 2 blades and a rod. The curly-bearded man looked at Pei Qian, who used the rod as a sword to draw talismans, and nodded lightly. He didn't hide his admiration at all. What the old Daoist saw was different from the curly-bearded man next door. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Little girl, you don't look old. Let's not talk about some spells, but your hands and feet are very strong. Who did you learn your martial arts from? Could it be that Wang Dongxiu from the Jilu continent or Wu Qiao from the Tongyi continent? I heard that at the foot of the mountain, the scenery is very good. There are many martial arts styles and each mountain is higher than the other. It's a pity that a girl took the lead. Do you have any martial arts relationship with that girl?" Pei Qian said, "Old Immortal wants to exchange pointers with my master. Why don't you ask me for a few punches first?" The man who was squatting on the ground smiled. Lord Feng is indeed Old Immortal. Unfortunately, his martial arts are not very good. If it was Wen Quan, even if he went to Lord Feng's territory, Old Immortal would still lose. "Little girl, you are very smart." The old Daoist turned around and scolded. "In the Jianjing city where Lady Kongtong lives, there is a guy who looks at himself in the mirror every day and yells, 'Good head and neck, who wants to chop it off?' Who is he talking to? You still have the nerve to say that I am not good. Are those 100,000 soldiers of yours just for show? Don't forget, I was the one who scattered beans to form soldiers and cut paper to form generals to help you gather more than 10,000 soldiers and horses. Only then did you gather 100,000 soldiers. You heartless thing." The man's red beard was like a dragon. He sat on the ground and smiled. "Didn't I also return you a sea of gates?" Pei Qian immediately said in his mind, "Master, it seems that these people have the means of having a different world. This Lord Feng's territory, bird-lifting mountain, and this kind-hearted bearded man's 100,000 armored soldiers are probably able to form a small world of their own in this Jianmu city." Chen Pinggan replied in his heart, If this lord is really the Daoist of the Green Ox Daoist, and the Daoist venue is indeed that Neo Jushan, then the old immortal must be quite old. Let's wait and see. The more the old Daoist priest spoke, the angrier he became. He kicked the bottles and jars on the cotton stall, causing them to sway. This poor Daoist priest wants you to side with outsiders and help outsiders to bully your fellow countrymen. After this poor Daoist priest closes the stall, I will definitely report you to the mayor. The man tugged at the corner of the cotton cloth and moved as far away from the fortune-telling stall as possible. He said helplessly, "Why are you arguing with me? You found the wrong person, right?" Only then did the Lord Feng remember to look at the green-robed man with a sword on his back again. He asked, "The people on the street are not bald donkeys but Taoists, right? Tell me directly. I only want you to tell me the truth." Chen Pinggan smiled. "Perhaps Daoist magic is flawless. Then why are you blaming me for the Daoist priest on the street?" The old Daoist stomped his feet and laughed in annoyance. "Good fellow, now that Confucians are reasonable, they are getting more and more powerful." Xiao Baohuan suddenly interrupted, "The great Tao is 50, and the heavenly evolution is 49. Then whether it is perfect or incomplete, it is only a matter of mouth, but not the heart." Chen Pinggan asked, "City Lord Xiao, are you done yet?" In an instant. Chen Pinggan found himself in a picturesque place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. There were no more streets around him. On the mountain road, there was only an old Daoist priest riding a green ox. He carried a traveling bag with a row of bamboo pipes, and the sound of collisions was crisp and pleasant. He was heading towards Chen Pinggan on the road. Chen Pinggan looked at the green ox and was in a daze for a long time. If he remembered correctly, when Zhao Yarrow left Liju Grotto Heaven, he rode a wooden ox cart. A young man in a green robe was pulled by a green ox. It was said that there was also a wooden-looking driver at that time. Chen Pinggan remembered another thing. Previously, the cavalry with a long halberd in Liju City said something very unreasonable: "You are not allowed to ascend." Could it be that the green ox Daoist priest in front of him could obtain an illusory fake realm in a treacherous posture of a living immortal in a different world? On the street, Xiao Baohuan smiled knowingly. There were so many strange things on the ferry. Even if Chen Pinggan was cautious by nature, he would still capsize in the gutter here. If not for Xiao Baojuan's cultivation aptitude and talent, he would have been reduced to a living immortal here, not to mention becoming a city lord. There were about 3 people in the world who were the most privileged here. One of them was the North Continent's fire dragon Daoist. The remaining one was very likely to have a mysterious Great Dao battle with Xiao Baohuan, the Liuxia continent's dream tourist. In Liju City, it was only a moment later. Chen Pinggan seemed to have stepped out of the threshold and his figure reappeared in Liju City. However, the long-sword knight wandering on his back was nowhere to be found. At the same time, the fortune-telling stall and the green ox Daoist priest also disappeared into thin air. Pei Qian's expression was calm and he did not even ask anything. Chen Pinggan still comforted him softly, "It's okay." Xiao Baohuan smiled and cupped his fists to bid farewell. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "See you again." A young girl walked over and smiled sweetly at Xiao Baohuan. "City Lord Xiao, are you leaving now?" Xiao Baohuan smiled and said, "The next time I enter the city, I'll pay a visit to your teacher." The scholar took a step forward and ignored the city's restrictions. He left Liju City in the blink of an eye. It could be said that he was returning from a rewarding journey. Only then did the girl curtsy at Chen Pinggan. "My master said that Sword Immortal can scram from Liju City after writing an essay on sexual evilness. If you make a single mistake, Sword Immortal, please bear the consequences." Chen Pinggan asked with a smile, "May I know who your master is?" The girl answered with a smile, "My master is the current city lord of Liju City. In Sword Immortal's homeworld, he was once called Li Shilang." At the same time, just as Xiao Baohuan left, someone rushed over. It was a youth. He bowed to Chen Pinggan and said, "My city lord is currently forging a seal. The leading seal is Wine Immortal Poetry Buddha, Sword Eternal. There are dozens of other seals that require your help to fill in. Apex. 771. The young girl saw that the stranger in green seemed to have moved and was about to follow the young man to another city. She immediately said to the young man angrily, "Do you still talk about first come, first served?" She didn't expect the young man to have a bad temper. He directly scolded, "Chin do, you slut. How can you talk to me like that? Why don't you quickly slap yourself 3 times? The young girl who was directly called by her name was stunned. She was also scolded in public as a slut. Perhaps she was afraid of the other party's identity. She didn't retort. She just lowered her eyes and was about to cry. She took out an embroidered handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes. The young man was proud and continued to persuade Chen Pingan to follow him out of the city. "Mr. Chen, women are too greasy and not elegant enough. My master knows that you have never liked these kinds of women, wild bees and butterflies. The fragrance of the wind is like a sword. How improper. Therefore, Mr. Chen should leave with me quickly. My master has already set up a banquet to welcome Mr. Chen. He has also prepared an additional gift as a reward for mending the yin molt." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "You shouldn't talk about Miss Bu like that." The reason why he didn't immediately agree to the young man's invitation was because Chen Pingan still wanted to walk around this city. He also needed to thank the curly-bearded man. Then there was the man in the weapon shop. When he walked to the door earlier, he seemed to have been paying attention to the night ranger on his back. Also, because of the local delicacies such as Tongling ginger and Tangshan lotus root, Chen Pingan already had some guesses about the identity of the shopkeeper. It was very likely that he was the Mr. Wusong that Bai Yi met when he went to the mountains to visit immortals in his early years. Therefore, Chen Pingan planned to ask this scholar Du for a water buffalo painting. Whether it was successful or not, he would talk about it later. Everything was difficult at the beginning, but as long as a thread was formed in one of the meridians, it would be much easier. When the young man heard Chen Pingan call Qin Zidu by Yu and expose her nickname, the young man was obviously a little surprised. He then laughed heartily and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Chen to already know the background of this lowly servant. If that's the case, then Mr. Chen must have read the Crimson Pavilion Exam, Rouge Chronicle, and the erotic book series. Young sword immortals are all sentimental people. No wonder my city lord has a whole new level of respect for you, Mr. Chen." Li Shilang clearly misjudged Mr. Chen, mistaking Mr. Chen for one of those rigid and pedantic people. Chen Pingan immediately explained with a smile, "You flatter me. I just happened to hear about it from others. I haven't actually read any of the 3 books." When the youth mentioned the last book, Chen Pingan instantly formed a sword seal. At the same time, he used sword chi to disperse the youth's voice so that Pei Qian and Xiaomi wouldn't hear it. Old chef carelessly bought books. He really did a lot of harm. Since the monarch and the fortune-telling stall were gone, and Xiao Baohuan had also left, Pei Qian let Xiaomi stay in the basket. He put away the long staff, picked up the mountain walking staff, and carried the basket again. He quietly stood beside Chen Pingan. Pei Qian's gaze was mostly on the young girl named Qin Zidu. Before this young girl left, she must have put in a lot of effort. She was wearing a purple dress, with a purple flower in her hair bun. There was a small purple sachet on her belt that was embroidered with the words Rouge Divine Residence. The young girl's makeup was especially exquisite. She had a small golden dimple, and her sandalwood hair was slightly yellow. Her face was glowing. What was especially rare was that this young girl had actually applied white makeup on both sides of her temples. This caused the young girl's originally slightly round face to immediately become slender. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. If this young girl had such makeup every time she left the house, how much time would she have spent in her house? Didn't she find it troublesome? Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't stop him, nor did he remind the young boy to be careful. Instead, he instantly moved a few steps away from the talkative young boy. He didn't want to be implicated. As expected, the young girl suddenly raised her head and quickly approached. She grabbed the young boy's ear with one hand and pulled with all her strength, causing the young boy to tilt his head in pain. The young girl's other hand fiercely scratched the young boy's face. Her mouth was cursing him for being a lowly servant. The young boy also didn't want to be taken advantage of. He didn't know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. With a flip of his hand, he grabbed the young girl's hair bun. The two of them looked like a pair of golden boy and jade girl of the same age. Very quickly, they hugged each other and tangled together. They even used elbows and knees to hit each other. It was very chaotic. This scene opened Xiaomi's eyes. These locals were all very fierce. Their tempers weren't very good. If there was a disagreement, they would scratch each other's face. Pei Qian glanced at her master. Chen Pinggan lightly shook his head, indicating that she didn't need to mediate. The young boy and girl who were wrestling together seemed to have fallen from the sky to the ground. In the end, the young boy kicked the young girl's face. The young girl responded by kicking the young boy's chest and crotch. In the end, both of them slid backwards. Fortunately, both of them didn't seem to know martial arts and didn't make too much of a commotion. The young girl staggered to her feet and patted the dust off her body. The young boy covered his face with one hand and pressed the other to his chest. He grimaced in pain as he shook his back and had no choice but to bend over. Pei Qian saw that the young girl was picking her eyebrows and drawing them. Now that one of her eyebrows had been kicked off by the young boy, her delicate peach blossom makeup had become a complete mess. Her face was covered in smudges. The purple flower on her head had also been crushed by the young boy and scattered on the ground. At this moment, the young girl standing on the street looked somewhat comical. As for the small brocade pouch embroidered with the words Rouge God's Abode, the knot had also been unknotted during the process of twisting. A bronze-green beetle as big as an elm pod ran out. Previously, when the young boy stood up, he had seen the opportunity and quietly stepped on it under his boot. The young girl, whose nickname was Jasper, quickly realized that she had lost a green-golden cicada that was used to raise powder and charm people. She anxiously walked in circles and pointed at the young boy and threatened, "Long Bin, give me back my green-golden cicada." Chen Pinggan sighed. It seemed like a fortuitous encounter had just passed him by. In the Tongyi continent's Taiping Mountain, the Yu dynasty's consecrator, cultivator Dai Yuan, had once given Chen Pinggan an apology gift. The ink ingot was called Moonlight Pine Daoist ink. However, it was given to Chen Pinggan as a gift. It was said that every time the ink ingot was under the moon, a little daoist would travel like a fly. He claimed to be the Black Pine Messenger and the Ink Spirit Minister. Later on, when Chen Pinggan asked Kui Dongshan, he found out that the little daoist who had become a spirit from the ancient ink was called Long Bin. The place where he attained Dao was not the ink ingot. He just happened to travel here at that time. Because he liked to use the rare ancient ink ingots in the world as his immortal's ferry, he wandered around and his whereabouts were erratic. If it wasn't for an opportunity, it would be difficult for immortals to find traces of him even if they had the ink. He belonged to the category of the manifestation of the great Tao that was condensed by literary fate. He could be considered to have attained Tao in a similar way to the small incense stick and the grasshopper silverworm. Every fairy ink ingot that Long Bin had stopped at had a literary aura. Therefore, at that time, even Kui Dongshan felt that it was a pity. Naturally, Chen Pinggan felt even more heartache because it was obviously best to give this item to Little Warm Tree. On the ferry, there were opportunities everywhere. However, there were also traps everywhere. Who cares about this junk? I'll give it to you. The young man sneered and raised his foot. Then, he lifted the green cicada with the tip of his foot and kicked it at the girl. The latter caught it with both hands and carefully put it into the brocade pouch and tied the knot. The girl asked, "What did Sword Immortal say? Is he going to write the evil nature chapter without a single mistake and then be sent out of the country, or from today onwards, will he be regarded as an enemy of my city?" Chen Pinggan said to her, "I don't want to write anything. I just want to wander around here for a few days. If your city lord wants to drive me away, he can drive me away. Li Shilang is straightforward. It doesn't matter if he sees me as an enemy, but I don't see Lu City as an enemy." The girl frowned and said, "An evil guest has come. He doesn't know what's good for him and is annoying." She suddenly smiled, "He's young and impetuous, but he's a broad-minded sword immortal." If there was an edict, she pricked up her ears and listened. Then, she said, The deputy city lord has just heard that Sword Immortal has arrived and asked me to pass a message to Sword Immortal. You can rest assured and tour Lu City. However, there are only 3 days. After 3 days, if Sword Immortal can't find a way to go to another city, then don't blame us for acting according to the rules. Just as the young man was about to speak, she stomped her foot and said angrily, Long Bin, this is the decision of my city lord and deputy city lord. I advise you not to meddle. Otherwise, if you cause the 2 cities to become hostile, be careful that you won't even be able to keep your remaining title of Ping Zhongshe. Chen Pinggan didn't want to make things difficult for the young man beside him. He smiled and said, You and I will meet here in 4 days. The young man nodded and agreed to this matter, but the scratches on his face were still clear. The young man was indignant. He sneered at Qin Zidu, who was from the Rouge God Mansion, and said, Let's wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll gather an army and go straight to your Rouge Cave and Bone Tomb. A woman in heavy makeup rubbing ink with her bare hands was undoubtedly a refined matter. However, for Long Bin, who was an official of the Songyang Protectorate General and the Xuanxiang Prefect, it was indeed a bit of a struggle for the Great Dao. Qin Zidu spat out, spouting nonsense, disgracing the ground, shameless thing. The young man was too lazy to be entangled with this long-haired and short-sighted woman. He was about to leave Lu City when Chen Pinggan suddenly reached out and grabbed the young man's arm. He smiled and said, I forgot to ask Lord Ping Zhongshe, which city are you from? If Lord Ping Zhongshe accidentally delays things 4 days later, I can take the initiative to visit. The young man complained incessantly, It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. If you want to talk, just talk. Why did Mr. Chen grab me? Chen Pinggan smiled honestly and said, I'm just trying to be cultured. The young man lowered his head and glanced at his sleeve. Where the Sword Immortal was holding his arm, 5 colors were shining brightly. It was like a river flowing into the sea, gradually condensing. With a long face, he said, I didn't have much left in the first place, and Mr. Chen even took a portion of it. My situation is so bleak. Isn't it worse than Wang Xiao's New Year? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, When I leave the ferry in the future, I'll naturally reward Lord Ping Zhongshe from afar. The young man's eyes lit up, and he no longer deliberately restrained the magical scene on his sleeve. Really? However, before the young man and Chen Pinggan could discuss more, the young man staggered back and his figure dissipated, going to another city. He could only hurriedly say a sentence to Chen Pinggan, like a prophecy, roosters crowing in the sky, dogs barking in the clouds. Chicken and Dog City? Wasn't the name too careless? Wouldn't it be better if it was Dao Attainment City? Perhaps the name was too big, and not suitable. Chen Pinggan shook his sleeve, and a 5-colored light condensed on the fingertip of his right hand. It was rich and cultured, like a flower blooming on the fingertip, and finally it was kept by Chen Pinggan into his sleeve. Qin Zidu didn't care about it. In the city, passers-by relied on their own ability to fight for opportunities. There was nothing strange. However, she looked at Pei Qian with a smooth forehead and a bun, and her eyes were complicated. In the end, she couldn't help but persuade, little girl, a gentleman dies for his bosom friend, a woman dresses up for her lover. If you can tidy yourself up properly, you'll also be a woman with good looks. Why are you so careless? Look at this Sword Immortal. Since he knows my nickname, he's also an expert in the affairs of the boudoir. Why didn't he teach you? You don't blame him. When Pei Qian went out traveling, she always dressed neatly, without any makeup, and her hair was even simpler. At this moment, she said expressionlessly, There's no need, it's neat, it's not a problem. Qin Zidu said bitterly, It's not a problem? How is it not a problem? Everyone loves beauty. Isn't it right and proper for a woman to increase her looks? Pei Qian looked at the young girl in front of her, who had a miserable face with makeup, and held back her laughter. She shook her head and didn't say anything else. Chen Pinggan said with a smile, The ancients said that the pure and virtuous air of heaven and earth is gathered in a woman's boudoir. When a woman in the world is free, it's indeed suitable for her to put on light makeup. Miss Bu just said that a woman dresses up for her lover. Since heaven and earth is the #1 scholar, then no matter how much makeup a woman puts on, as long as it's appropriate, it'll be the most suitable for him. Half of his words were Chen Ping'an's heartfelt words. As long as Pei Qian wanted to deal with rouge and powder, it was naturally fine to put on light makeup. At Pei Qian's age, after all, she was no longer the charcoal little girl from back then. She should indeed dress up properly. Of course, if Pei Qian didn't want to and liked to be barefaced, it wouldn't matter. As for the other half of his words, of course, they were polite words between Chen Ping'an and this so-called Empress Qin of the Rouge God's mansion. Qin Zidu was shocked. She no longer had the cold and arrogant attitude she had when they first met. She curtsied to Chen Ping'an and changed the way she addressed him for the first time. She smiled and said, "Mr. Chen's words are appropriate and heartfelt. It's easy to forget. In that case, I wish Mr. Chen all the best in the next 3 days." Chen Ping'an cupped his fist and thanked her. Qin Zidu asked, "Does Mr. Chen carry any rouge or powder with him?" Chen Ping'an shook his head and said, "No." Obviously, he had missed another opportunity. She smiled and nodded, but she was also a little disappointed. Then her body blurred and finally turned into 7 colors. For a moment, the whole street was filled with a fragrant smell. The 7 colors were like the rising of a celestial being. Then, in the blink of an eye, they disappeared in all directions, leaving no trace for Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "After 4 days, we will change places. Who knows, we might be able to eat stinky tofu." Pei Qian smiled and was looking forward to it. Makeup was too cumbersome. Pei Qian only felt that it would hinder her from punching, so she was not interested. However, Sister Sharu from the dragon riding alley liked these things very much. She wondered if she would have the chance to bring some back from Tiaromu City in 3 days. Xiaomi was standing in the basket. When she heard about the stinky tofu, she immediately became greedy and quickly wiped her mouth. She did not understand or remember anything. Only the stinky tofu made the black-clothed girl greedy. Chen Ping'an moved slightly and came to the side of the cotton cloth stall. He squatted down and looked around, choosing what he liked. Finally, he chose a small bow the size of a palm. He asked the bearded man who had 100,000 armored soldiers, "How much is this bow?" The small golden water jar in the stall had already been taken by Xiao Baohuan after answering the question of the green ox Taoist priest. On the cotton cloth, there was still a small bundle of dead plum branches and a small porcelain bowl of daffodils left. There was a small note on the outside of a folded scroll. The words were beautiful, teaching the women of the world how to dress up. A cast iron 3 monkeys fishing the moonflower artifact. An ebony paperweight. Not willing to be blown by the wind, silent and mysterious. The Lord is upright, suppressing the quietness. 2 words were signed, Shu Yi. Finally, there was the small bow placed in the corner. It was simple and exquisite like a child's toy. The inscriptions were fine and hard to notice, Cloud Dream Pine. The bearded man saw that this person chose this small bow. He had a helpless expression and shook his head, "I will sell it. However, it is not easy for you to buy it. You have to gather a few books, at least 3 books. After I read them, young master can use one of the books to exchange for it. As for the rest, I will not say much." Chen Ping'an nodded and had an idea. He turned to look at the painting scroll and asked, "How much is this painting? Or do you want to barter?" The bearded man nodded and smiled. "Young master is smart. My stall's business does indeed require bartering. However, the items I need are not in the city. Not to mention the long journey, it's also heavily guarded. Young master, you are still unwilling to give up. Go find a place at the north foot of Mount Li. There is a heavenly treasure relic engraved on the cliff. If you can go to that cool world and retrieve a beauty statue beside the green jade pool, you can exchange for the painting scroll. At that time, there will be a blessing that will take the initiative to meet you." Chen Ping'an asked, "In that case, this painting scroll and the cool world of the heavenly treasure relic are both illusory things. The next blessing is real." What he saw and heard in the city today, other than Xiao Baohuan and Shen Xiaokan, although they were all living immortals, they were still divided into different levels. It only depended on the degree of self-awareness. For example, the bearded man in front of him, the Daoist priest Green Ox from before, and the scholar Du in the nearby weapons shop who missed his hometown, Tongling Ginger, and Chuzhou Sour Plum Soup, were clearly more vivid. Their actions were also more straightforward. The bearded man grinned and did not answer the question. If you are more ruthless and have the ability to visit immortals and explore, you will be able to move all the white jade statues of those concubines and palace maids out of the cool world. Then, you will really have good luck with women. Pei Qian suddenly said through telepathy, Master, I seem to have seen this in a book. If the records are true, the north foot of Mount Li is easy to find, but the heavenly treasure cliff is difficult to find. However, we only need to find a local woodcutter and shepherd boy. He seems to be able to help us lead the way. When someone writes the words summer shelter, the stone door of the grotto heaven will open by itself. It is said that there is a bathing pool inside. The pool water is carved with green jade. It is sparkling like running water. However, the scene of the jade people in the cave is too erotic and charming. When the time comes, Master will enter alone. I will bring Xiaomi and wait outside. Chen Pinggan was so angry that he laughed. You even know this? Which book did you read this secret anecdote from? Pei Qian blinked his eyes. Sister Zaishi said it. Back then in the Jinjiao continent, every time after the war ended, she liked to tell me these strange stories. I just listened casually. At that time, I asked Sister Zaishi how big the pool was and how much money it could be sold for with so many green jades. Sister Zaishi even scolded me for being a moneygrubber. The bearded man saw that Chen Pinggan was staring at the ebony paperweight again and took the initiative to say, Master, give me a complete zither score in exchange. Chen Pinggan understood in his heart that it was the Guangling cessation without a doubt. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Senior, for your chat with the Lord. This junior will go into the city to look for the book. The bearded man only nodded and said with a smile, Master has accepted a good disciple. Chen Pinggan left the stall with Pei Qian and Xiaomi and went to the weapon shop first. The owner sat behind the counter and was chewing on the tender lotus root and white ginger. Seeing Chen Pinggan return, the bearded man was not surprised and did not ask anything. Chen Pinggan bowed and said, Greetings, Mr. Wu Song. The bearded man asked, Do you have any scholarly achievements? Chen Pinggan stood up and answered respectfully, I do not have any scholarly achievements in the imperial examinations. However, I have a student who is second in the imperial examinations. The bearded man smiled and took the initiative to ask, Do you want the fragrant flower post that was completed by City Lord Xiao? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, Mr. Wu Song must have a use for the fragrant flower post. I just want to shamelessly ask Mr. Wu Song for a water buffalo painting. The bearded man was slightly surprised. When making a living on the ferry, rules are rules and there is no exception. Since you know that I am Du Shotsai, and you know that I can paint, then the headmaster's literary skills are peerless, and the new works of the 5 pine trees are widely praised. You should know what new writing means. Forget it, this might be a little difficult for you. You just need to casually tell me the title of a poem that I have written in my life. Since I was able to obtain a section of the Tai Bai Immortal Sword's sword tip from Bai Yi, I believe it will not be difficult for me to know this. Chen Pinggan was embarrassed. The Tai Bai Immortal Sword's tip was mysteriously obtained at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pinggan only knew the name of this Mr. Wu Song who was able to repay Bai Yi with a poem. He did not know anything about the poem. In fact, the reason why Chen Pinggan knew about Mr. Wu Song was mainly because of elementary scholar Du's identity as a refiner. To put it simply, Chen Pinggan remembered the poem written by Bai Yi, but he couldn't remember a single word of what Mr. Wu Song had written. Little Millet, who was helping the good mountain lord to peck the rice in the basket, was even more embarrassed and could only scratch his face. Elementary scholar Du smiled. Since the longsword was here just now, but it just so happened that it was not with me this time. Let's not talk about fated chances. Don't think too much about the water buffalo painting. The bearded man sighed. The incident of Bai Yi alone in Fuyao continent was indeed sad. Sure enough, after this parting, peach blossoms were deep. Chen Pinggan was somewhat regretful. He did not dare to insist on fated chances and could only cup his fists to bid farewell. He thought of something and asked, "Mr. Wu Song, can you drink some wine?" The bearded man smiled and did not speak. Chen Pingan took out 2 jugs of celestial wine and placed them on the counter. He cupped his fists again and smiled brightly. "Outside Mount Wu Song, it is my honor to meet you and to be so bold as to give you wine." The bearded man looked at the back of the young man in green as he crossed the threshold. He reached out to take a jug of wine and nodded. He was a young man who could broaden the world, so he shouted, "Kid, if you are not busy, why don't you take the initiative to visit Mr. Tuan Wang?" Chen Pingan immediately turned around and walked quickly back to the shop and took out 2 more jugs of wine. Elementary scholar Du was stunned. "What are you doing?" Chen Pingan asked softly, "May I ask if the inscription of Monarch Crane of the ancestor of calligraphy, was it written by Mr. Tuan Wang?" Elementary scholar Du stretched out his hands and pressed down on the 2 jugs of wine. He smiled and did not speak. Chen Pingan had to leave again and visit the various bookstores in the city. In the end, he found the family language, LV Lan, and Yunqi essays in the subsection bookstore, the Taoist library, and the Bianlu library. Among them, Chen Pingan followed the scattered memories of the book and went to a scripture bookstore. He asked but to no avail. The shopkeeper only said that there was no such book. He went to a fake bookstore and returned empty-handed. In the end, he bought the book at the subsection bookstore. After confirming that there was a record of the bow in it, he was relieved. It turned out that according to the historical records of the city, the status of this book had been lowered from scripture to subsection. However, it was not regarded as a fake book like the vast world. As for LV Lan, it was not placed in the miscellaneous bookstore for sale. Chen Pingan had made a wasted trip. Only when it was time to settle the bill did Chen Pingan discover that the price of the books in the bookstores in the city was indeed not expensive. However, the immortal money was completely useless. Not to mention the snow, even the Guyu money was meaningless. He had to use the gold, silver, and copper coins that were regarded as burdensome by the cultivators on the mountain. Fortunately, Pei Qian and Xiaomi both carried a piggy bank. Xiaomi even volunteered to stop Pei Qian and pay the bill first. The little girl who finally made a miraculous contribution laughed and shook her head happily. She hurriedly took out a large gold ingot from her private stash and handed it to the good mountain lord. She heroically said that there was no need to return it. It was just a small amount of money. Standing in the basket, Pei Qian finally coughed softly and nodded with a smile, indicating that he would record it in the Book of Merit. He only spent less than 2 taels of silver to buy 3 books. It was enough for Chen Pingan to go to the curly-bearded man to exchange for the small bow. Just one of the books could be exchanged for an opportunity. However, Chen Pingan continued to look for other bookstores. Finally, he crossed the threshold of a famous bookstore. According to the bookstore rules in the city, if a customer asked if they had any books, they would answer all questions. However, if the bookstore did not have any books, once a customer asked, they would definitely not answer and would even be rolled their eyes. In this famous bookstore, Chen Pingan was unable to buy the book. However, he still spent a sum of money, a total of 3 taels of silver, to buy a few ancient books with fresh ink. Most of them were about the famous scholars' 10 questions and 21 debates. However, some of the records in these books were far more detailed and profound than the vast world. Although these books could not be brought on the ferry, during this trip, even if Chen Pingan only flipped through the books and read them, the knowledge in the books was absolutely true. Chen Pingan had paid attention to the famous scholars' debate and the Buddhists' Yin Ming theory since a long time ago. At that time, the shopkeeper of the bookstore was a young man with an elegant appearance. He was solemn and straightforward, and had the aura of an immortal. He first looked at Pei Qian, then turned to Chen Pingan and asked with a smile, "Boy, do you want to establish a city and become the city lord? As long as you give me an item in exchange, I will not break the rules and help you establish a new city. In the future, I will have many advantages and won't lose to that Xiao Baohuan." Chen Pingan bowed and apologized, "Sir, I appreciate your kind intentions. However, the Haoliang sword strengthening gourd is a relic left behind by an old friend from my hometown. I really can't do business with you. Otherwise, Don't even talk about doing business. As I have received a lot of favors from famous scholars, I could have just directly given it to you. The Haoliang sword immortal Mi who gave Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan did not accept it at the beginning because he hoped that Miu, who had left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, could keep it. However, Miu was unwilling to do so. In the end, Chen Pinggan could only give it to Pei Qian and let this first disciple keep it for him. That young shopkeeper looked at Chen Pinggan and suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. What's so difficult about the world's knowledge? It's not difficult at all. The only difficult thing is the word sincerity. Today, after receiving such sincere words from a junior, my heart has been greatly comforted. Therefore, I won't take your money. Let me give you a few words. The book you're looking for is actually not a book. It's just a few words. It's not here, but in the first bookstore on the street. It's called Records of Classics. It's under the Daoist's entry, Theory of Guarding the White. I remember it's from the records department because it contains more content than the Daoist scripture department. Chen Pinggan thanked him and left. As expected, in the first shop after entering the city, he bought the book that recorded Theory of Guarding the White. However, Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment. He still took a lot of unnecessary detours and spent another sum of money to return to the Daoist scripture department and buy another book. On the way, Zhu Mili raised her hand to cover her mouth and whispered to Pei Qian, "A shop can store so many books. Every shopkeeper randomly took out a book and it's all the books we want. It's really strange." Pei Qian smiled. In a small world, it's up to one's will. Zhu Mili suddenly saw the light. I guessed it right. While Chen Pinggan was looking around for books, Scholar Du walked out of the shop and came to the side of the bearded man. He sighed. This involves the choice between the 3 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought in a cultivator's heart. What that brat did was very dangerous. If he didn't come from one of the Confucian schools of thought, it wouldn't have mattered. He could have just made a choice. Anyway, it didn't hurt his Dao heart at all. Even if it was hurt, he could have just read a few more books afterward. It could have been mended all the same. The man nodded and said, "That's why I didn't want to sell this bow to him at first. It would have been too unkind of me to lure him into a deal. It's just that brat's eyes are too sharp and he knows what's good for him." He squatted there and looked around on purpose. In fact, he had his eyes on this bow a long time ago. I couldn't break the rules and take the initiative to tell him that this bow was too hot to handle. Scholar Du smiled and said, "But if this deal really went through, you'd be able to completely remove the shackles. You wouldn't have to rely on the 100,000 armored soldiers to chop off that person's head to escape. In the end, it's a good thing. We've all been drawing a circle and waiting here bitterly for hundreds and thousands of years, repeating the same scene year after year. It's really tiring and I'm sick of it." The man grinned and said, "If I have wine to drink, I promise I won't spit out a single drop." Scholar Du smiled and threw a jug of wine. The bearded man caught the jug and sniffed the fragrance of the wine. His face was intoxicated, but it was followed by sadness. He muttered, "In the past, I used to carry a sword and a bow on my back and ride a donkey in Jianghu. I only liked to drink to my heart's content. Now, I can't even bear to drink a sip." Over at the famous shop, the young shopkeeper was flipping through a book as if flipping through a book was like looking at mountains and rivers. He had a clear view of Chen Pinggan's whereabouts in the city. He nodded with a smile and muttered to himself, "Book Mountain is never empty. There's never a wasted journey. When people descend the mountain, they're never empty-handed. The more detours one takes, the more benefits one will gain in life." "Ocean Xiaokan, how can you say that you don't know anything? On a ship sailing at night, what you know is what you know, and what you don't know is what you don't know. That's what you know." He was somewhat puzzled. He shook his head and sighed. "Does this Mayor Shao have a grudge against you? Is he sure that you'll like that bow? So he's determined to make you tear down one of the pillars of the 3 sects. In this way, you'll be harming a part of Taoism's fated chance in the future on your path of cultivation." This was because before Chen Pinggan came to this famous shop to buy books, Xiao Baohuan came here first. He spent money and bought all the books related to that famous story in one go. There were hundreds of books. So Chen Pingan came here to buy books first. It was actually the right choice. It was just that Xiao Baohuan, who pretended to leave the city, beat him to it. The shopkeeper thought for a while and still walked out of the shop. He looked up at the sky and smiled. Fellow Daoist Lu, aren't you being implicated by me? This kid seems to be drifting further and further away from Taoism. I've caused you to suffer another sword for no reason. The young foreigner who had just boarded the ship needed both a rigorous Confucian scholar and a wandering sword immortal. So, today, there was a big difference between handing over a book from the Confucian annals or a book from a Daoist scripture shop. Otherwise, if it wasn't for Xiao Baojuan's interference, it wouldn't have been a big deal to hand over a famous book. However, this young shopkeeper, who only asked for the 2 words Haoliang and not the blade-strengthening gourd, was now standing outside the shop. Although he was apologizing, there was a smile on his face. Chen Pingan and the others returned to the stall of the bearded man. He squatted down and kept one of the books. He took out the other 4 books and stacked them on top of the cotton cloth stall. He held one in his hand. The 4 books all recorded a story about the gain and loss of the bow. Chen Pingan then gave the last Daoist book with the least number of words to the story to the stall owner. Chen Pingan obviously wanted to choose this Daoist book as an exchange. As for the shopkeeper of the famous bookstore, he wasn't scheming against Chen Pingan. It was more like pushing the boat with the current. It was still up to the boatman to choose where to dock. Moreover, if it wasn't for the shopkeeper's reminder, Chen Pingan estimated that he would have to go through at least half of the city to get the answer. Also, Chen Pingan didn't take out the book from the Confucian Classics department. When Chen Pingan took out the 4 books, the man was relieved at first. However, when Chen Pingan took out the book from the Daoist Classics department, the man glanced at the book title and was stunned. He hesitated and didn't rush to take the book. He asked with a puzzled face, "Young master, have you never been to the famous bookstore?" Chen Pingan smiled, "I have, but I couldn't buy the book. It doesn't matter. Moreover, I have to thank someone. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to sell a book from the famous bookstore. I might even feel sorry for the shopkeeper who I have admired for a long time." In the weapon store not far away, Scholar Du was leisurely drinking wine behind the counter. He had a strange smile on his face. Which branch of the Confucian temple did he come from? At such a young age, he was already so good at talking. At least, the old man Fu Sheng who had visited Chicken and Dog City twice and traveled around the city wouldn't be able to teach such a student. The man nodded and took the book. Even if he was no longer in the Jianghu, he still had the morals of the Jianghu. The man looked at the other 3 books on the ground and smiled. "Then let me tell you 3 small things that don't break the rules. First, Jing Man was guarding the chariot. Then, I obtained the Chu Earth treasure bow. Therefore, in this city, my name is Jing Chu. You can call me Zhong San. The small bow on the ground isn't of low quality. I would like to congratulate young master here." When the man said until here, Pei Qian was in high spirits. In the past, when he was reading those novels with Sister Bao Ping and Li Huai, he had seen this bearded hero with the name Zhong San. Moreover, this Jianghu senior had a donkey to ride on. However, those books were all unofficial histories and Jianghu romances. At that time, Pei Qian and the other 2 thought that this bearded man was a fictional character. Of course, the man didn't know what the little girl was thinking about. He just said, "The lady of Kongtong from Benmo City, I have a feud with the vice-castellan she serves." Lord Feng said that the lady of Kongtong was from Dianjing City. Of course, he purposely lied to you. Lord Feng and Castellan Shao must have secretly reached an agreement. Chen Pingan smiled. "Previously, I went to Niaoju Mountain to catch up with old immortal Feng. I already knew about this. Castellan Shao must be afraid that I would immediately rush to Benmo City and ruin his plans. He wouldn't be able to obtain the opportunity from the lady of Kongtong." In fact, once Chen Pingan found Xiao Baohuan, it wouldn't be an opportunity. As for why Xiao Baohuan, as a Castellan, seemed to be very fearless in Wuji City. Why was he so worried that he would make a move in Benmo City? Chen Pingan didn't know for the time being. He really couldn't guess. Benmo City, putting the cart before the horse. Neglecting the essentials. What's more, he only talked about the famous scholar's sleeves and talked about the metaphysical nature. There were also countless analyses of the two words Benmo. Chen Pinggan was a complete layman to these. The foundation of Benmo City, compared to Wuji City, where one would know the truth by just listening to it, and the truth could be verified by a few more glances at the bookstore, was much more bizarre. So what was the explanation? Only God knows. The man continued, the 12 cities all have another name. For example, Benmo City is also known as the Absurd City. The people and things in the city are even more absurd than the Hanging Arch City where the emperors and monarchs of the past dynasties gathered together. After the three things were said, the man actually didn't need to ask Chen Pinggan one thing to decide the gain or loss of the bow. Because the book that Chen Pinggan handed over was a choice in itself. It was the answer. Beyond the expectations of the bearded man, Chen Pinggan took out another book. However, he didn't put it on top of the 3 stacked books on the cotton cloth. Instead, he put it on the side alone. That Zhong San looked down at the book and then looked up at the little girl in black standing in the basket. He immediately smiled and said, "Then let's talk about one more thing. If Gongzi really goes to Benmo City, you need to be careful and at ease." Chen Pinggan couldn't stop him and had to give up. In fact, he originally wanted to ask which city Xiao Baohuan was the castellan of. Otherwise, it would be good to ask how to get to Benmo City. That way, he could ignore the eviction order of Benmo City's Li Shilang. Benmo City wanted to drive people away but didn't tell them how to leave the city. This was very disloyal. There was no such way to treat a guest in the world. The man picked up the small bow. Chen Pinggan picked up the 4 books on the cotton cloth and put them into his heaven and earth sleeve. Then, he took the ancient bow that was recorded in the history book, which was used to shoot a flood dragon in the Cloud Dream Nursery. However, he put it into his sleeve and did not hide anything close to him. The man didn't care about this. Instead, he had a look of appreciation. Walking in Jianghu, how could one not be careful? He squatted down and grabbed the 2 corners of the cotton cloth. He casually wrapped the items and held it in his hand. He then took out a book and handed it to Chen Pinggan. He smiled and said, "The wish has been fulfilled. The cage has been broken. These items, Gongzi can rest assured and accept them. Otherwise, they will be turned over to the city. What do you say? If you accept them, this book will be useful. It records the clues of the items sold by the stall." Chen Pinggan took the book and the package. His movements were very skillful. He wrapped the cotton cloth around his body. The bearded man cupped his fist and saluted, "Farewell." Chen Pinggan cupped his fist and returned the salute. Pei Qian and Xiao Mi Li, who was standing in the basket, did the same. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.